I said it yesterday. I truly believe, almost without hesitation, this offseason is going to kill Nuggets fans. It's going to murder them. Because you're going to see in these first few days of free agency moves being made that you wish you were involved in, even if they're small ones. And you're probably going to be left out. And it's probably going to take a minute before you really get a clear picture of what the offseason plans are. And you're going to die before you see the results. Because all of the action that happened yesterday, including, surprise, surprise, at about 10:01 a.m., right after the show gets done, LeBron says, I am not coming back to L.A. Later in the day, Kawhi is traded back to the Toronto Raptors. You also have, I think these are the smaller deals that maybe you thought, could the Nuggets get involved in these sorts of areas? Those being Bogdanovich, which was a big...
Big Don.
Yeah, it was rumored that once he got his buyout from the Clippers that maybe he's going to come here and team up with Joker, one of Joker's buddies from Serbia. Well, he signed a one-year deal with the Rockets yesterday, so he's gone. Another player that signed with the Rockets felt like somebody that could have been an option for you in Marcus Smart, who could have been backup point guard, whatever. Well, he signs a 2-year deal with the Rockets. The problem is, until you get Peyton Watson signed or somebody traded from this roster, I don't know how much flexibility is available for you. I don't know how many different things you can do until that point. So it really kind of is a bad spot of you twiddling your thumbs as you try and get what I think is the most important affair in order, which is the status of Peyton Watson. Now, to LeBron leaving, I am frankly kind of shocked. As a guy who is, think about this, in his 40s, one of the best players that's ever existed. You're trying to think, how many more years does this guy have left? Spent his season last year, averaged 21 points a night, still on 51.5% from the floor. 6 boards, 7 assists a game. Still plays the game at an incredibly high level. But he's going to be 42. And now he's looking for another team, and he will be coveted in doing so. I just thought that at this stage of his career, there was no other option, really, other than I finish my career with the LA Lakers or I retire. And now it's not just he's leaving LA to go to a specific place. We heard the rumors about Golden State. Maybe that is going to happen. I don't know. He's leaving and told them, I want you to explore every option and tell me which place would be the best fit. It's rumored that money is not a problem. That this is strictly about where he's going to be happiest and where the best opportunity is for him to make another run at a championship. So it sounds as if he's not looking to sign some $50 million deal. I don't know if that means he'd play for a vet minimum. Probably want a little bit of cash. I don't know. I don't know. For him, LeBron's a billionaire. It's not like he needs another giant contract. If he wants to play somewhere where he thinks he can do it on a vet minimum, then fine. But now, I think the question has to be asked. If you remember back in, was it 2018? When was it? Josh Kroenke and the Nuggets gave a pretty serious sales pitch to LeBron about coming and playing in Denver. It's funny, you see some of these old tweets surface back up. I saw one yesterday. It was 2018. I believe it was from Woj. Do you guys know that during the draft, Luka's draft, the Nuggets tried to trade up the number 2 to pair him with Jokic? And they just had the trade turned down. Like, they've made aggressive plays in the past, but a texter says, anywhere but here. And my question would be, why? I think that at this stage of his career, you already saw LeBron took a back seat in LA. He knows he's not going to be the guy anymore. But he is still incredibly productive. And I don't think there is going to be some sort of power struggle. Now, I'd fully admit to you, there is a certain level of LeBron throughout the course of his career, not just playing with good players, but playing with guys who seem to be his buddies. And I don't see him and Joker being friends like him and D. Wade were, or like him and Anthony Davis were, or him and, you pick Kyrie.
His pronouns is he, him.
So I don't see them going on a banana boat together in the offseason. But from a strictly basketball perspective, it's literally the best thing you can get is a player of his caliber who says, I'm willing to play for cheap if I have to. If you're going to roll the dice on something, why wouldn't it? I think, look, if these rumors are true that LeBron is legitimately telling his people, I will play for whatever team gives me the best opportunity for happiness and championship aspirations. I don't know if he'd be happy in Denver or not, but I know that they have championship windows, championship aspirations here. I know that they've talked before, and him and Josh Kroenke seem to have at least a decent enough relationship for him to take the meeting. So who knows? It would bring a spotlight to this city, unlike anything you've probably seen other than Peyton Manning coming here. It's no longer a 0% chance of this happening. We used to have the clip. Should the Nuggets trade for LeBron James? Because it did sound so infantile and childish, like you're talking to an 8-year-old when somebody asks that question. It's not that anymore. It's legitimate. He's going to play for somebody. And there doesn't seem to be a clear picture of who. If it were things like him going back to Cleveland or back to Miami or something like that, I feel like we would have known that already. Like I said, the most likely option feels like it's going to be Golden State just because we've heard the rumors already. That's not something that even before it was official that he was leaving Los Angeles, you heard some whispers about that. So, that would make the most sense. But I think you absolutely throw your hat in the ring for it. A player of the ilk of a guy who averages 21, 6, and 7, still at this point in his career, if the money is truly something that he is willing to take a significant pinch for, then you couldn't find value like that anywhere else on the market. We're talking about paying a guy, upwards of $25 to $30 million in Peyton Watson when he's played truly a month and a half of great basketball. This guy's got over 20 years consistently. Every year looking like pretty much the same guy. I think in these last couple, you can tell that he's slowed down a little bit, but slowing down a little bit equals 20 points a game.
Brett, though, can I ask you a question about this whole thing?
Sure.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Because if you bring LeBron here, you're not just bringing an all-time great basketball player. You are bringing an all-time great media circus. You are going to have Stephen A. Smith, Kendrick Perkins, every person in the national media with their hands so far up Denver's rectum that they're going to be making your mouth move like a puppet. Do you want that? Do you want LeBron James in his press conferences sighing about how he doesn't have a roster around him that can compete and he's getting old and we gotta make pieces that put him in a position to succeed? Do you want all of that?
But I don't think here's what I think is different. I don't think that part of his career is here anymore. I don't have enough. I don't have this. I think he recognizes that he's not in a position to be that guy anymore. It's like if Michael Jordan, when he went to the Wizards, was like, they aren't doing enough around me. It's like, well, you're old. I don't know what to tell you. You aren't that guy anymore. But you're still incredibly good. Now, will all of the other stuff you mentioned, the media attention, all of that, 24/7 coverage of your team, will that still exist? Of course.
And, the first time they lose a game, like suppose LeBron comes to the Nuggets and then their first game of the season they lose. The next headline on ESPN for the next 24 hours is going to be, did LeBron make the wrong decision? Should he have gone to the Nuggets? Nuggets are washed.
Yeah.
Can LeBron play with Joker? Like, Joker sucks. LeBron should have gone to LeBron should have rejoined Miami and Giannis and the Heat.
I mean,
and Bam.
Again, I understand. My answer is yes. I would be willing to do all of that because I don't this team needs to have reliable players. So whatever you think of LeBron, you can't argue this point. He's an amazing basketball player. Like, truly amazing. And for me, I do think locker room fit and that stuff matters way more than people give it credit for. But, again, if what we're talking about here is true, that he's willing to play on a discount, we've already seen him take a backseat to Luka in LA. It seems like he's aware of his basketball mortality. Does he still want to get, his in one way or another? Yeah, probably.
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
But true or false? Would adding LeBron James to the Nuggets roster give them a much better chance at winning a title? Yes. I don't know if I asked a true false properly, if I did a Vic true false. Yes, it would. That's it. It would give you a much better opportunity. So I think, let me just be clear on this. I think there is a next to 0% chance he's coming here. I think the chances of LeBron James signing with the Nuggets in the offseason is the same chances I'd give Jokic of actually leaving the Nuggets this offseason. Or next year after his contract's up.
Oh, so 25% chance.
No. I'm much more of the Kreckman.
You're not on the Springer side.
A less than 1% chance. So I don't think it's going to happen. But just for argument's sake, should you be in on the discussion for him? 1,000% you should. So 303-504-0925. A lot more free agency stuff that we got to talk about on the other side. Stick around.
And what would you like people to know about you?
I'm a fun guy. Obviously, I love the game of basketball. I mean, it's just more question you have to ask me in order for me to tell you about myself. I just can't give you a whole spiel. I don't even know where you're sitting at.
He's right there.
Yeah, the glasses. There you go. All right.
I, to this day, don't know what the hell that was. I don't understand how somebody... I don't know why that was funny, why he didn't know where that guy was sitting at. I didn't like the uncomfortable laugh from the reporter after he laughed.
I don't even know where you're sitting at.
Wait for it. You sound a little like a psycho. I don't like anything about that clip. But yes, Kawhi is going back to the Raptors. Good news. Get the hell out of the West. Kawhi still, again, very good player. And nothing makes me more happy than him leaving. But here's the problem. As a texter says, why don't you take that big mouth of yours and go somewhere else with it? Feels like a very old way to tell someone off. Hey, pal, why don't you take that big mouth of yours and go somewhere else with it, huh? How about you go do that?
You're a real rabble-rouser.
So, the LeBron conversation, would you take him here? That's a fun one to have, because if you answer yes, it's the proper answer, because that is smart basketball business. If you say no, you feel like you're in a principled stance of, I don't like that guy and what he stands for, so I don't want that. And both of them, I think, are fair arguments. The realistic discussion is this. He's not coming here. And what just happened yesterday opened up a ton of money for both the LA Clippers and the LA Lakers. Where are they going to spend that? Well, I hate to break it to you. One of the best prospects in free agency that is at least quasi-available from a restricted free agent sense is Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson is a coveted player in free agency. It is somebody, or he is somebody, that will absolutely be in the running for all those different teams. Now, I will say this. I don't think that the panic from yesterday surrounding this, I heard DMac, I heard a couple of different people saying they are very, very scared now that LA, both teams in LA, have cap space. They can throw at Peyton Watson, that they're going to make an offer that the Nuggets can't match. I don't think that's the case. I think what we're doing collectively here in Denver is a classic case of overvaluing a player that we know and like. I don't think that teams are stupid enough, or let me rephrase that teams are not smart enough to see what could lie in the future for Peyton Watson. I do think he's somebody that down the line we could be talking about, like a top 20 player in the league. Remember, he's still really young. And if the starting point on this is what we saw in January, then great. But maybe January was just a mirage. It was something that we saw because he was given basically sort of the keys to the car at a time where nobody else was healthy. The one thing that I would think does tie into this discussion of It's LA teams having the money, but it's also that's his home. And there's always an appeal to go home. But I'll remind you, his free agency status is restricted. They can offer money, but if the Nuggets match it, that's that. And I just don't think teams are willing to risk, $35 million in a year on a guy who's really not played yet? I don't think teams will do it. We might have that fear because we're like, well, I saw him play and I like him. Happens a lot. I still think his sort of max to me still feels like $25 million a year. And maybe I eat my words on this. Maybe it's much higher. I have no idea. But I think that's the max for him. I don't think it's going to be some bidding war between you and these LA teams and other ones about how much cash he's going to get. Looking at this SB Nation site where they have him ranked as the 12th best free agent on the market. And that's after LeBron and Jalen Duren and James Harden and all these different dudes. Texture says, I don't understand why this team didn't sign him before we got to this point. The rumor was Calvin Booth tried to. That he was trying to get him under an extension. And I think, I don't know. I had the tweet a couple of days ago, and now I can't find it. So let's just see. Calvin Booth, Peyton Watson. Let's see if I can find it here on the fly real quick. Yeah, I can't find it for now. But the rumor is he tried. And it didn't happen. And maybe it's for this exact reason. Maybe Peyton Watson felt like, hey, if I continue to play good basketball, then maybe I can make more money than what you're offering me now, which would be, for him, calculated risk, but one that he would seem to have succeeded on. All I'm saying is, I still feel like if we're talking about the least worrisome things, I have not changed my worry factor with the Watson thing. I think that stays the same. Teams are going to go after him regardless if they had, Kawhi Leonard on the roster or LeBron on the roster or not. But now that those guys aren't on the roster, what teams don't do, at least good ones, don't say, well, now I have all this money, I'll throw even more at a guy that I don't think is worth it. It's not how this works. See, and this is a real spiral that we're heading down because I can see it in a lot of people right now. A lot of questions. Why do we even want Watson? He left us out to dry in the playoffs. I don't know if that's the case. I mean, just because somebody said it on Twitter doesn't mean that that's true. Do I think that Peyton Watson sat out of the playoffs while he was healthy because he didn't want to further injure a hamstring or something else as he headed into a free agency year? No, I don't think that's the case. I guess I can't prove it, but I don't think that's the case. I think that he had a hamstring injury. He tried to come back from his hamstring injury, and a game and a half later, he was back out for months again. I think it was pretty bad. But this is where, again, I feel like, I'll be honest, I might be the most chill person right now in this entire city when it comes to the Nuggets. And it's literally just because we lived through this last year to a certain extent. They hired Tenzer and Wallace. A lot of people in this town got cuckoo afterwards, saying, oh, what a terrible hire. You should have gotten, what's his name? What's the dude who's on ESPN that was the former Warriors guy?
Bob Myers.
Bob Myers. Oh, you hired from within, then you went and got this guy, John Wallace, that nobody's heard of. This is terrible. And within a week, everybody changed their minds. Now, ended up not working out, but I don't think there's a single person in this town that looked at that roster and wasn't like, pretty cool, pretty cool.
We were going through, yesterday, we were going through our list, right? Capital T, capital L, the list.
Yeah.
Of people we don't like.
Yep.
And when I was rooting around in the folder, I found an old document here, and I'm going to see if I can filibuster to kill time until I bring up this other list, because this will tie into exactly what you were saying about how we were all impressed with the early moves that the new Nuggets Brain Trust made. You remember this? Look at that behind you. 0 days since Vic mentioned Dario Saric, and it was last updated on July 2nd, 2024, because there was a time when Vic would not go a single day without beating the door down for Dario Saric. They got him, and then he was an expensive paperweight. That was it. And I remember when we just felt so hamstrung, like the Nuggets couldn't do anything. And then Tenzer and Wallace came in, and the first thing they did was they got someone to take Dario Saric, and we went, really? Wow, yeah, that's great. How did they do that?
Well, and then we know how it ended. Another piece of free agency news just came down that John Collins has agreed to a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Pistons. A lot of guys going east. If there's any good news, there's a lot of guys traveling towards the other way. And I think they see what I've been talking about, which is an easier path to the finals on that side of the docket, especially with OKC and San Antonio here. So Kawhi moves over that way. We'll see with LeBron. I don't know. The thing is, if LeBron wants a championship, it's not going to happen in Golden State. Not with how old that team would be. You can't have Steph, LeBron, and Draymond, who collectively probably average around 40 years old. That's not winning anything in the league. This is a young man's game. Doesn't mean you can't be good, but you can't put all of that together and expect to win. Bodies will break down. You won't be athletic enough or fast enough. Like, there'd be a host of different issues. So I don't know where he's going to go. But I feel like you got to play therapist. Like, here's what's funny, Nelly. When we brought up the idea of Bogdanovich.
Bogdan.
And I was like, look, would that be a move that I would be like over the moon about? No. But I think he'd help you. And at this point, you need guys on cheap contracts that can help you. But I got so many texts saying he's washed, his game stinks now, it'd be a disaster if we signed him. Then he signs with the Rockets, and it feels like the same people are like, well, I thought we were going to get him. Well, I thought you just said you basically didn't want him anyway.
Well, there's one reason that I think his desirability was elevated, Sean Payton, relative to other NBA free agents. Do you know where he's from?
Serbia.
Exactly. He's Jokic's boy. So I don't care if he's not the most high-profile free agent. If he's Jokic's boy and Jokic wanted him on the team and then they could be buddies together, I think that's what made him more desirable. I don't even know what his stats are off the top of my head. I know he's good enough, but like if he's Jokic's friend and he's going to put the GOAT in a good mood, let's bring him on down.
If Jokic was like that insistent about Bogdan being on this team, I think they would have gotten Bogdan. Pretty simple. What are they going to lose a bidding war over a couple of pennies on like a vet minimum deal? No. Not if it mattered that much. And this is what I'm saying. I feel like people are inventing things in their head for whatever disaster scenario they can think of. I'll be the first to tell you, if we end free agency this period with the virtually the same roster minus Tim Hardaway Jr., I will be severely disappointed. But I think that there's moving parts in this that need to be taken care of before you can look at larger moves. We already know, by the way, they're throwing out the ideas of trading Cam Johnsons and AGs and everybody else. We know that stuff's out there. We know that they're interested in Jaylen Brown. Something is going to be done. At least it feels that way to me. It's just sort of a matter of when. And maybe it's just this is the getting your ducks in a row period of this. This is making sure that you have a firm plan for Peyton Watson first, and then you deal with the other stuff later. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. A lot more of the free agency stuff to sort of get into. The U.S. plays in the knockout stage tonight against Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Tonight.
And I really, really, really need the U.S. to win so that I can continue to dunk on teams like Germany for losing. It's a must. And that's my only goal here. It's funny. I don't have the main thrust of my rooting interest for the U.S. is, first of all, it's my country. Second of all, I'm not even rooting with the expectation or the desire to win the entire World Cup. That would be awesome. That'd be amazing. I'm only rooting to make it farther than the other teams who act higher and above us from a soccer perspective. That's all I need. That was the beauty of winning the gold medal match against the Canadians in Olympic hockey. You took what was their sport and you made it yours. It would be the same feeling. I'm sure it's the same thing that everybody feels when they play the U.S. in Olympic basketball. If the U.S. doesn't win gold, it feels like a win for everybody else. I just want to keep having that feeling. So that game is tonight, and we'll see if what we witnessed in the group stage, which was what seemed to be a very high level of soccer, a higher level than I've seen from the U.S. men's national team in my lifetime. And hopefully that continues. As we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Still got an eye out. I have my notifications on, so I will be constantly checking my phone with each Twitter alert that pops up, because I hope we can get something Nuggets related today, even if it's a small detail. I just want to, people got the shakes right now. They need to get something in their system. And so maybe, perhaps, we'll get something Nuggets related during the show today. 303-504-0925, back after this. We will have Rapids coach Matt Wells on at 7:30. He is going to be our World Cup expert as the U.S. takes on Bosnia-Herzegovina at 6 o'clock tonight. Again, very excited about the prospects of where this team could go. More excited about the idea of just making it past some other teams. That's what I want. And that's it. In the same way that teams have tried to discount, the U.S., you beat Paraguay. Paraguay stinks. Well, Paraguay beats Germany, and then all of a sudden Paraguay doesn't stink anymore, do they? So we'll talk to him at 7:30, and tonight is the watch party at Jackson's Lodo. Altitude Sports Radio is inviting you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA and Bosnia in the round of 32. Kreckman and Springer will be hosting the show starting at 3 in Lodo, and kickoff for the U.S. men's national team is at 6. Kreckman will be giving away tons of great prizes with Michelob Ultra, a superior light beer, and the official sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior's worth playing for and now worth cheering for, too. We'll see you at Jackson's in Lodo tonight. So, that is on the docket for tonight. It feels, and we like to bounce around, talk about a bunch of other things, but NBA free agency, as I've said before, the acquisition game in the NBA is its most important asset. And here's what I mean. Other sports, yes, you like to get into the trade and free agency game. It makes it fun. When, the Avs go out and sign some player in NHL free agency, it's a fun thing to wonder about. But the sport's the sport. The biggest thing that you look forward to in an Avs season is the Avalanche playing hockey. Yes, we all love the first round of the NFL draft, and we love NFL free agency, and, I wonder how this guy's going to fit. And we traded for Jalen Waddle? Yeah, that's awesome. That's a great part of the NFL, too. But the biggest part of the NFL is watching on Sunday. It's the best thing. I really think the NBA, their greatest thing that they have is this. I don't think people care as much about the actual games being played. They care about what that means down the line. I mean, think about this. Whether the Nuggets win or lose, if Jokic doesn't have his contract extension signed by the end of this offseason, whatever Jokic does in the regular season will be couched with the idea of, does this make him more likely or less likely to stay in Denver after this? That's what this sport does. And so when things like free agency opens up yesterday and you see all these moves, and it's one of the biggest names in the history of the sport, LeBron James, now in the open market, this is exactly what this sport thrives on. It's much more about speculation and prediction and all of that than it is about talking about the result. And that's why when you're a Nuggets fan and you see all these different things happening yesterday and you're like, what about me? You get a little bit antsy because you want to have a taste of whatever that is. And to be honest, here in Denver, it just feels like you've been playing this game with virtually every team that you have. Think about it. The Broncos made no real moves up until the trade for Jalen Waddle. The roster is like the exact same. The Avs, to this point, have offloaded people. They have traded away Jack Drury's and Val Nichushkin's, and the list goes on and on. But the acquisition part, okay, you gotten a couple of guys who are like sort of dudes in the NHL, but not really. But you still haven't been a huge player yet. Now, that could all change at 10 o'clock this morning Because why would anything happen during our show? Let's wait for it to get done first, and then we can, talk about this days later or something like that. So it's going to open up at 10 o'clock, and maybe the Avs have something up their sleeve.
The LeBron news, by the way, that was like 10:01.
No,
Unbelievable.
Here's what I do. When our show ends, I walk immediately out of the studio. My goal is to be in my car by the time Raj opens up the mic.
And you can bet on that.
I got a notification in the 30-second walk from here to my car. That's how fast that happened. Turn the mic off, put my headphones away, throw on my little laptop bag, walk to the car, and boom, there's the news.
He gone!
So, I'm just expecting today is going to be another example of that. I'm going to turn the mic off, I'm going to walk to the car, I'm going to hit start, and I'll get a notification from Pierre LeBrun that the Avs have signed Mason Marchment or something like that. I know what's going to happen. Death, taxes, news breaks immediately after we leave the show. Raj and Sanford get to do a reaction show. Those are the best shows. We do prediction shows. I hate those. But we'll see. Because NHL free agency, that opens up at 10 o'clock this morning as well. So you're going to have a little double dipping going on within the NHL and the NBA. You did lose Tim Hardaway Jr. as he went to Miami yesterday. That was not a surprise. There was virtually no chance that Tim Hardaway was coming back. The only thing that he would have done is taken a gigantic discount because he believed so much in this team, and that's tough to do when you lost in 6 games in the first round. So him going to Miami, not a surprise at all. I will say my favorite thing that I saw from yesterday, I loved when Norway won, they had their entire crowd doing the Viking row. That's one of the coolest things ever. It's just like, is it New Zealand? Do they do like that Maori war dance thing?
They do the haka, yes.
Yeah. Which for some guys, I will say this. For some guys who do that, playing for whatever New Zealand team, basketball, soccer, whatever, can't really pull it off. But for some other guys, looks absolutely terrifying and intimidating. But to do a Viking row, an entire crowd just, was it Holland who was banging the drum, or was it somebody else? I can't remember. But the entire one, so they say they do that after every game, Brett. That's fine. I didn't know. I wasn't keeping up with Norwegian soccer. This is the platform. It's just like when New Zealand did that thing. It's like, oh, they do that before every game. I'm like, well, I don't watch New Zealand rugby very often. Sorry. Not usually in my Rolodex when I'm going through the guide on my DirecTV where I'm like, oh, what is that? Norwegian soccer? I'm in.
It also helps that they haven't made the World Cup since 1998.
Well, isn't that, didn't I read this correctly? Is that their first ever win in the knockout stage since it's changed over, right? Yeah, it has to be.
Wouldn't surprise me. Let's just be real here. Norway, we don't produce many soccer players.
Oh yeah, you're a Norwegian, aren't you?
The only Norwegian hockey player we've ever produced is Mats Zuccarello. He actually became the first Norwegian-born player to play in the Stanley Cup when he was with the Rangers, which feels impossible for a country that cold. No soccer, no hockey, no warm weather sports. I guess no distance running. There's that good distance runner. We basically crushed the Winter Olympics, and that's it. So it's weird seeing Norway be good at soccer because normally...
You guys just, ski?
Yes, cross-country skiing and ski jumping. That's it. Every other sport, no dice.
Well, you have a literal Viking on your team. I swear to God, the dynamics of Holland's, his makeup, his height, his weight, and his speed is very, very difficult to compute. And that's why, like, given the old argument, if the U.S. invested their best athletes in soccer, we'd be the best in the world. And part of the reason why I buy into that is exactly that. We have people that look like him that could do that. I've seen Calvin Johnson run before. I've seen LeBron play. Think about what that would be on a corner kick. You got somebody who's 6'8", 250 pounds, that has a 45-inch vert. Who's stopping that? So anyway, again, tonight, Jackson's in Lodo. Nate's going to be, Kreckman's going to be hosting the USA in Bosnia game. So that's going to be him and Springer doing the show at 3 o'clock, and then he'll be hosting the watch party with the game starting at 6. And we are going to talk to Rapids head coach Matt Wells and make him our expert on what's happening in the World Cup with the U.S.'s chances, not just tonight, but moving forward. Also, Rapids player Lucas Harrington. He's the youngest MLS player ever to compete in the World Cup. So we'll see what his thoughts are on his own player that's competing in this. So he will join us at 7:30 this morning to give us a breakdown on the game tonight between the U.S. and Bosnia. Can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is also on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. NBA free agency. We'll get a preview of NHL free agency. And if the Avs are out there sniffing around for anybody right when that opens up at 10 o'clock this morning, along with the World Cup continuing and U.S. playing tonight, all that Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. I got to tell you, Vic, because I just came across 2 separate videos in the last 45 seconds on Twitter. And it made me laugh out loud about the difference between, I said yesterday, I think this offseason might kill Nuggets fans. It might. Because you have these Jokic not signing his contract rumors, the Peyton Watson stuff's up in the air. You look at free agency yesterday, you thought the one layup the Nuggets might have is sign Jokic's friend Bogdan Bogdanovic while he goes to Houston.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
So, I mean, Nuggets fans are spiraling. And you know what I just saw in 2 separate videos? I saw Jokic drinking and singing his face off at a karaoke bar in Serbia last night.
Yeah.
And I saw MPJ and Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon partying in France.
Yeah.
They aren't taking this the same way that many Nuggets fans are right now. Just the difference between a hammered Jokic singing whatever Serbian song that was.
Let's start small.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's start small. And this news should not come to anyone's surprise. No one should be surprised this morning that Tim Hardaway Jr. is no longer a Nugget.
Mm-hmm.
And, all right, take in all this Nuggets news however you please. If you want to panic, fine. But we told you what was going to happen this offseason. I think I alerted you what was going to happen. And I think I told you about a month or 2 ago.
Yeah.
This was not going to be a fun time for Nuggets fans who think, well, it's got to take the next level, bring in more players. You're going to lose players. It is a gap year.
Yeah.
Barring a crazy trade in the next 2 days, and how I categorize crazy is, what? They did what? That's crazy. Losing guys was going to happen, bound to happen, and that's just it. Tim Hardaway Jr. could not get paid what Miami just paid him.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Not here in Denver. He couldn't get paid that much in Denver. And it wasn't that much. What's he making over there? $6 million?
Something like that. It was 5 point something, yeah.
Okay. He wasn't going to get that here. So he's gone. That's one piece.
Mm-hmm.
And the pieces keep coming. And I don't know where they go from here. I don't know how you replace them.
Well,
Bogdan Bogdanovic was supposed to be the replacement.
Bagdon.
The shooter off the bench. He's gone.
yeah.
What's his salary in Houston?
I didn't see the official number from him yet. I was kind of looking, couldn't find it.
How much I'll make a bet it's more than the veteran minimum?
Well, I would assume so, just because he, the veteran sharpshooter joined the Rockets on a minimum salary contract. So no, it was a minimum.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's according to AI. So,
Well, I got to see those numbers.
No, I got it. This is on Spot Track. It's a $2.5 million deal against the cap anyway. 3.8 in cash. So yeah, minimum. Yeah.
So why would he choose Houston over Denver?
I don't know. But, okay, there was a report that the Nuggets might be interested. Maybe they weren't. And I would have to imagine, Vic, here's just what's going on in my head. If Jokic was like, I really want you to sign my friend, that would have been done.
Mm-hmm.
You would have found a way to get that done.
Well,
So
they're
maybe
hanging out together right now, he and his friend.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't have answers to this. Jokic didn't seem all that upset. That's all I'm saying. So here's the other thing that happened yesterday. Do you want to have the fun discussion first or the real discussion first? Which one? Regarding LeBron James leaving LA. By the way, a second after we got off the air. Literally 1 second afterwards. Do you want the fun one or the realistic one?
Let's go realistic first.
Okay, realistically, he's not coming here. We all know it. Realistically,
I'd be stunned.
this opens up a lot of cap space combined with the Kawhi trade for both teams in LA to make a run at Peyton Watson. That's the realistic part.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we're staying in the realism part, just because they have more money now on the books that shouldn't change how much money they're willing to offer a player. You don't give a guy more money if you think he's a certain dollar value just because you have more money. You do it because you believe he's really good. And I think that part of this sort of spiral from Nuggets fans, and I heard DMac talking about this yesterday, it's like, I'm very concerned now. If you think a product is worth $20, but you have $100 to spend, you don't spend $80 on it just because you have the money.
Yeah.
You stay to your number. And I still think that Peyton Watson is going to be somewhere in the ballpark of like 22 to 25 million. I don't think just because they don't have LeBron and Kawhi anymore, they're going to spend 35 on Peyton Watson. So that's not my concern. So that's just staying in the realism department to start this first.
Well, the more time that goes by without somebody throwing an offer sheet at Peyton Watson is good news.
Yeah.
Right? Because when they throw an offer sheet at him, it ties up that money and they can't do anything else in free agency.
Correct.
That's one of the reasons why they're not doing it. But the longer it goes, the better. But let's say that the Nuggets go as is and Peyton Watson returns and they don't move anybody else. They will be in the repeater tax. They will be in the luxury tax. They will be in that zone. So they will be spending more money than they did last year. Is that good enough?
No, and that's why I really think this is going to be a game of patience, because I don't think that that's what's going to happen. There's going to be some sort of move. I don't know if it's today. I don't know if it's tomorrow. I don't know if it's a week, a month. But I think they're going to do something regarding that number, whether it's trading a player or whatever, because it's the only thing that really makes sense right now. Is they got to move off that.
You know what's happening right now? Last year they went out of the way to fortify the bench, right? And we said, gosh, this is the deepest team they've had in years, right?
Yeah.
Did we not say that?
Yeah.
Right now, the Nuggets are on pace. Who is coming off the bench?
Mm-hmm. Well, you have Cam / Peyton Watson. If everything's coming back, it's them.
And then who? Strother?
What's up with Bruce?
I don't know. I think Bruce will be available. I think Bruce, barring something outside of the vet minimum, will be available. The Bogdanovich surprised me. I thought he was in their back pocket. I thought he was going to be the replacement for DHJ, a shooter off the bench. And that's the element that Hardaway provided, the spacer, the shooter off the bench.
Yeah.
You still have to replace Valanciunas. They haven't acted yet on Valanciunas, by the way. Have you noticed that?
They being what? Like, what do you mean?
They haven't acted on him yet. They haven't announced his team option. That's a team option for his contract.
Well, what's with the news that he's already signed with some team back home?
The Nuggets own his rights. It's a team option.
Can I ask you a question? Why would the Nuggets want to bring him back?
I'm not saying they will. I don't know. I mean, if they choose to, it would tie up $9 million in cap space.
For a guy they didn't really use.
Yes. Are they working on a sign and trade?
What, sign, trade, salary dump for some bad team sort of thing?
Maybe another team that, I don't know. The machinations of that one, I don't know. But he has not been moved yet. He's still on the roster.
Yeah.
He's still occupying cap space.
Well, that part, I'm just assuming that that'll get worked out on its own. I mean, he's not coming back. So whether he goes and plays in Europe and they decline the team option, or they do what they kind of did with Dario last year, I suppose.
That's a hell of an assumption to make. We've all made it, but I also thought Bogdan was going to replace Tim Hardaway Jr. I also thought Jalen Pickett would come back just because he's a low-paid bench player who they need to fill out the bench.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's too much of this stuff going on where you assumed you had players on the roster that you didn't, and now you need to fill out a roster. Mm-hmm. They have something going on right now. We just don't know it.
You understand Tim Hardaway's move is totally understandable. Last year he was making $2.2 million with the Nuggets. He made a vet minimum work out to $2.3 million. He more than doubled his income to go to Miami. He's from Miami. Played high school ball in Miami. His dad played in Miami. Gets the chance to play with Giannis in Miami. I get that move.
Well, that's part of the realistic discussion surrounding the LeBron exit and Kawhi exit is same thing for him, right? Both of those teams that would hypothetically be interested in signing him to a contract both reside in the place that he's from. I mean, he's from that area. And so is that a factor? I guess kind of. The difference with the Watson stuff is being restricted is a very, very, very different thing. It doesn't matter how, let's say he really badly wants to go to LA. Well, much like you said with Valanciunas, the Nuggets own the right to match anything that happens with him.
But
so it's not his choice.
I don't think you have to worry as much about the Lakers because I think what the Lakers are doing now with LeBron out and the cap space opening up, they have a considerable amount of cap space to work with, not having LeBron on the roster. They're looking at a center. I think they're trying to steal Walker Kessler from Utah on a restricted free agent deal.
Yeah.
I think they're targeting him. And again, when you occupy your money in that negotiation, you can't use your money for something else.
Sure.
That is the risk you take when you're dealing with restricted free agents. So the longer this goes on for the Nuggets, the better. The longer no one makes an offer sheet at Peyton Watson, it's great news.
Well, you're right, because the second you make an offer to a restricted free agent, if they say yes, that money's gone. Boom.
Even if they say no, that money's gone until the other team responds.
Yep.
That money's no longer there. You can't even...
Is there like a deadline on how soon a team needs to respond to an offer sheet like that?
I think right now, if an offer sheet's made, I just saw this, they have until July 7th.
Okay. So if you really want to screw a team over, you could just hang on to that until the very last minute, I suppose. Yeah. But again, I think that's more of the realistic discussion. There's a more fun one that we could have.
Okay, I get the fun one, and I know where you're going to go. Mm-hmm. The fun one is LeBron James signs with the Denver Nuggets.
Well, not even
that. Get nailed by the king.
Not even that he signs here. Because again, I don't think it's remotely possible. I think.
Why do you not think it's possible?
Well, here's a report. This from Chris Haynes. LeBron James will be patient and open-minded in selecting his next destination, but the priority is having a realistic chance at competing for a championship. He remains committed to playing at the highest level. He also mentioned that on this deal, I don't know exactly what this means, but he's not looking for cash. Like he's not looking for a $50 million deal for a year. He's willing to play at a discount. Does that mean a vet minimum, or does that mean $30 million as opposed to 50? I don't know. But the fun discussion to me is, well, you asked why wouldn't he come here? I know that he gave a meeting to Kroenke. Was that 2018?
Yes.
And he was at least receptive to that. It just doesn't feel like Denver's a place he would go for this reason. When LeBron does moves like this, he makes a move, and typically what he wants is he wants to compete for a championship, yes, but he also wants to do it with his buddies. Everywhere he's gone, he's had that. He's done it with Kyrie. He's done it with D. Wade. He's done it with AD in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I don't see him and Jokic on a banana boat anytime soon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I just don't. That fit seems just too off to me.
I got you. It doesn't fit the jigsaw puzzle that is.
Yeah.
Everywhere he's gone, he's had a couple players that he jives with. I get it. No, I know where you're coming from. Listen, I would be, my jaw would drop to the bottom of this desk if LeBron James signed with the Nuggets.
Yeah. Now,
could it happen? Yes. Does he have that person that you speak of? Could be Josh Kroenke. He and LeBron are friends.
Could be. And here's, I want to get to something on the other side. We also have Matt Wells, Rapids head coach, is going to join us in 15 minutes. He's going to be our sort of World Cup liaison, giving us the breakdown on U.S. and Bosnia tonight, along with everything else happening in the World Cup, including Rapids player Lucas Harrington was the youngest MLS player ever to compete in the World Cup. We'll talk to him in 15 minutes. Stick around. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatic Sportsbook, and during this MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook is right where you need to be. They're giving you profit boosts every single day, and you can use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. So every at-bat in every inning means just a little bit more. And new this season, this one's fun. They've got the long ball jackpot. So every MLB game day, if you pick any player to hit a home run, if they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. You can track your player on the daily leaderboard. You can see the total number of entries. You can watch the estimated payout in real time. It's an absolute blast. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game, so download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Rapids head coach Matt Wells is going to join us in 10 minutes to give us a breakdown of the U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina game that starts at 6 o'clock tonight. Just to continue the fun part of this discussion, here's what I think is fun. The fun part to me is just asking this question out loud and seeing people respond. Would you want LeBron here? If he said, I want to play for the Nuggets, I think there's a huge group of Nuggets fans that would say no. And I think that would
nailed by the king.
I think that'd be silly. Because if I ask you this basic question, let's just say stars align, he's telling the truth, Vic, he'll come here on a vet minimum. You get a player who averages 20 points, 6 boards, and 7 assists per night. You have a much better shot at winning a title if he's on your roster. Much better. I think you'd be crazy to let your personal sort of feelings towards that guy affect that decision.
The only concern with LeBron is when does the sand stop running, out of that little sand clock? When does it end? Is there that one injury that ends it? Is there that
an
one
injury?
moment?
Maybe.
That's the only concern for me is you're not getting a young guy who's going to give you 2 or 3 years here. You're wondering if the expiration date hits during the season. That's the only concern. I'm gonna ask you something that's hard to answer because you have to look at it in 1 year rather than 5 years. Is LeBron James next year, would he be better for your team than Peyton Watson?
For next year?
1 year. 1 year.
Yeah, he would.
I agree.
Now, you asked just for the short
1
term.
year.
For the
Yes.
long term, there's no
you
question.
would lose.
It's Peyton.
You would lose the ability to keep Peyton Watson. So if you came down to that decision, that's what it would be. But if you had to decide between Peyton Watson and LeBron James,
I wouldn't do that. Again, if you're telling me like I'm gonna die within a year, then yeah, I'd do it. But I think it's too important to the long-term stability, and I don't even know if that's like a guarantee you win a championship, and so you'd be risking the future years of not having Peyton Watson. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it.
I would.
You would say, let's say the Lakers do a sign and trade. They sign LeBron to a 1-year deal. You would trade Peyton Watson for that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would.
It's a year-to-year league. It's become a year-to-year league. You don't know what's going to happen the year after that. Hell, we don't even know. Right now, Nikola Jokic hasn't signed anything. We don't know. I mean, there are so many question marks regarding the Nuggets right now. We don't have answers.
Here's what
the more this stuff happens, right, by the way, by Nikola not signing, Bogdan Bogdanovic going to Houston, and Nikola not signing, them not adding anybody, Nikola not signing, Tim Hardaway Jr. leaving, Nikola not signing, it just makes that more pronounced.
I'll tell you this much, dude, and this is what's weird. I would caution Nuggets fans to use some patience in handling this offseason because I do think they're trying to get their ducks in a row for the Peyton Watson thing first. Mm-hmm. But it's hard to do that when, think about it this way, Vic. Did the Broncos have a fun offseason? Not really. You made the big Waddle trade, but that was kind of it. The Avs, I know that free agency opens up at 10 o'clock this morning, and maybe we get some fun stuff, but for the moment, you've just been offloading guys that you liked, like Jack Drury and Val Nichushkin. The Rockies haven't signed anybody for years, and now the Nuggets are just kind of sitting there twiddling their thumbs. It's been an off season for all of these teams in which you're kind of like, when's it my turn?
We need a full season of KB.
When's it my turn for the fun? Mm-hmm. And it's like, no fun for you yet. No fun.
But again, remember. Wow.
Yeah, were you just doing jump rope? Were you jump roping in the attic?
Did you just run sprints? Would you come off a?
Yeah, I just ran off 8. I already played 18 this morning. Yeah, I just ran off 18 and I made my way here.
Yeah.
This is how you announced yourself to the show. We're in the middle of. Here's all I heard.
It was loud breathing.
Wow. Bro. Yeah. Maybe it was the wind. A little breeze out here in Riverdale Dunes. Maybe it was the wind.
Unless the wind has lungs, I don't think so.
No. That was you for the last minute. So apologize for it and then introduce yourself.
I got to stop breathing. That's probably a good. That's actually probably a good thing overall. Just, hey, Moj, don't breathe anymore as a human being, and you'll be okay.
Well, Moj, in 5 minutes, we're going to be joined by Rapids head coach Matt Wells to get a breakdown on the U.S. and Bosnia game tonight. But
yeah, and I'm going to try to get a better connection. So you guys do your thing. I'll see you in a sec.
Oh, okay. Thanks for joining us and breathing, and now get a better connection. All right, next.
I heard what you were saying about, when are we going to get ours? Like, when are we going to have some fun? When are we going to have any excitement and so on? I think patience is going to be a virtue here, guys. You don't need to necessarily jump in with both feet and both hands and do something just to do something. Make it right because these teams are still in really good shape. I mean, the Avs are still in really good shape. And as I've been saying, the team that's going to take the ice for game one of the postseason ain't the team you're looking at right now. It's going to be different. And they're going to, I put my faith in Joe Sakic. I really do. He knows what he's doing. And as far as the Nuggets are concerned, there's not a whole lot you can do right now. But try to prepare and give yourself the best opportunity for the future.
I'll tell you this much. I know the Avs have an ability to do something at 10 o'clock, but in regards to the Nuggets and yesterday, I think things would have been a lot more stomachable if they just got Bogdan, because that's kind of what we were promised.
Bogdan.
We were promised Bogdan,
yeah.
And then Bogdan went to Houston, and now it feels like, well, where do you go now? For just trying to fill out the roster, where do you go? That's the part that I think is the most difficult aspect of this, but yeah, we'll get there in just a little bit. Nelly, let me know when Coach is ready to go, and we'll get a preview of this U.S. and Bosnia game tonight, along with everything else that's happening in the World Cup. Lucas Harrington, the youngest MLS player to ever compete in the World Cup, one of his dudes, and we'll talk to him now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Head coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, joins us. Matt, how you doing?
How's it going, guys? Good to see you.
Good to see you, and we got a bunch to ask you. I do want to ask you about your team and what happens after this little international break period in the season. But as far as the World Cup, overall thoughts on just the entertainment value, a scale of 1 to 10, where would you put it?
I think it's been an outstanding tournament so far. I think so far everything's sort of gone in the direction we wanted it to. The US have had a really strong start. I think the stadiums have been great. I was fortunate enough to take my coaching staff to Holland v Sweden. So we popped over to that game in Houston on a day off, which was a really good spectacle. And then I know a lot of the guys in different international camps, and speaking to them, they're also complimentary of the training facilities, the logistical side of the tournament. So I think so far it's been a really strong one, and it's only going to get better now in the knockout stages.
Speaking of, Coach, I think this tournament is showing us that if your team has a finisher or finishers, you're more apt to win, and that's what this tournament's become. I'm watching that game last night, France and Sweden. That first goal by Mbappe, where he stopped, he circled the ball. That's just elite level work. How many players on earth can pull off a move like that besides Mbappe?
No, I think there's an argument that Mbappe maybe doesn't get the credit he deserves. I think he's an outstanding player. I think the tournament's been so good from that respect. All the, like you said, all the big guys have really come to the party. You can see that Ronaldo is itching to join it as well. So I think it's been some great front half play from someone in my position. It's brilliant because you get to show. It was only 2 days ago I was showing Rafa Navarro individual clips of actually Brian Brobby at Holland, because he hasn't stole the headlines, but you look at his hold-up play, his strength, his movement, his attack in the box. I think there's so many great examples for any young footballer out there to be watching some of the talent that's on show in this tournament.
Head coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, with us. From the U.S. perspective, before we get to the game tonight, just kind of overall, it feels like the U.S., this team is different from ones in the past, that they have a much more legitimate shot than years past. What do you think makes this team different than ones previous?
Pochettino. For me, it's funny coming over here, obviously coming from England, and that I do, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like there was a little
Oh, no, we lost him.
Pochettino himself. So as soon as I watched that first game, there was no surprise to me because I was obviously the under-21 coach at Tottenham when Poch was the first team manager. I know what makes a Poch team, how organised they are, how strong, how physical they are, how dynamic they can be in the attack and the final third. So when I watched the US, I was like, it's a Pochettino team.
Yeah.
Coach, what is he doing then strategically for those of us who are uninformed with his strategies, his schemes? What's he doing that's different than other coaches?
And apologies if you said it, you cut out for a second, so maybe we missed it.
Yeah, no problem. It's very. I think first of all is the pressing and the counter pressing. I think that's a staple that we saw at Southampton and Tottenham in the Premier League. But the counter pressing comes from the positioning first. It's all well and good just having good reactions when you lose the ball, but it's about how you're positioned before you lose the ball. And you've seen that he's actually tweaked it game to game, but certainly the first game against Paraguay, really impressive how he had sort of the line of three in the build-up. You just have one player on each wing, and then you've got the four players, like the three guys in behind Balogun. So it just means you can attack centrally, you can attack wide because you've got good speed on the flanks. But the second you lose the ball, you've got so many bodies close to the ball on the inside. The counter-pressing, I think, has been the staple so far, and probably the element that's got them this far into the tournament.
How much do you think the heat and humidity is a factor in this, or do you think the players have adjusted pretty quick to it?
Yeah, I think players have adjusted, and I don't know the exact percentage, but say the game I was at, Holland, Sweden, obviously the stadium's so good that the roof's up and the air conditions flowing, so there's definitely no need for a hydration break in a venue like that. But obviously it's become a staple of this tournament, which is not something I'm a big fan of at all. So I don't think it plays too much of a factor. I think for me, all the teams are pretty much adjusted now. So yeah, I don't think there can be any excuses on that part.
Hey, go ahead,
are
Vic.
you surprised by any team that's still alive? I mean, the fact that Paraguay can beat Germany to me was stunning. But are you stunned, or is this one of those anything can happen moments?
I was surprised with that one because I thought they were maybe the US were just excellent, but I thought they were so poor in that first game. So I was surprised by that one. I've also been surprised. I was surprised that Holland went out. But watching Morocco the other night, Morocco are a very, very good team that I do think will cause any big team problems. So I think that's been the beauty of the tournament. I was a bit worried about the additional teams that were in it this year. I thought, is there going to be a lot of games where the disparity is too big? But I don't really think off the top of my head that we've seen that outside of the Germany-Curacao game. I think pretty much every other game has been competitive and tight, and there's been different styles on the pitch. So Holland going out was disappointing for me because I actually tipped them when we watched them against Sweden. I thought, you know what, this is a team that can go all the way. They have the perfect tactical profile, they have the right physicality in their team, and I was surprised the manager changed the shape for that Morocco game, and obviously now they're out. So it's interesting. I think you can't look beyond Argentina and France now for me.
I have a follow-up question, and I want to know if coaches go through this. So the word comes down that in that Germany game, that when they're taking the PK, the shootout, that they were having trouble getting guys to volunteer. How does it work? Does a coach just lay out a group and say, you guys are going in this order? Or are the players in charge of picking what order? How does it work for those that are uninitiated?
To be honest, I still don't believe that even happened.
Okay.
Because that would be a massive surprise to me. Obviously, we've had the penalty shootout this year to get to the semi-final of the Open Cup, and we have you practice through the week. Me and the staff, you make a ranking going into the game, literally from here's who we trust as number 1, here's who we trust as number 20. And then as guys are substituted in the game, we cross people off. So if guy number 4, I've took him off in the game for a tactical reason or for a physical reason, we know he's now gone, and every player bumps up one. And then how I operate in those moments is there's no time to ask for volunteers. They know before the game, this is the order. If it comes to penalties, no debates. This is what we're going with. Boom, 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 boom. Guys that are off obviously won't take one, and this is what the order will be. And we do the order all the way down to 16 in case the penalties just keep going. So if that is true the other night, personally, I see that as poor preparation, and it's certainly not a system that I like, or I think anyone else will try and emulate, because I saw the video footage of Kimmich trying to get people to take penalties. Yeah, not a great look in my opinion.
Rapids coach Matt Wells with us. Last couple ones for you. First of all, the game tonight, U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina. What do you think happens?
Tough game. I think USA edge it. I think it will go at the very least to extra time. I think it could also be penalties. I think if you look at Bosnia, they don't lose games. I think they've lost one in the last 12, and they've played some good teams. They're always well organized. They're well prepared for the opponent. So I'd be surprised. I think if the US go and win convincingly tonight, then they're the real deal. And I don't think we should put any limits on what they can achieve in this tournament, because it's a very difficult team they're facing. So yeah, I'm fully expecting a late one this evening and extra time and maybe even penalties.
Oh, that scares me. Now, what's so difficult about Bosnia and Herzegovina? I saw them play against Italy because they cost Italy a spot in the World Cup game. But I thought Italy, to be honest, was the better team, and Bosnia won the game. What's so good about them?
You got these teams that have offensive identities, and I know that sounds silly, but that is a really powerful thing, because then there's no passengers. Every single player is bought into the fact that each game we are purely going to react to the opponent. We don't care about our own philosophy. We don't necessarily care what we do with the ball. We'll have a plan, but all the time and all the energy we dedicate is to how to stop the US. So I think you've seen throughout the tournament, you've seen Cape Verde do it to Spain. You've seen, I don't know if you guys have watched, obviously I'm watching the England games, and against Croatia, who played quite proactive. In England, we suddenly think we're going to win every game and win the World Cup.
Yeah.
When you play then the other teams, where they're a lot more reactive to what we do and all they care about is stopping us, it becomes very, very difficult to find the spaces. And then you need the momentum of a football match. You need to score that first goal. I think you look at the US against Australia, it sort of became a formality. But I think if the US don't score that first goal, the own goal, I think if that game gets to half time 0-0, I think you've maybe find a very, very different game. So I think if the US can score early tonight, then fantastic. If they don't, I think it is going to be a long, difficult evening against a team that loves defending.
Two things really quick, Coach, and appreciate your time. Speaking of Australia, how is it watching your guy Lucas Harrington compete in this thing?
Yes, it truly is special, because you know the boy and what an incredible young man he is, and his parents have I can't take any credit for that. That's mum and dad. They've done an incredible job with him. He's so humble, he's so composed. I know I know the assistant manager of Australia really well, because I worked with him at Tottenham. And I know how much Lucas wanted to be in the World Cup squad, and it's been a real roller coaster of emotions for him, because coming here, he never expected to. He would never even thought about the World Cup. Then he started doing really well here. Then he gets his call up in the preparation camps, and that was a huge moment for him. Then he comes back here, and his performance levels actually dipped. And that's not a surprise, because you've got to think you're an 18-year-old. You're playing now, not just football. You're playing with the weight of World Cup selection.
Yeah.
So now he's so worried. He's not just free on the pitch. Every little mistake he makes, he's thinking, oh no, what if Australia don't call me up? What if they're watching? And so that was difficult. We had to try and manage him through that. And he was so nervous before the squad got announced. Then he gets the call up. Then he's there. Then you're desperate to start. Then you don't start the first two games. And you're going through that emotional roller coaster, and then to start the final group games, to get a clean sheet and to have such a strong performance like he did. And now just going back and forth with him over text. Now he's just desperate that he starts on Friday against Egypt. But what an incredible experience for an 18-year-old, and it's one that he's fully merited and fully deserved.
And then finally for you, asking about your team right now, how do you feel about how the season's gone so far? What needs to happen when all the boys return?
Yeah, I mean, we're back in. We've been back in for 2 weeks. We've got the guys back in early, because I described to them after the final game against Dallas that we're so close, yet we're so far. And that has been the story of the season. It's the broad framework of how we're playing, the style we want to play, the exciting football. We're getting a lot of plaudits for that, but that is of very little interest to me, to be honest. Someone of my mindset and mentality, I want to win. And I believe we can't win with this squad and playing this style of football. Of course, you need change. So, you've seen a lot of guys moving out the door and some new signings coming in. We'll get 2 more players in this window once we can identify them and bring them in. But we have to improve the talent and the depth level here, which the club, credit to them, is committed to doing. I think everyone feels something special can happen because of the style of football we're playing.
Yeah.
But been too many tight margin games that we've been on the wrong end of. And if you look at, if we score first, we average 2.14 points per game. We would be top of the MLS for games that we score first. If we concede first, we have 0 points, which is a staggering statistic that we have to change, and it points to our perseverance, our resilience, our ability to take a punch and come back in games. That's an area we have to address. That's the number one area, and that's what we've been working hard on the last couple of weeks, and we will do for the next 2 weeks before we play San Diego.
It is Rapids coach Matt Wells joining us. Really appreciate the time, the insight, and not just the World Cup, but all the work you're doing with the Rapids, and good luck when the season returns.
Yeah, great to speak to you guys.
See you, Coach. Thank you.
Coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, joining us, giving us a nice little breakdown of the U.S. and Bosnia game tonight. A whole bunch more to get to. Stick around. You know what goes good with the World Cup? You know what goes good with the U.S. and Bosnia game tonight? An ice cold Surfside. Because there's a million different flavors, whether it's the lemonade vodkas, the iced tea vodkas, the green tea vodkas, the half and halves. Try them all. Every single one is delicious. And it's not just for the U.S. and Bosnia game tonight. It's the golf course. It's the patio. It's wherever you're at, because Surfside is everywhere. Bars, stores, restaurants near you, I guarantee it. Plus, just an amazing summer drink for the warmer weather that is here, especially when it's getting really hot. Find yourself a Surfside. It's 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. I love them. You will too. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. While we were talking to head coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, getting a breakdown of the U.S. and Bosnia game tonight, free agent Norman Powell has agreed to a 2-year, $45 million deal with the Chicago Bulls, so he has found a new home.
Yeah, so Tim Hardaway Jr. signing Miami with the mid-level exception last night pretty much indicated that Norman Powell was gone. Chicago has now used up all its cap space, so Chicago is no longer a threat for Peyton Watson. A lot of activity. Losing Tim Hardaway Jr., I thought, would be quelled by the addition of Moser's favorite player, Bogdan, but he signs a minimum deal with Houston. That's the one.
Why do you think that is, Vic?
I don't know.
Why would he go to Houston?
I don't know.
For the same deal he could have gotten here to play with his buddy.
I don't know. Unless the only reason he would go there instead of here is if two reasons. Maybe he and Joker aren't as tight as we think, or maybe the Nuggets have something else planned at that position.
I think that's got to be it. It's got to be. Because I just don't see it, especially if Jokic wanted Bogdan here, which I don't know if he did or not. But if he did, Bogdan would be here.
Ruthless Quality on Twitch brings up a good point. Or if you go to Houston for the veteran minimum, you get to keep more of that money because they have no state income tax.
It's true. One thing I do want to ask before we dive super deep into the NBA free agency news from yesterday is, Moj, at 10 o'clock this morning, the NHL window opens up. Do you expect the Avs to be a player at all early in this thing?
That's a great question. I was talking to some of my guys about it. Matt Zuccarello's out there, but he's 38. I just think that your team is at a place right now where it has to be the right guy for the right money. You know what I mean? And that guy has got to be able to fit in with what you do. And Zuccarello, even though he's still productive at 38, but he's a smaller guy. He's still a fast guy. But what is Joe Sakic truly looking for? Because if you're looking for a Val replacement, you're not going to find it in any one dude. So I guess you could dabble a little bit, Kaner, but I think more likely a bigger deal will come down the road sometime in the season. If you're going to have the team that's going to be the team that makes another run, that'll be sometime down the road. This is not a free agent class where you go, these are pieces that you can help your team, but it's not any one guy say, yeah, man, that's a total replacement. Let's pay that guy. Did you see what Byram got, by the way, from the Blackhawks?
Did he get 12.5? Is that what I saw?
He got 12 point. What was it? 12.4 per. Bowen Byram did.
That's crazy.
So look, we say, oh well, badass. It's not bad asset management. There's no way you would have been able to keep him anyway. He would have had to be traded anyway.
So what is Kale gonna make?
Good golly, you tell me. If Bowen Byram's making 12.4, McCarr's worth 25. I don't know. I don't even know what else to tell you, man. It's insane. But obviously he can't make that. But that's a crazy number for that guy. And I like that guy, but that's a crazy number.
Yeah, I still like 12.4 for Byram, who's a good player. Like, he's a good player.
He's a good player. Yep.
12.4? Because that's all I thought about when I saw that. My first reaction was, whoa. My second one was, is Kale going to make 50? Because what does that even mean?
I don't know. It's just a lot of money for that guy. It's the Blackhawks view him, and he wanted to be the number one guy in the power play. I guess they view him as their number one. I don't know if he's a true number one in the National Hockey League at this point. Maybe he'll become that guy. Maybe on the first power play unit he'll get into the 50-plus point range, 55 points. Who knows? But he's never going to be an 80-point defenseman, in my opinion. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. Maybe he will. But here's what I do know: these guys that keep going back east, they keep coming back west inside the division. I'm tired of it.
So just quickly, with the Nuggets, we talk about, who's going to come off the bench, who's going to be their depth. And do you rely on somebody who's maybe been there but hasn't had a real shot at it yet, like maybe a Julian Strawther? In the case of the Avs, do you think their plan, Moj, is maybe you give a guy like Brindley now the opportunity to do it? Or do you think that he's still – the Avs are looking actively for other guys to fill that role and he's still a depth piece? What do you think it is?
Yeah, Brett, I think – I guess what are you looking for? Are you looking for a top 9 guy? Because your top 6 still is pretty set.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In Nas and Brock and Landy, Nate, Natchez, Lecky, your top 6 is pretty set. So where would he fit in? You know, where would he slot in?
A potential top 9 guy you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, LOC, unless you want to move LOC back to the 4th, or you want to put PK back to the 4th, which I think is, it's obviously a possibility. You got Waugh in the middle of that third line. Kaner, again, I don't know what exactly Joe is looking for, but I don't know that there's a lot in this market that's going to scratch your itch for the team that's going to be going to the postseason.
Yeah.
Fair enough?
I think that's fair. That's fair.
And there's plenty of time because this team right now, as it's constructed, as we look at it, people are like, well, it's a worse team. It's still a very, very good team. There are still moves to be made. I'm not sure that any of these guys out there right now commanding money that is blowing my doors off.
I cannot believe the money Bowen Byron just got. That's just that's crazy.
Me too, Vic. Yeah, and so I can't believe, like, if Marchment is a $5.5 million guy, it's an overpay in my opinion for that team. But here's the thing. You got to look at it this way. Do the Avs need 20 goals? Do they really need 20 goals?
It's nice to have.
Well, okay, but they don't. They're the highest scoring team in the league. They don't really need. We got to go find 20 more. You know what I mean? They don't need that.
But Marchment would fit the bill
there
for bigger guy if you want to get bigger on your roster. Right. I mean,
but there are teams out there that have the need. Look, we need to have another 20 goals, and we'll pay this guy. We'll overpay him in order to get it because they're in that kind of desperate situation. The Avalanche are not in that situation.
Guys, I'm still a little shook that Rapids coach Matt Wells told us that U.S. is going to have its hands full against Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Yeah.
I did not expect that response, but he made it known. You know what Bosnia plays like, the soccer equivalent, the way he described it? They play a neutral zone trap.
I just thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a game that annoys the hell out of us?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
But you can watch that at Jackson's Lodo tonight with Altitude Sports Radio as we invite you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA and Bosnia in the round of 32. Kreckman and Springer are going to be hosting at 3 in Lodo, and kickoff for the U.S. men's national team is at 6. Kreckman will be giving away tons of prizes with Michelob Ultra, a Superior light beer, and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for and now worth cheering for, too, so we'll see you at Jackson's Lodo tonight.
Krecker.
That's right.
Did you guys enjoy the scene in Mexico last night with that game? And that was Azteca Stadium, correct? Where they played that game?
Yeah.
That was unreal. The intensity of that crowd, the drama, the goals. I mean, they looked like they were rabid fans, ready to bite. It was unreal. Need the same thing out of the U.S. Where's that game today? Is that up in San Jose? I think it's in San Jose.
Santa Clara, yeah. Santa Clara. Same thing. San Jose, Santa Clara, it's all the same.
Yeah, and that game was in Mexico City. It wasn't Azteca. It's Estadio Banorte is what it was called.
Oh, okay.
But yes. So that game's going to be at 6 o'clock tonight, and you can go to Jackson's Lodo for the watch party with Kreckman back after this. All right, so hang on a second. Yes, Vic, that was Azteca where they played, but it is called Estadio Banorte just for the World Cup because I guess Banorte's a bank that gave them $105 million to fund the final stages of renovations before the World Cup. It's called Azteca.
Yeah, FIFA
Hey,
is
man,
such a money
I'm listening
grab.
on the radio sometimes to some of these games, and it's like, here we are at Boston Stadium. It's a beautiful day at Boston Stadium. And I'm like, Boston Stadium? I mean, what you know,
called
Boston, at Philadelphia Stadium.
Dude, how about
Come
the
on,
look,
man.
though, of those German players sort of arguing amongst themselves about who's going to take those PKs?
I'm kind of with Coach Wells on that one. It's a bad look. There's no way that actually happened. That guys were like too scared to take a penalty kick. There's no way.
I agree with you, but that was the impression.
It certainly looked like it. It's bizarre. Now, can I give you this? NBA free agency had two huge things happen yesterday. LeBron James is not going to play in LA again. I don't know where that's going to be. Nobody knows. But Kawhi Leonard is traded back to the Toronto Raptors. And that leaves two teams in the Western Conference that just opened up a whole bunch of cap space. But you know what's funny? There isn't a lot of space to be used in free agency this year. It's not like it's some giant free agent class that we're talking about. You know, LeBron is certainly probably number one on the market. James Harden's name would be up there, but it feels like he's going to re-sign in Cleveland. After that, here's the names that you have. Jalen Duren, who I know is a big name for a restricted free agent, but Jalen Duren, do you remember how bad he was in the playoffs for the Pistons? Good Lord.
Yeah, he's still young. He's only 22.
Yeah. Walker Kessler, Terry Eason, Porzingis, Tobias Harris. Those are the names of like the top guys that are out there. It's not like you're going to go out and spend, the $50 million you saved on LeBron on some equal value player. So I don't know what that means for these teams moving forward. What I do know is it does open up room for them if they really wanted Peyton Watson to make a legitimate run at him.
Yeah.
It does do that.
I'll ask it to you this way because LeBron James has informed his agent just to sit back and wait for offers, right? He's going to get courted here. Courtship. How would you court LeBron James if you're in Denver, Colorado? You were Josh Kroenke and that crew. How would you convince him that this is the place to play basketball?
I would say that you have somebody that's an equal mind IQ-wise as you. Thinks the game very similarly.
I think he knows that, doesn't he? He knows how smart Joker
I don't know if
is.
you have to sell him on Nikola Jokic. That's a sell just in itself. I'm talking about just the other stuff. It's a quick trip to L.A. It's easy. They're back and forth to L.A. all the time with the Rams and all that.
Does that stuff matter for a guy like LeBron who's got his own PJ? Like, couldn't he play in New York and it'd be like, if I want to go to L.A., I can go whenever I want to? It's not that hard.
I don't think distance is. It's not really when you got a PJ, dude, and with its own bedroom and whatever it's got inside of it. Because I'm sure he's got one of the biggest, fastest ones on the planet. Does it really matter if you're playing in New York or whatever? I mean, it certainly didn't. I don't know, but to me it would be that wouldn't be as big of a deal.
Like, I think, Vic, the selling point has to be the style of play. And that's why I know that he knows Joker's game, but it would be like, imagine what you would look like in this type of offense with these types of guys and what you could do together as one. Like, if you thought it was fun playing with Anthony Davis and you thought it was fun playing with a guy like Kyrie, imagine what it's like playing with this dude. Because outside of that, what is it? I don't think he's going to be sold on the city of Denver. Anybody who is LA superstar Hollywood like him, I mean, you saw what happened with Carmelo. I don't think the city, not that it's bad, but for those guys and their lifestyles, I don't think that Denver fits that lifestyle that they want. So I think it has to be about your team and your style of play.
Okay, that's fine. I think the odds of that happening are slim and none.
Oh, we said that from the jump, Moj. Like, this isn't happening, but for argument's sake, yeah.
Yeah, for argument's sake. Okay, fine. I'm not really pumped up about either market, man. I'm not pumped up about the basketball free agent market. Bogdan's now gone. I'm not pumped up about the NHL free agent market. There's just not a lot of zip and pizzazz in this thing right now, in my opinion.
Well, the Nuggets.
The thought of LeBron coming. The thought of LeBron coming here is a joke. That's never going to happen in a billion years. So, I don't know.
I don't know if it's as out there as you think it is. I think the chances are better than ever right now. I mean, if you had asked me that question 10 years ago, I'd laugh. 5 years ago, I'd go, Now I'd say, okay, I could see it.
Do you recall?
Do I think it? No, but I could see it.
Do you recall how excited we were back in the day when Dwayne Wade actually entertained a meeting with Josh Kroenke? Do you remember that?
Well, because he chose Chicago over Denver, and at that time we were like, wait, this is a better opportunity. Yes, to have the Nuggets even mentioned in those talks was a win.
Boy, that was so exciting. Oh, my God, he actually gave us the time of day. Yeah. Ooh, it's so good. And, those days should be done as far as I'm concerned. Those days should be over.
Why has it been so much easier? Let me ask you this question. Why has it been so much easier over the last 20, 30 years for the Avs to attract free agents over the Nuggets? I mean, so much. I mean, then you can make the argument that the Avs have been a number one destination point for free agents. Some of the free agents that have come here are unreal names. Why has it been so much easier for Avalanche over Nuggets? Mose, you have a theory on that?
I don't know. Perhaps in the NBA, they like to promote individual talents as opposed to teams, right? And so I think if you're going to maximize your potential as an NBA player in terms of endorsements and whatever else, and this was back in the day because, I mean, the internet and everything nowadays makes it much easier to have access to extra fundage and endorsements and whatnot, no matter where you play, which is why you look at those jokers in Oklahoma City getting national TV commercials and so on. But I think for a while, Denver was just viewed as a cow town, Vic, not a very good basketball team, and how do you maximize yourself? And a lot of these guys are me guys, so the spotlight is on them in bigger cities, Miami's and New York's and Chicago's and LA's and San Francisco's, and you get all the stuff that comes with it. Whereas the hockey culture was a different one, and it's getting more the other way too, because guys are now realizing their potentials in bigger markets. I mean, clearly, Florida has and so on. So I don't know. I think it's changing, Vic, but I think the idea is for NBA players that the Nuggets have always kind of not been very good, and Denver's just, dirty old cow town.
I also think it's just the hockey player mindset is much different than the NBA player mindset. Hockey guys are there to go to work. That's all they want to do. I just want to go to work. I want to be in a place that I got a chance to win. That's all. NBA guys, it's like, well, what am I going to do after the game? Who can I hang out with? I mean, they are sort of like NBA players. If you're a superstar, you're like a rock star. You are kind of that. Can I give you the name of somebody just because I don't know who the hell the Nuggets can get in free agency? I have no idea. Can I give you the name of somebody that I just came across that I've been begging for a couple of years? And it's not like he's some amazing player, but I just want him on the team. Can we get Yabusele's gigantic keister in here somewhere? Yabusele.
He admitted that last year he had an offer to come to Denver for 2 years.
Yeah.
And turned it down. He chose New York instead of Denver.
Did they offer him a little bit more money? Is that what it was?
Same offer sheet.
Well, you know what? Let's go back and
Same
redo
offer
that.
sheet.
Let's redo that.
I don't know, dude.
Get in here.
Have you heard from Yabusele?
Butt.
Has he done anything since that run in the Olympics? Has he done anything?
Not really. No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, he might have done side bends and sit-ups, but I know what he didn't do.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he averaged in 26 games that he played for the Bulls last year. He averaged 10 points a game on 38% from three. 6 boards.
You've just had a fascination about his backside and his ability to move guys around for a while now. Yeah.
Look,
ever since the Olympic Games, you've been on his train.
Look, if we aren't going to play backup centers, at least give me a center with something to look at. You know what I mean? Give me one of those. Here's the other thing, Vic. I'm grasping at straws.
Well, you're grasping at something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you so desperate this morning?
No,
where's this desperation
because the
coming
Denver
from?
Nuggets, because
What's
the
he
Denver
doing?
Nuggets currently have 5 spots to fill on their roster.
Yeah, because they need players on the roster.
I'm always comping hogs.
So I'll tell you this, Moj. This is how we started today. It made me laugh. Like, I started the show laughing because I'm not in some spiral like a lot of Nuggets fans are. I will say, like, I'm concerned. Sure. The one layup it felt like you had was Bogdan was going to be here, and you couldn't even get him. He goes to Houston on a minimum. So a lot of Nuggets fans are, like, spiraling out of control. And then I looked on Twitter, and back-to-back videos that I saw, one was Jokic hammered while his buddy sang karaoke at a bar in Serbia. He doesn't seem to be sweating this at all. The other was Peyton Watson, Aaron Gordon, and Michael Porter Jr. are in France. Having a great time.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Really?
And this is why I go back to that whole Joker, don't be concerned. Does Nikola Jokic come across as a guy who is a micromanager who's involved in his team's offseason selection process?
Not at all.
No, I've said it before, Vic. I almost wish he was a little bit more. Like, I think that he should exercise at least some of his input in that because he knows ball.
Well, then does it surprise you that his teammate in Serbia opted to go to Houston instead of Denver?
Yeah.
That surprises me. Yes, I'm surprised. I thought that Bogdan. You know what? We've played that damn thing so many times,
I
man.
do the same thing. I do the same
you
thing.
do the same thing, don't you? I'm surprised that guy signed in Houston. All things being equal, do they have a better chance to win? No, they don't have a better chance to win.
But I mean,
I don't know.
I want you guys. I'm going to go around the room here. I want a legit reason why you believe Bogdan, why he signed with Houston for the minimum over Denver. My reason is Denver never offered.
Well, yeah, I think
you might
that's
be
it.
right. That might be that, Vic. That might be it. If they never offered, or they said, "Hey, look, we're working on something else. If you're still around, maybe we'll circle back to you." I can understand why he would want to secure a job right away. And that's part of it, too. Look, he's no spring chicken. It's not like teams are beating down his door to sign him to a multi-year, bazillion-dollar contract. He's probably thinking about his own future as well and like, hey, look, the fact that I got a legit offer here, I'm going to grab it and take it because that means I have a job, and that's the number one thing. Do I have a job?
It would be just a one-year deal, by the
paid?
way. It would be, I mean, I'm reading here, maybe Joker told Bogdan that he doesn't plan on signing with the Nuggets after next year. Well, let's say he did that, and I disagree. Let's say he did. It would still be a one-year deal.
Maybe the Nuggets called him and was like, what do you think about signing Bogdan? And maybe he said, I love him, but I don't think his game's good anymore. What if he said that? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Or
that's also possible.
Or I'll speak for Nelly here since I asked you guys all. Or maybe the Nuggets did have an offer on the table, and Houston did as well, and he saves himself $500,000 by not having to pay state taxes in Houston.
Yeah, could be
Maybe.
that too.
Or you could also ask James Harden why Houston is a desirable place to play.
Yeah.
He probably has some intel.
It's one theory. Bogdan doesn't strike me as the guy hanging out in those establishments, but I could be wrong.
Listen, if you're clinging your championship hopes to whether or not Bogdan signs with you, then you're in the wrong business.
Bogdan, Big Don,
Right?
Bag Don.
What business are we in right now?
Yes, but Vic, the opposite side of that argument is this. If you want to continue to compete for championships and you tried to sign Bogdan and you can't even sign him, then what?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other side.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. That's it's a concern. Losing. All right, so you lose Tim Hardaway Jr. You're going to lose Jonas Valanciunas, barring something crazy. Those are two players off your bench, two big players off your bench. Right now, you don't have Bruce Brown under contract because he's a free agent. You don't have Spencer Jones under contract. He's a restricted free agent. The only bench player you currently have is Julian Strawther.
Yeah.
That's it. And Zeke. Julian Strother and
Well,
Zeke.
you also have Deron Holmes, but you don't know what he is or who he is yet. You have no idea what Deron Holmes can bring.
I'm talking
to the
about guys
table.
who occasionally saw rotational minutes. That's my only assumption.
Okay, so you're telling me again, why do we have so many first-round picks who don't see any rotation time? I mean, I know Deron dealt with the injury situation in his first year. I get that, but we have all these former first-rounders sitting around doing nothing. I don't get it, man. I don't get it, and I don't like it.
Texter here says Vic is
and
trying
I'm
to
not,
paint.
I'm not trying to bash this team. I'm just saying that we got to get guys going. We got to get guys in. That's what I'm saying.
Texter from Waterbury here, Connecticut, says Vic trying to paint rosy pictures of the current state of the Nuggets is exhausting. What's rosy about what I just said? But am I misinformed here? Did I do a rosy outlook there, or did I just ask the question? Am I confused about the definition of rosy? I just said, why are they not signing guys? What is going on?
Yeah.
Is that rosy in your world? Because if that's rosy, I don't know what the hell the opposite of rosy is.
Got to be honest with you. I mentally checked out when I heard Waterbury, because isn't that the Waterbury Open in Happy Gilmore?
I don't know.
No, that's the burger joint in Texas that everybody loves.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also checked
Vic.
out a little bit because all of my brain is used up thinking about the AC/DC song.
I want you
Whole
to
Lotta
know,
Rosie.
Texter,
So there
people
you go.
like you bother the hell out of me.
Yeah, it's just you
bother the living hell out of me.
You hear what you want to hear, sort of thing. Like, I don't know.
And I should let it bother me. I shouldn't let it bother me. I should be bigger than that. But I'm sorry. You bother me because you have an image in your brain and you can't function properly with your brain.
See, here's what's funny to me, and this
Is that rosy enough for you?
I told you guys yesterday, there are some Nuggets fans that just aren't going to make it past the offseason. Like, they're going to tie themselves in such a knot that they're going to literally strangle themselves. And they're going to tie themselves in such a pretzel with confusion and frustration. Like, here's another text that came through. The Nuggets front office is the worst. It's shades of the Rockies. That Nuggets front office just went out and signed what we all assumed would be the best overall roster that they've maybe ever had. Now, it didn't work. It didn't work, but we all kind of thought that going into the season last year.
So if you assess them after last August, right? You said that's a damn good front office. All the feedback. Wow, look at the law firm of Tenzer and Wallace coming through, and everybody had positive things to say. Do you think they just got dumb overnight? Or are they in a situation that is so difficult, such a pretzel financially, it's tough to get out of it?
Yeah.
It's the situation they're in right now is prohibitive. Now, if you're competing every single year, and of course you won in 23, but if you're there again in 24, 20, 25, it's all good, right? But you're not there, and there have been other mitigating circumstances, including this damn injury to Aaron Gordon, and then the PWAT one and the CB, and so on and so forth. It wouldn't be as big of a deal, but now because you have to redo some things, the prohibitive nature of the CBA and where you are, there's not a whole lot you really can do. So let's just don't get hyperbolic with comparison to other franchises that have been downtrodden for some time. We thought this roster was a roster that was going to be able to win it all, and it didn't work for a variety of reasons.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
So you know those tanks that sit in the basement that store your water? I didn't know much about them. I said, like, they look like good tanks. I didn't realize that you had to flush those suckers out every once in a while because there's soot that builds up at the bottom of the tank. AAA Service right now is offering a heck of a deal on flushing out your water tank, and you want to get ahead of it because a lot of times if you don't, the water tank goes haywire, and you need to buy a new one, and they're not cheap. So call AAA today. They'll come out, give you a heck of a deal there, and they'll look at more plumbing issues that you may or may not have. We didn't have an issue. We had a want. We wanted water, better water, drinking water. So they hooked us up with a water osmosis system that they did all in one day, quick and easy. They give you a window, and they're on time for that window. So call AAA if you have any plumbing, heating, or electric needs. That's AAAtoday.com. AAAtoday.com.
All right, there is something that is unfortunately a periodic reminder, which is Mother Nature is not to be trifled with, and our hearts go out to all the people suffering from those fires out there out west. It's terrible. The scenes are terrible. But Vic, in act of another instance of Mother Nature, I saw what you posted yesterday. Can you explain this to me in more detail of what happened to your son on the golf course?
My beautiful baby boy. I got a phone call around, what was it, 4:35? And my son calls me in a panic because I was supposed to play with him yesterday afternoon and I couldn't do it. And he says, "You won't believe what just happened." And I thought, what, you got a hole-in-one, your first ace. He goes, "No, I almost died." I go, "What?" They're playing Fox Hollow, which is a wonderful course on the west side of town in Lakewood. And they're on the, I think he said the fourth hole. And all of a sudden, there's lightning around them, but not near them. Like they can hear little small crackles of thunder, but nothing imminent, nothing right there. And next thing you know, they're on the putting surface, and they are knocked to the ground. I mean, it just went white. They are knocked to the ground. It's one of those lightning strikes where you hear it before you see it. You know the kind?
Yeah. Well, that means it's right on top of you, yeah.
And they don't know what just happened. They're literally knocked to the ground. They get up. They get the hell out of there. Next thing you know, they look up, and there's a fire. 2 holes away from them. There's a fire in the middle of the golf course. Now, if anybody has an update, I don't know if somebody was struck or not. I do know, because he showed me the video. He was taking video like a good young reporter. Fire trucks, ambulances, everybody coming up. I have no idea if somebody was hit. I just know that that thing was right there on top of them.
This is from 9 News. It says somebody was. Let's get rid of this little ad thing. Golfer was injured after being struck by lightning Tuesday evening. Same story ignited a brush fire at Fox Hollow Golf Course. So, fire was about an acre, eventually burned approximately 2 acres.
Wow.
One person was struck by lightning near the 6th hole, was transported to a local hospital with injuries. The extent of the person's injuries has not been released.
Well, that jives. They were on the 4th hole. They said it was 2 holes in front of them. 2 holes in front of him.
Knocked him down
Knocked
from
him to
2
the
holes
ground.
away.
Yeah.
Wow. It's crazy.
And
Listen, man,
what's crazy about it, there was like not a tree that was hit. It was the actual ground that was hit.
Yeah, it was like a brush fire started. Yeah.
It's crazy. I tell you, I've golfed with people who, they're like, no, we're going to be fine. Don't worry about it. You're fine. I said, no, I'm seeking shelter, man. And the reason, and I said, I'm afraid of lightning. Why are you afraid of lightning? I said, because it kills people.
Yeah.
That's why.
I'm definitely
because lightning kills people. I mean, Colorado, we're one of the most lightning strike states in the union, I think.
We're number 2,
sure.
I think, city-wise, but behind Tampa.
Yeah, the down in Colorado Springs, I don't know if they still do it, but there was like the number 1 lightning research institute in the world was down there, where they seek out lightning on purpose. They shoot those things in the air, and they've got all the blah 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 blah.
Right.
Man, that's just Vic. I'm glad he's okay. That's just scary. It's just scary.
Those are the dangerous ones. Because listen, I've been guilty of hanging out on a course when there's thunder clouds rolling in, but the impression is, they're far away.
Right.
You can just hear a little bit of rumbling. The danger of the one yesterday is it just happened. It came out of nowhere.
Right.
It came, and according to my kid, he just said it did not look like it was imminent. It was like there's nothing to be afraid of. And then the next thing you know, you're not only afraid, you think you're smoked.
Right.
So, according to these reports, somebody was struck. Hopefully that person is okay. But, man, I am so afraid of lightning, and if I see it, think about it. You're walking around a golf course with a lightning rod in your hand.
Correct. Lee Trevino got hit by lightning on the PGA Tour one time.
I still remember when Moser came out and played with me at Murphy Creek, and we got stuck in the middle of a hailstorm, so we're inside one of those shelter buildings. It looked like it snowed. I mean, it was like an inch or 2 of hail. So we were like, there's no playing today, so we pack up, we go back to his car. Vicky was driving his Wrangler with all of the doors and windows off, and he had this much hail packed everywhere in his car.
Inside the vehicle. Yes.
Of course.
On the radio, on the gear shift, on the seats, on the floor, on everything.
Of course,
that was Brett, that was a bad day.
Yeah.
The kid says to me, God, I was in the zone, too. Really wanted to finish.
Been there before, too.
One of those days.
Feel like you're playing well?
Can we just wait for it? But it was so bad, the brush fire got, a little... They just closed the whole damn course down.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. There's a fire.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're really hitting the ball well, just work around the fire. I mean, you've been there, right?
I can just hit a draw right around the fire and be all right.
Yeah. It sure worked well for that Bishop and Caddyshack, didn't it? Yeah.
But tell me you've been in that mode where you're playing so damn well, you're not feeling anything, that there's nothing that could stop you from playing.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yep.
I haven't had that feeling in quite some time, unfortunately. Hey, guys, I can't get over the fact that as we sit here right now, as I look at your faces, I'm out here at Riverdale Dunes, going to film the golf show today. I can't get over the fact that Bowen Byram is now the highest-paid defenseman in the National Hockey League.
Is he really?
I can't wrap my head. He makes the same money as Connor McDavid. And I know McDavid took a big discount to stay in Edmonton, but I'm just saying – where are we going? What are we doing? Where's this thing going to end up?
How much is the cap rising this year? What's the number?
Oh, well, it's eventually they think in next season is going to be like a 113, which is great. I mean, the fact that the cap is going up
compared to what it is
like
now.
108. I think it's 108,
okay,
something like that. I think.
Oh, so it's not like size of like it's $5 million. Look, that's great, but
right.
Is it enough to pay guy like $4 million more a year than you thought?
Right. It's not like it's going from 97 to 123. You know, I look, man, I don't know. It just blows my mind, and I'm guess I'm going to be a little bit nervous about what kind of numbers come out today in free agency. Again, it's all about timing. And I always say to myself, God, I wouldn't pay that guy that kind of money, but some team does, and I guess that's what he's worth. We'll see. We'll see.
McCarron,
we haven't even talked about. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, didn't he get like $3.5 million a year, something like that? You're like, dude, for $3.5 for that, okay.
hey, man, it's a lot of money for a dump truck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay, fine. But here's the thing, man. We haven't even talked about the situation that's gone on between the Columbus Blue Jackets and the Dallas Stars, and the pickle the Dallas Stars are in right now. They're trying to trade Jason Robertson. He didn't want to go anywhere. They tried to trade for Werenski, and they reportedly offered up Harley, their stud young defenseman, who just signed a new 8-year contract. Now he knows that they tried to trade him to Columbus. Werenski says, I ain't going to Dallas. Well, why didn't you get the go-ahead on that before you actually made the deal? Those teams are in a big pickle right now. Big pickle.
What is it with – it always feels like teams – Vegas is one of them, and certainly Dallas. There's always so much drama going on. With DeBoer, what did DeBoer say again that after that last game?
He threw his goalie under the bus.
What did he say?
Specifically, I'm trying to remember what specifics it was. You'll have to look it up. The specific comment he wrote about not getting stops at the right time or whatever. He threw Ottinger under the bus, essentially, and backed it up over him.
Oh, I'm trying to find these posts. DeBoer told the press he made the move to spark the team, but also bluntly highlighted Ottinger's poor playoff track record against Edmonton.
He wanted out, clearly. Fire me.
I mean, was that not the biggest example of guy who was like, I'm not quitting.
Fire me.
But you're going to fire me. Yeah, I'm going to take this cash.
So, but Dallas, man, that's a rough spot right now. I mean, now you have a very good young defenseman in Thomas Harley, who just signed a new 8-year deal. Now he's under the impression, and he's probably right, that you tried to move him. Everybody knows that you tried to go get Werenski, who said, I don't want to do that deal. And you can't move Robertson right now because he doesn't want to go anywhere that you want to send him or any deal that you can make for him. They got some pickles down there in Old Big D. I'm here for it. I'm okay with that. Been there, done that. It's not a fun place to be in.
Yeah. That opens up, by the way, at 10 o'clock this morning, so we'll have simultaneous NBA and NHL news happening at once.
Man, I'm still freaked out. I'm looking at it right now, the Fox Hollow Golf Course, and how close the 6th hole is to the 4th hole, and how close that lightning bolt came.
Well, if they got knocked to the ground, then yeah.
And the poor chap, I hope we can get an update. I hope the person who got struck is going to be okay.
Yeah.
My God, that part of town, too, anybody who lives on the west side, as I do, for some reason, Lakewood always gets the lightning bolts. Years ago, I believe somebody passed on the driving range there.
Jeez.
Or at the Meadows. One of those two courses in that area. I don't know why it's more prevalent in that area. Your boy Raj was at a course nearby. He said he felt it. And it was a mile away.
Damn. Yeah, that's nuts. Well, I hope the guy who was struck is okay, because that is, I mean, it's horrifying, because I'm with you guys. If there's lightning in the area and I'm holding a lightning rod in my hands, I'm going to drive back to the clubhouse. That's it. 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys, watch party tonight. Jackson's Lodo, Altitude Sports Radio inviting you to watch FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA and Bosnia in the round of 32. Kreckman and Springer hosting at 3 o'clock in Lodo, and kickoff for the U.S. men's national team is at 6. Kreckman will be there giving away tons of prizes with Michelob Ultra, a superior light beer, and the official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for and cheering for, too. So we'll see you at Jackson's Lodo tonight. Back after this. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Here's one. Did you guys happen to see Spencer Jones's latest LinkedIn post?
I just read it.
So I'll spare you the entire thing because it's long. But he talked about how he became a restricted free agent. When he hit that two-way threshold last year before the All-Star break of 50 games, and he had to convert it to a guaranteed deal. Said the Nuggets came up to him and offered a multi-year deal worth around $2 million a year. He decided, I'm going to turn that down, and I'll take my chances in free agency. But here's the interesting part. He said, today, I'm currently negotiating more than double what that deal would have been worth. I'm assuming that means with the Nuggets? I guess it didn't specify.
I'm hoping.
Well, I mean,
it means with the Nuggets.
I don't know. I don't know financially where the Nuggets, how far they can go, what exceptions they have available to them to use here.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. So he's going to double that. So it's going to be more than, it's going to be close to $5 million a year, right? Right. Let me ask you this. So if they have $5 million a year at their disposal to sign a player, would they have picked Spencer Jones or Tim Hardaway at $5 million a year?
Probably Tim Hardaway.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think they would have taken Spencer.
I think so too.
You think so?
I
Really?
think they like his defensive effort and stuff like that.
And he's proven he can hit threes, dude. He can do it.
It looks weird.
Okay.
But he can't hit them.
Well, let me congratulate him for betting on himself because it seems like he did, and it's going to work out for him. That's great news.
By the way, on one of these TVs in here, they get Wimbledon going on, and I was just watching Yannick Sinner. Dude looks just like the guy who plays It. What's his name? Skarsgård? I can't get over it. I feel like they're the exact same person, and I can't unsee it now. And I'm sure I don't know if Nelly's pulling up a picture. Go ahead and do it. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I can't unsee what I've seen now. He looks like that Skarsgård actor guy. Him. Yeah, that's Yannick Sinner right there. That's the guy who's playing tennis.
That's not Yannick Sinner and on the tennis court. That's him in a picture.
That's the actor.
No, that's the actor, but that's what I'm saying. That's him. It looks just like him. Tell me it doesn't.
It doesn't look at all like him.
You just thought it was him, Vic?
No, I thought you dressed him up in some AI thing. That's not Yannick Sinner. I don't know what the hell you're looking at.
I think it looks just like Yannick Sinner. Just like him.
Who cares about who?
Look at that. You
Stop
can't
with
tell
the
me. They
tennis.
don't look like each other, please. Please.
Stop with the tennis.
I got to know, by the way, back in Moser's era, 1917, Fred Toney. Remember your buddy Fred Toney of the Cincinnati
Fred,
Reds?
Yep.
So Fred Toney, just think about how much the game has changed.
FT.
Fred Toney pitched a complete game victory against the Pittsburgh Pirates. He threw a 3-hitter for a 4-1 victory. Right?
The what Pirates?
Pittsburgh Pirates. what I call them?
Big Pirates.
The Pittsburgh Pirates. He throws a 3-hitter, wins 4-1. 1 hour later, he pitches again, second game of a doubleheader, wins 5-1, another 3-hitter. 2 3-hitters in a span of 6 hours. Complete game 3-hitters. Try that today.
Built different. Hey, I've got one for you.
Wait a minute. Just one follow-up to that. His name is Fred Toney?
Yeah, Fred Toney. The legendary Fred Toney.
It's not James John?
It's Fred Toney.
Fred Toney.
1917.
All right.
I remember him well.
Go ahead, Moshe.
Nelly, the one that I sent to you, so Kylian Mbappe was awesome yesterday for France, right? Your 3-0 win.
I believe his name is Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah, right, exactly. That being said, listen to the French call of one of his goals yesterday. The Frenchies, they do it right. Go ahead now.
Des doigts, ce ballon était cadré cette fois-ci.
Joué à 3 entre Olysée, Dembélé et Mbappé. Mbappé maintenant! Et Mbappé qui a trouvé la clé, comme souvent, comme toujours même.
Good stuff, man. I just love those international calls of these goals. It's cool. It's great.
I mean, I guess it was a good call. Why was it so good? What made that one amazing?
Hear it in French. I just hear it in French.
I don't. I don't get it either.
I thought the guy was going to lose his mind. It just sounded like a normal call.
I kind of did lose his mind.
There's nothing about that call that made me go, wow.
I will say, Moser, to your credit, though, whenever I hear sports called in French, it's such a beautiful language that it feels weird when they describe like sports in this gorgeous language. When I watch hockey and you accidentally get the French-Canadian broadcast, like this language should not be describing like sweaty dudes hitting each other.
It's so funny you say that because as you go across Europe, just you're looking at a map and you go right to left. Everything you hear right on the right side, on the left side, I'm sorry, left to right. Everything you hear on the left side, Spanish, beautiful. French, beautiful. Italian, beautiful. And then once you move past that, these languages are like, what the hell did you just say to me? You get to German? I mean, it's like, what is that? What's coming out of your mouth? Am I the only one who feels that way?
No, you're right. Some of those, the Swedens and those accents.
Hard languages.
Tough.
Just like, what is that? What are you saying right now? They're not
Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish.
What is it? What is coming out of your vocal cords?
I don't know, bro. I do not know.
Yeah, where's the crossover into scary, though? Like, the farther left is beautiful. You get towards, like, sort of the middle.
Romance language.
The middle, and it's, like, just a little odd.
You got a lot.
I'm thinking.
But then you get far enough to the east, and it's like, now it's scary. Now it's a scary accent.
Like, if you get to Romania, once you hit the border at Romania, you kind of are like, like, you know, don't even talk to me about like Bulgaria or anything because
when somebody
I'll be off
speaks
the
to you in German, for example, and I'll shout out to all my German friends. I love you, and Kaz speaks fluent German. If you don't know what it sounds as if they're plotting against you. It sounds like you want to fight. Like, what is going on? What are you saying?
Wait, what's the funniest accent that America has, and what's the scariest accent that America has? Funniest would have to be like hard Boston accent. That's got to be the funniest, right?
Well, it depends. I mean, funny's Brandon Evans.
That is, yeah, you're right.
That's
That is
pretty
funny. Cajun is also funny. Cajun is funny. Scary.
Yeah.
What would scariest be? Like East? Like New York East?
I think
East Coast?
A hardcore, obnoxious Boston or New York accent. Most people are like, "What is that?"
You know, I love the movie Scarface. I got to be honest with you.
Funny is also Minnesota. Fargo.
Oh, those are good ones. Yeah, Fargo's a good one.
Those are you know what? I'm not going to say anything because I'm only going to get myself in trouble.
What?
Okay, so I'm not going to say.
Who cares?
Yeah, do it.
Who cares?
No, don't you? Those are kind of dope. Those are like North Dakota and Minnesota.
Dopey. Yeah, the
and all that.
Hosers.
It's
Yeah.
dopey. They're kind of dopey. It's kind of a dopey.
No,
accent.
you're
No
exactly
offense.
right. You come
No
across
offense.
as not smart. Let's be honest.
But when Brandon's walking around, he's like, "Yeah, this one time I was riding my bike, and I got stung in the neck by a bee, and it crashed into a mailbox."
But can you
That's
imagine?
kind of that's fun. It's funny. It's
It
like a
is
funny.
funny.
It's like a funny deal.
As hard as the German language is, how are you a German comedian? Like, it wouldn't sound funny to me. It's too harsh.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of a German accent right now. I don't know why.
By the way, my boys.
It might be fun to
just
try.
went-
I know I don't have it. Should I just try it?
You want to
Even
know
knowing I don't have
the
it.
German? Why did the chicken cross the road? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Why did the
it's
chicken
like you're
cross the road?
challenging me. You're not even
Why did
asking
the
me a
chicken
question. You're
cross the
challenging
road?
me.
The Pope, a rabbi, walk into the bar.
Hey, can I ask you on the subject of
Have you guys
accents?
seen that German? Have you guys seen that German comedian who does those things in his car and he talks about like baseball and whatnot?
Oh yeah, Flula.
He's hysterical. What's his name?
Flulaborg. He's
Wait,
great.
is he the guy from Pitch
He's great.
Perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
he says, balls to the wall. This is not the good way to get stuff done if the balls are on the wall.
Okay, so just quickly, because I know, Nelly, you got one. I need help on this, and I'm scared to even ask because I know people are going to be upset when I say this. I love the movie Scarface. I don't know what accent Pacino's doing there, though. That's not Cuban.
No, it's some sort of fake Hispanic. Like that Hispanic accent doesn't exist in real life.
That's not real, right?
Right. It's just some sort of weird.
I
don't know how he came
like
up
that.
with it.
Whatever that thing is not. All right, go ahead, Nelly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, yesterday, the Dodgers were in Sacramento taking on the Las Vegas Athletics of Sacramento via Oakland. And there was a guy sitting right behind home plate. I mean, he's right there, decked out in Mexico gear. He's got one of those nice, pretty green Mexico jerseys on.
Yeah.
And even though he had arguably the best seats in the house, he was very obviously watching the game, the World Cup game, on his phone. So I have a snippet of the broadcast here, courtesy of NBC Sports California. I'll give you one guess when Mexico scored their first goal of the night.
Like Freeman, Betts, Otani, Kyle Tucker.
Well, I mentioned it last night, and he confirmed it in the post-game interview, which is you play with these guys in your video games. You collect their baseball cards. You have their posters. You watch them on TV, and now here you are. Well, now you're on TV. Now somebody's collecting your baseball card. Somebody wants to be you in their video game.
How did they not even acknowledge it in that?
I know.
How do you ignore what's going on? I mean, are you that? Moser, you're a professional broadcaster. You're calling a game. If somebody goes crazy like that, you just keep going with your thought? You got to acknowledge it.
I guess it depends on it. If it's an awkward pause, that was pretty dang obvious. Like, is somebody, I would think, did somebody get bit by an alligator down there?
I mentioned it last night, and he confirmed it in the post-game interview. Which is you play
we got
with
a
these
guy
guys.
on fire. There's somebody on fire right behind the dugout.
No, what's the announcer doing? I mean, stop. Acknowledge what's happening.
All right, I got to – Oh, by the way, is brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. We'll go to break on this. We got to talk about it. You guys see what just happened? Recently on ESPN?
Yes.
Brian Windhorst, quote, I have long believed there's an outlier team for LeBron James. If he was willing to take some sort of exception, it's Denver. If you notice during this year, he was overly effusive with Jokic. We'll get to it next. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatics Sportsbook, and during this MLB season, Fanatics is where you have to be. You need to be. Fanatics Sportsbook is giving you profit boosts every single day in the MLB, and you can use them on any hit, any run, any strikeout. So every at-bat and every inning means just a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. It's awesome. Every MLB game day, you pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest homer of the day, like Hunter Goodman did just a few days ago, like 480 feet, you get a share of $50,000 in fan cash. You can track your player on the daily leaderboard, see the total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time from the first pitch to the final out. Fanatics Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game, so download Fanatics Sportsbook app and see for yourself why winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. All right. So I just want to start before we get to, I have the audio of this. Before we start there, I just want to read this text. It says, don't be dumb. Let's not waste the next segment on the idea that LeBron would come to Denver. Here's what I'm here to tell you. I know Brian Windhorst. I know him. Close personal friend. We share many intimate conversations. No, I'm just kidding. But I know Brian. He does not say things like this, especially regarding LeBron, unless he knows something or has a strong inkling towards it. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
There's no reason for him to say something like this publicly if he does not think it's legitimate.
At the same time, I watch a lot of the ESPN coverage, and those people who are on TV all day because they're doing their free agency and stuff.
Yeah.
When you expand the amount of time you're speaking, sometimes you're going to say things that aren't top of mind, that are a stretch, right? I'm not calling this a stretch, but if he's given 2 minutes to report on LeBron versus 30 minutes, that may not have been said.
Correct. Well, he fronted it, and Nelly, I know where you're going to start. Just take it from the very beginning, because I think the context of this in regards to what Vic just said is important. So this is
the one
long.
team.
This is long, so we can stop whenever you guys feel like it. But this is what he said. Go ahead.
The one team that I'm just going to point out that I think is interesting. Some people have mentioned Minnesota, and I certainly think the idea of playing with Ant, who is his Team USA teammate, it's an interesting idea. I have long thought, and I refuse to bring it up because I just didn't want the headache during the year of having to defend this. But I have long believed that if there was an outlier team for LeBron, if he was willing to take sort of, some exception, was Denver.
Okay, so pause that for a second. I think to what you're talking about, Vic, yes, it's extended conversations about it, but him saying on the front end, I've thought this for a while and I haven't said it because I didn't want to have to deal with it, because he's probably thinking there's no point in saying this out loud and if LeBron's coming back to L.A. But I think with that context, gives you a little bit more of like, this isn't him just throwing something at the wall. This is something he's felt for a while. But continue here, Nelly.
Because the idea of playing, and like if you notice during the year this year, he was overly effusive with Jokic.
Well, it'd be maybe the two most brilliant basketball minds in the league joining forces, and they're complementary. Where him and Luka was kind of a who's got the ball in his hands. Like Joker's all about having a guy who he can run pick and roll either way, can cut off him, all those kind of things. Also, let's just be honest. If LeBron's playing with Ant LaMelo for a year like that, there's a lot of gray in that beard now. It is Santa Claus by Christmas.
Yeah, like he played with Rondo.
All right, that's fine. So, I mean, there you go. I do what you want with what was said by Brian Windhorst there. The point here is, Moj, I'm still very much where I was at the beginning of the show. I think there is a next to zero chance that he comes here, but that is not zero. That is not zero. And it depends what LeBron wants.
Yeah, I don't think it's next to zero at all. I'll put it to you this way. 15, 20 years ago, when LeBron was at the peak of his existence, basically, when he could dictate championships just by the teams he picks, right? Mm-hmm. And he picked Miami, taking his talents to South Beach. At that era of LeBron, the Nuggets were not even in the conversation. Nobody ever even thought Nuggets. And 10 years ago, when he made the move from Cleveland to L.A., 2018, under 10 years ago, they actually mentioned Denver. I don't think Denver was a real destination, but Denver was mentioned. Now, not only is Denver mentioned, it's a real possibility. How real remains to be seen compared to some of these other. But you tell me, who's closer to a championship? Denver, presently constructed, or Golden State? Who's closer?
Denver, and it's not close.
Denver, exactly. Who's closer to a championship outside of the Oklahoma City, San Antonio in the West? Denver. So if you want to stay West, why not Denver? Why not?
Especially, and here's the given context that's needed, because I didn't think this was possible, despite the fact, Moj, that LeBron is a billionaire. I still thought he'd get money. I still thought he'd sign, a $50 million deal, something like that.
$50 million per.
If he's willing, as has been reported by others, money is not a problem for him. I'll just sign for whatever the deal is based on where I want to be. That changes the discussion for everybody involved in this conversation.
Sure it does. Let me throw this out there. Doesn't he have Vic, you help me out with this. Doesn't he have a pretty good relationship with Josh Kroenke as well?
My assumption is he does. I don't know their personal.
Yeah.
I assume.
Why did I hear that
they do?
Someplace? Yeah, I heard that someplace. But I guess, okay. What is he? This would be like a one year shot, right? Like a 1 year go for it type of situation. I mean, if that really truly was the case, and what does he? As father time catches up, where's that line where you just don't got it anymore? You still got it, but where's that line where you just don't got it anymore? I don't know the answer to any of these questions. The fact that Windhorst would even bring up the Denver Nuggets as a possibility,
it's unreal.
Says the Nuggets are still playing with the big boys. It's still big boy basketball here.
To answer Moser's question, just real quick, Vic, it says that LeBron James has previously referred to Kroenke as, quote, a very dear friend. That their bond goes beyond basic league circles, family extending to social outings, and hanging out on luxury super yachts together.
That sounds good. I'd like to do that too.
I can tell you this. If the Shams reports are true and LeBron is willing to play on a minimum deal, on a vet minimum, guys, just think of the possibilities here. Just think of the possibilities. If you kept Peyton Watson and you brought in LeBron on a vet minimum, and now are you kidding me? Are you still pursuing
Jaylen? Are you still pursuing Jaylen Brown or not?
No. At that point, come on, Moj.
Okay.
Well, at that point, you would talk about, wouldn't you, Vic? Like, maybe then it is second apron time. Maybe then it is like,
of course,
let's
now
go
you're
out
going
and
all
go.
in. Of course,
yeah,
of course. By the way, Boston made a move today. They just signed Mike Conley, who I thought was going to retire. Mike Conley, 39 years old. They signed him as a backup point guard on the vet minimum. Their other point guards, Derek White, is obviously their lead point guard. And then the guy that I kept talking about, guys, who do I want from Boston if you work that deal with the Celtics?
Pritchard.
Peyton Pritchard.
You want Pritchard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's a domino in that deal. I don't know. It's very intriguing to see some of these moves. I didn't see the need for Boston to go get another point guard.
Hey, true or false, if you're looking for somebody else to bring the ball up the floor and handle the basketball, could LeBron do it?
Of course he could.
Yeah, he could. And I get, like, look at the text line. I don't know if you guys have seen it. There's a whole bunch of people like, if LeScrub came to Denver, then I would.
Say
what you want, bro.
No, you wouldn't.
I'll say this again. And again, I don't believe this is happening. But if it were to happen, your chances at winning a championship get exponentially better. I don't care that he's 41, going to be 42 in December this year.
Let's not pretend they don't.
He is a guy who averages 20 points, 6 boards, and 7 assists per game. You will not find another player like that on the market. There's not a single other one.
That is correct.
The other element to this, too, that you have to consider, the Nuggets right now, the way they're constructed versus the Lakers, for example. LeBron probably didn't want to go back to the Lakers because the ball is dominant in Luka's hands. He's a dominant. I got to have the ball and shoot the ball. That's who he is. That's what he does. That's his superpower. And if not, then Austin Reeves is the second option now. In Denver, Nikola Jokic is not that. Nikola Jokic wants to give you the ball.
Yeah.
He wants, here, take the ball. I will give you the ball.
Yep. I've told you, Vic, I think from a pure basketball standpoint, I think it would be a perfect marriage of those two guys' games.
Hey, and you don't have to like him to understand he makes your team better.
Exactly. And I don't think LeBron, the concerns I had with LeBron maybe, 5, 6, 7 years ago which is if he's part of your team, he now is your team. He will dictate who stays, who goes, who gets a contract, who doesn't, who the coach is. I don't think he's in a position to do that anymore.
If he's beyond all of that, if he's beyond trying to get all of his buddies and manipulate situations and whatnot, then if he just is like, you know what, I've got this much left in the tank, and I know it because I'm in my 40s now. I've got this much left to deliver, and all I want to do is win one more championship before it's all said and done.
Or
then count me in, count me completely in.
Or none of this happens, and you bring back the same team that you finished the season with, minus Tim Hardaway, minus Jonas Valanciunas, minus Spencer Jones, and you backfill whatever you can.
I like the one we were just talking about a second ago, not that one. I like the first thing that we were saying.
Yeah, way to kill the vibe there, Vittorio.
Well,
Thanks, man.
it's so
Appreciate
wide open. I'm telling you, the next week, I could see something happening Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if something were to happen, and we won't be on the air because we'll be celebrating the 250th birthday of our country. But as it always happens, it happens when we're off the air. And if that's the case, we have to do an emergency show of some sort. Well,
100%. I'll be around.
Brett won't.
Kane, you won't be.
No way.
Yeah, you'll be gone.
When Kane's off,
I'll zoom in.
You won't do crap.
Oh, bull crud.
I will make a promise to you.
The guy is drunk.
If LeBron James signs with the Denver Nuggets, I will do the show.
Okay,
yeah.
I promise you to, unless I'm having a good round.
Yeah, correct. That is correct.
I don't
unless you're playing really well.
You know what, Vic? Sometimes even when it's not realistic, I just like to live in fantasy land. And the fact that you had to drop or they don't even have enough money to sign Spencer Jones and the team will stink. I don't need to hear that right now.
What's going against the Nuggets is history. The biggest name free agent the Nuggets have ever signed is Paul Millsap, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Paul
and
Millsap.
they had to pay him $30 per year.
Yeah, they had to overpay to bring him here. That's the
but
biggest
I
name
like
free
Paul.
agent.
Paul was cool.
Yeah. After that,
I did like Paul, yeah.
The second biggest name free agent, you could argue, would be Tim Hardaway Jr., right?
No, he's a minimum. That can't be true.
Okay, give me another free agent who signed with the Nuggets who had that kind of impact, who was a candidate for Sixth Man of the Year, who was second on the team in three-pointers made.
Well, I guess in hindsight, I thought you meant like at the time you signed.
I'm talking about it in the history of the Denver Nuggets. This team is not known for signing big-name free agents. Kmart technically was not it. He came via trade. Go back and look at Kmart's deal.
Was J.R. Smith the trade?
Tell me if I'm wrong. J.R. Smith was not a free agent. Russell Westbrook, another name. You're exactly right, Flax. Russell Westbrook, more so than Tim Hardaway, given his entire career resume.
Might be, yeah.
Big name free agent. End of his career, though, so a little different.
Andre Miller?
Yeah, he was still a player.
Somebody said Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson was not a free agent. That was a trade.
He was a trade.
Just throwing names out there that I'm looking at. McDice?
McDice
was drafted here.
I know, but it was a second stint. There was a second stint, though. Yeah, I don't know.
Nope. Look at Kenyon Martin's signing. I believe that was a sign and trade. I don't think it was a free agency acquisition.
Signed with the Nets and then got traded here, I think.
Yeah, that was a sign and trade. Because he came with that big contract at the time.
Yeah, sign and trade. Yeah. The 3 first-rounders. Yeah. So, all right. LeBron James is going to be a Nugget. I've decided this. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Yeah. I've decided that it's going to happen. So there you go.
As I sit here right now, this exact moment, I'm not really sure what to do with this information. There's a lot going on in my cabeza here about possible. I think it's still so far-fetched that I don't even want to entertain the possibilities of it. and then try to break down what the rotation looks like and try to break down how these two are going to play an unbelievable two-man game.
It's better than the opposite. Hang on, though, Moj. It's better than where we started this morning, which is, why did Bogdan go to Houston on a minimum deal? I thought that was ours.
Listen,
okay.
Human nature.
Okay, fine.
Human nature. Any Nuggets fan would agree. You want to see fireworks. It's fireworks season this weekend. You want to see fireworks. It's always more impressive. And so what you've gotten from the Nuggets so far in this offseason is it's not been fun. It's been Christmas Day, and everybody's getting gifts. Not only are you not getting gifts, your parents are telling you have to give a couple of the gifts you already have away.
Yeah.
In Tim Hardaway Jr.
People are playing with bottle rockets, and people are playing with mortars, and we're dealing with what's the worst firework? Is it the worm or
Snake.
what do you call it? This is the snake. That's pretty lame, right? Snakes. When
it
you
messes
think
up
about
your
it,
sidewalk too.
Yeah, the sidewalks get filthy, and they're pretty lame, man. You know what I mean? Sparklers are better than a snake, bro.
Sparklers at night, if you do it really fast, it looks like you can make like a ring. That's cool.
Do you know that more people are injured by and more fires are started by sparklers than any other firework?
Maybe because there's more of them.
I reckon.
Yeah.
And as we sit here right now, there are hundreds of people in this country who have all 10 fingers that come Monday are not going to have all 10 fingers.
Yep, that's true. Texture says a bag of Poppets. Poppets rule. I love them.
I don't know what that is.
They're the little white beads that you throw them and they bang, and you throw them at people and they're fun.
Man, even the the spinning flowers, the flowers, they've gotten lame over the years, man. They used to go a lot longer, brighter colors, and now they absolutely stink.
Most,
it's a worse firework ever sold now.
So, you saw this, Brett, at that tournament at Sanctuary for National Jewish Health. On the 8th hole, they had that little rocket thing where you shot the golf ball.
Yeah, the CO2 cannon.
Yeah. All right, so you put a CO2. Tell me if you did this as a kid, Moj. The Yakovetas, my cousins, used to be the experts at this. They would take aluminum cans. They would tape them together with some duct tape. They would cut holes in the aluminum cans, like 5 of them, so it's like a big cannon, and then lighter fluid
and then
at the end of it.
Smoke weed with it? They put a screen on top, and they use it as a pipe.
You know my people.
Yakovetas were the kings, man.
We don't do that crap. Yeah, we would put a tennis ball in it with lighter fluid, and that thing was a weapon of mass destruction. That tennis ball could go blocks before it landed, and we would fire that sucker all day long.
Really? I've never seen
You've never done that
That
before?
sounds pretty intriguing. No. All you kiddies out there who want to burn down your neighborhood, listen to Uncle Vic.
Don't do that.
He's going to tell you exactly how to do it. Unbelievable.
When did you put
homemade is homemade, dude. Homemade is homemade. It's unpredictable, man.
970 says, have you ever unwrapped all the poppets and just made one giant poppet in the tissue?
Oh,
like
I haven't, but that sounds great. That sounds like a lot of fun. Frag out! That'd be cool. By the way, put a couple of those under the toilet seat. Give a surprise to your wife next time she takes a pee. Watch how
That's
she
great.
jumps. All right. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
So the missus and I spent most of the evening on the back patio because there's nothing like a back patio in Colorado in the summer nights, watching that Ecuador-Mexico game. I think we both fell asleep at some point, but the point is you want to upgrade your patio, especially for this time of year. Maybe an outdoor kitchen, a fire feature. We got one of those, a sauna, a remodeled fireplace on the inside. Whatever you need, Flatirons Fire and Design is the place to bring your vision to life. They've got more than a showroom, and the finest showroom in town, right off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. They handle everything from the design to the product selection to the coordination of installation. All of it is done on time and in a manner of efficiency you will never see. Flatironsfire.com is the website. Go check out their showroom online today. Flatironsfire.com.
Did you guys see that Jokic's brother Nemanja is now an NBA agent? He's been
Makes
certified?
sense. Yeah, I mean, all the people they come across, Serbia being all the talent that's in that region, your brother is already the guy. You meet with young players. You run your own little team out there. Makes sense to have somebody in the family that's in that business. It's like somebody in the family being a real estate agent. Always makes sense if you're in that business.
I don't have one of those. Should get one.
Get what, an NBA agent?
Yeah, why not? I can do that job. I don't know. Here's what I don't get about agents. This is the part I couldn't do. If I'm negotiating on behalf of my client, I don't know how that conversation takes place over 3 months. I'm like, why don't we just sit down for 30 minutes, hammer out something we both like here? Do it on a bar napkin for all I care. Can't be that hard. Anyway, we got NHL free agency coming up here in about half an hour, Moj. Do you expect any action on the Avs side of things in half an hour?
You know, Brett, I'm sure they've poked around and sniffed around different guys, I'm sure. But again, at what price? Some of these prices are crazy. A.J. Greer, a one-time Colorado Avalanche draft pick, by the way, was sent from Florida to Anaheim. He just signed a brand-new 4-year contract at $4.25 million per season.
Yeah.
It's too much money, man. It's too much bread. It's too much. In my opinion, it is anyway. It's not my money, Vic. You know how you always talk about that. Hey, it's not my money. You know, just get the guy under contract. What do I care about it? Well, I do care about it, man. It's because it's like, what's this market doing? What's Bowen Byram doing? And by the way, I like A.J. Greer. 17 goals, 15 assists, 32 points last year, which, good for him. That's a huge outlier. He had 15 more points than his best season ever, which is the year before when he had 17 total points. And he's getting 4.25 per. Bowen Byram at 12.5 blows my doors off. I can't even begin to fathom that. By the way, some of my boys now have gotten into this Byram thing, and on my group text, let's see the words that are being used in my group text. FF, idiots, JC, Jesus, that is insane. Every GM needs to sign an agreement at meetings. I will not do stupid blank. I will not do stupid blank. I will not do stupid blank. I'll blank. I did something stupid.
Well,
everybody is like blown away that the kid whom I like an awful lot got 12.5 per.
It seems like they're spending money in a way that they're like, oh, the salary cap is going to be huge here soon. And I don't know if that's the case. I think it rose $9 million over this past year. $9 million.
Is that what it is? Okay.
It's a pretty sizable jump.
For the NHL, it's pretty good money, yeah.
But if Byram's getting 12.5, and we know how this works, you now use contracts like that as the standard for contracts moving forward. Byram is a good player. Cale Makar is a Hall of Fame player. Cale Makar is looking at $12.5 million and thinking, what? Kaprizov money? At least Kaprizov money?
I saw a thing where Elliot Friedman is speculating that Minnesota is going to be able to re-sign Quinn Hughes, and they're going to give him a 3-year deal, but at $18 million per.
Lord.
So is that what's the going rate for Cale Makar then? Is it 18? I mean, I think Cale's better than Quinn. That's my opinion. Yeah. I mean, Cale's won multiple Norrises, and Quinn's got a Norris under his belt. Okay, good for him, but is he going to command? I mean, Cale Makar can command whatever he wants, because as far as I'm concerned, he's the best defenseman on the planet. If it's 25 per, it's crazy. Joe Sakic, it won't be that, obviously. Joe Sakic already said Cale Makar is going to be an Av for life. So what are we worried about here?
Think about what we do for a living. And I laugh about it sometimes because it's just so foolish. We're in a business where we talk about human beings' salaries and how they fit together. Like, no other line of work does this, right? We're talking about salary caps and salary space and payrolls, and we know exactly how much they make, down to the bonus, down. Like, nothing else. We're not talking about a local hospital, them trying to put together a doctor staff.
Well, if The
Isn't
local
it, when you
hospital
think
had
about it.
If the local hospital had a hard salary cap, you have to make some decisions on who makes what money. There's decisions to be made.
I know. I know
there are decisions to be made.
These are not frivolous decisions, but do you ever think about that sometimes? In what other space are you on a radio show or out in the public or on Twitter or just openly talking about salaries of jobs and how they fit together?
Well, you're right
Hold,
about that, Vic,
please.
I know. Are you looking at Mitchell Robinson?
Please. No. Bigger than Mitchell Robinson. Lakers are acquiring Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round picks in 2031 and 2033, first-round swaps in 28 and 30. Kessler will sign a 4-year, $130 million deal.
All right, so they will not be signing Peyton Watson.
Yeah, that's poof. They don't want that money.
All right.
Wait, Walker Kessler's getting what?
4 years, 130. So 32 and a half a year, right?
Oh, mamma mia.
So you knew something was trouble last week, if you're a Utah Jazz fan, when they offered Walker Kessler a deal, and I think it was somewhere around 30, and he said no. You knew that something was fishing then. And now here we are. He was talking to the Lakers the entire time, or his representatives were.
Yeah.
And so Walker Kessler, you know what? Lakers are a good team. Dangerous
they're
team.
Still going to be good. Yeah, they got
that's
Luka.
a dangerous team.
They're still going to be good.
That's a dangerous team, boys. And the other one you haven't announced yet, Walker Kessler goes to the Lakers. Meanwhile, Mitchell Robinson of your NBA champion New York Knicks signs with the Boston Celtics. He's going to Boston.
So where's their money at?
$15 million a year.
Boy,
where's their money?
That's a.
They have the full mid-level exception at their fingertips available to them.
That's a heart-wrenching situation for the damn Knicks now, isn't it? Have a guy up and leave the champions to go to Boston? What a nightmare.
Dolan said, I'm not going in the second apron. We're going to lose guys. Mitchell Robinson was one of them.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I wouldn't either.
So here's – all right. We're going to be off for a while after this for celebrating the 250th anniversary of this beautiful country.
And the 150th anniversary of this beautiful state.
Correct. Can I get conspiratorial on you for a second?
God, this time of year is crazy in the NBA.
So hang on. Here's what we just found out. We just found out that the Lakers are not bringing back LeBron, and they have now used a huge chunk of that money to sign/trade for Walker Kessler. The Boston Celtics, who have rumored to have been in conversations with the Nuggets surrounding Jaylen Brown, have signed Mike Conley Jr. to a contract when they already have guards on that team. The Nuggets, who have been patiently twiddling their thumbs waiting for things to happen. Mm-hmm. It's now been said by Brian Windhorst that an outlier team for LeBron James is Denver. What's going on here? What's happening?
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening.
And then Boston uses a huge chunk of money that they don't really have currently, unless they're getting rid of Jaylen Brown, to sign Mitchell Robinson. The hell's going on?
I don't know what is going on. I can't tell you what's going on. It's weird.
Can I ask you a personnel question? Is our radio station, is our shows on air tomorrow or no?
We are not on air tomorrow or Friday.
Okay. Nelly, call the powers that be. Because if something happens tonight, we're going on air tomorrow. No matter what, I don't care what anybody says. I'll come over there and push the buttons myself.
Oh,
Steve, you don't have any plans, do you, for tomorrow?
Vic, you'd be talking to a soundproof room because there's no way you get that show on the air.
Moser, my only plan.
If you gave me a couple minutes to look at those buttons, I would figure it out.
No chance.
My only plan, Moser, is to get a haircut, which could be moved if LeBron did sign with the Nuggets. The haircut could wait.
I don't know.
Kane, where are you tomorrow?
Nebraska.
All right, we've already written you off. When you're gone, you're gone.
That is true.
Yeah.
Moser, you're unreliable. Okay, so I'll be doing the show tomorrow.
I've made one exception. If LeBron James, after all of the time that I've spent doing this to Vic, should the Nuggets trade for LeBron James? If that actually happens, I will be on the air. I will do it.
Do you promise me that? Does everybody on this show promise me that?
Now, I don't know if I can do 4 hours, but I will be on, yes.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Okay. All right. This is getting weird. It's getting weird, man. It's getting weird.
I can't allow myself to go there, though. I can't allow my brain to go to a place where I can accept that it's a possibility. I'm sorry.
What would you put the percentage at right now?
And I can't get in that mode, Vic.
This could all come back. Cold, freezing takes, freezing cold, whatever the hell it's called. What would you put the percentage at? Somebody just asked me, a friend of mine just asked, what are the percentages of signing LeBron James right now? What would you put them at?
5%.
2%.
I'd put them at 10%.
Dose.
I'd probably have 10%. 10. Why not? The way you look at it, why not? Because he has made himself available. He said he'll play for the minimum. What teams out there have championship aspirations? Would you rather live, let me ask you, if you're LeBron, would you rather live in Minneapolis for half the year or Denver?
Denver.
Why not?
What if he said you have to take Bronny with me?
Hey.
We got roster spots to fill.
Let's go. They got to fill the rest of the team.
Right now, he's like Daniel Day-Lewis in, what was that, There Will Be Blood? I've abandoned my child. Abandoned my boy. I mean, you probably got to take him.
He made his boy $2 million.
That is true.
Good for him.
Yeah, you know
I like
what?
Bronny. Hey, listen, I like Bronny. I like him.
I'm going to see my dad tomorrow, or today. First question I'm going to ask. Every cent I've earned is because of me. What the hell have you been doing for me?
Exactly.
What have you been doing for me? Where's my $2.3 million contract by being your son? What happened? Anyway, 303-504-0925. Texture says, bring him on the roster. He's a good kid.
He's a good kid.
He is a good kid.
He is a good kid.
Hey,
He is a good kid.
We haven't even gotten into the specifics of this.
By the way, how is Troy catching strays? I don't like that.
Because my dad didn't give me a $2.3 million contract.
You got to do better,
I
Troy.
don't like the old man's catching strays.
No, Troy, I'm talking directly at you, Troy. Your boy's out here hitting the streets. He's a good kid.
I'm grinding. You know what I told him, by the way? This was a couple years ago. It's one of my favorite things I've said to him. I said something to him that was mean, and he goes, I'm going to write you out of the will. And I go, oh, I'll get the $4.76 from somebody else then.
Don't let T. Willie catch strays, man. Come on, he's a good man.
He's a good man. You work hard for your children. You good man.
Dude, what's lost is Walker Kessler to the Lakers deal, and I know the Lakers are in the win now mode, and they got their team. They've got their triumvirate, Kessler, Luka, Austin Reeves. They're happy. Utah got 2 first-round picks out of that. This is a restricted free agent, Mike. It was a sign and trade here, okay? No. It was a sign and trade. They got 2 firsts and 2 pick swaps. Utah is only going to get better in this. This division's insane.
Wrong.
This
Wrong.
Northwest division, break it up.
You're focused on the wrong deal. The biggest aspect of this Lakers trade, by far, is, wow, the Lakers are white.
They are very white.
That is a white basketball team.
Yeah.
Shockingly.
They're not even looking, Katie. They're not.
Katie.
They're not even looking.
Hi, Katie.
Thank you. Hey, Katie, are we getting LeBron James?
Ask Katie
if we're getting LeBron.
Ask her what the percentage chance. Put her on. Get off the air.
Yeah. We're over on time. It doesn't matter. Katie, we're way over on time already.
Hello, fellas.
But LeBron James, is he signing here in 30 minutes or what? What's going on?
No, I don't think so. Not in 30 minutes.
What do you mean? We've already convinced ourselves of it.
Yes.
I'm already
glad
reporting
you guys
that it's
have
happening.
Been drinking the juice.
Katie,
the juice.
Katie, listen. If
You
Katie
guys,
wins
everyone needs to just relax. Everyone needs to just settle down a little bit. Everybody else is making moves. Let the moves fall where they may.
It's not how this works,
ahead,
Katie.
Vic.
This is radio.
It's not how you work,
jump to
Vic. It's
conclusions.
not how you work.
No, we don't do
I know.
that. We don't sit around and wait. Katie, if you can embrace the sport of golf, anything can happen. And when I say anything, LeBron
That is
James can sign with the Denver Nuggets. I put the percentage at 10% right now, and it's upping every
Vic, the
hour.
tweet that you just tweeted, because I have notifications on when you tweet, which is both a blessing and a curse.
Oh my God! Does that include replies
You made
to
it
people?
seem like no, thank goodness, no. You made it seem like it's almost like a done deal with that tweet.
I've decided.
What do you mean?
We've already decided. It's done. What do you mean?
What part of me saying how real I don't know? There's nothing done about it. It's a real
I know, but
possibility.
that part was hidden at the bottom. That part was kind of hidden at the bottom.
Katie,
of
I'm going to ask you the
read,
same
the
question.
First 3 lines.
You're a rational human being, unlike some my co-hosts here. Let me ask you a question.
That is
true.
true.
if you're LeBron James and you want to end your career with a bang, you'd love to be in that championship window again. You look around the Western Conference, and let's just stick with the West. Why would you choose Golden State over Denver? Golden State has no shot. You know that. Golden State has no shot over Denver.
Because Steph Curry is one of his BFFs, and he wants a chance to play with him. I don't even think – yes, he went out and said this is about I want to play for a winning team, a championship contending team. I feel like what's understated and what's been spoken about with LeBron is he wants to have fun.
That's true.
That was part of what was discussed. So I don't know. We'll see where he goes. I also think that he wants to live in a fun place. I love Denver. I don't know if Denver's fun to LeBron James. I think playing with Nikola Jokic would be a really fun place for him.
Yeah.
Would be a really fun experience for him. But to me, this just very much seems like let's just see what else is out there. I don't doubt that they're having conversations, though. I mean, they're at least doing their due diligence and seeing what it would take to get him here, for sure.
Katie, we're way over on time, but thank you for the couple minutes. Hit them straight
go.
today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. See you, Katie. Katie wins. Just the best. 303-504-0925. Drunk Takes next. All right, we're off tomorrow and Friday, so we'll be back on Monday. Got Drunk Takes coming up in just a couple of minutes. NHL free agency opens up officially in 10 minutes, so I'm sure there's going to be news all throughout the day today, so keep it tuned right here to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We also have the U.S. playing against Bosnia in the round of 32. That's at 6 o'clock tonight. So, a bunch going on.
Hey, with Boston signing Mitchell Robinson and all that stuff, and Nikola Vucevic is still out there. Put him down on your list of possible.
No, he went back already. I saw he went back to Orlando.
He did?
I think so. Yeah, I think I saw that. Give me a second.
How do you spell it?
Vucevic. Spelled Vucevic. Just like it sounds.
Okay.
Nikola Vucevic, 1 year, $3.9 million to return to the Magic.
All right, never mind.
Okay.
Were you thinking him for here?
Yeah.
Yeah, not happening.
As a backup. Holy moly.
Because I thought the same thing, Vic, when I saw him sign. I was like, ooh, that would have looked nice here, but okay.
Just keep in mind that it's a possibility. No, he's gone back. Oh.
You get
okay, scratch
nothing.
The
That's
other
what
thing,
I meant.
The
That's
other
what I
thing I'm
meant.
thinking is if Walker Kessler gets you a pair of first-round picks from the Lakers,
technically
let's say,
it's 4, a couple swaps, but yeah.
Okay, let's say that let's say the Clippers or somebody else really, really wants Peyton Watson for $30 million a year, and perhaps you have reservations if he's worth $30 million a year. Would you accept a trade that nets you a pair of firsts? Sign and trade.
I guess
for
it
Peyton
depends
Watson?
where are the firsts. It can't be lottery protected.
No,
Cannot be lottery
not
protected.
if I don't have some backup plan. Like, I still want to compete this year. Vic, you're talking about just offloading another guy.
You actually want to win some games, yeah.
I want players. I mean, I would do the deal if you got, if you did some other trade or something, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. Final thoughts before Drunk Takes, just quickly. U.S. and Bosnia. Coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, told us he thinks this game's going to be a grind. So this isn't going to be one that they walk through. It's going to be very Bosnia.
Full trap.
Yeah. Yes. Defensive-minded game, might be a little bit of struggle to score, that sort of thing. So that's what's on the docket tonight. You can go to Jackson's and Lodo to watch the game with Kreckman as that starts at 6 o'clock. He's broadcasting starting at 3. But our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes. There are clips from throughout the week. We saw them down to half speed to make it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
Man, I had an extra long session in the sauna last night. Just long and hot beads of sweat, perspiration rolling down my neck and my back. Just sitting there, accepting the fate of heat, enjoying the heat. Thinking about things in life, thinking about the fact that it's summertime and you want to update your outdoor patio.
That was a commercial read.
That was a live read. You get into these moods sometimes. You're just trying to find every synonym to a word that you can. What's next?
Think about how much the game has changed.
FT.
Fred Toney pitched a complete game victory against the Pittsburgh Pirates. He threw a 3-hitter for
Hey, I gotta hear that again. Do it.
complete game victory against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
That's why I said the what Pirates? The big pirate.
All right, what's next? A texture says, "Did Vic just ask where bears live?"
I'm asking where the bears in our battle live. Yes, yes. Hey, Dexter, you think you're so bright, huh? You show me. Where they hanging? Where? There's a Walgreens nearby.
Looking for that honey. All right, a couple more. Go ahead. If I see the snake, I'm like, okay, I won't go in the garage. I'll keep it closed. I'll call animal control. They can get it out.
But I neglected to mention it's dark out and you can't get to the light. You just hear the snake.
And then it bites you in the penis.
Jesus.
Sometimes you just got to cut to the chase. What are you trying to ask me here?
Unbelievable.
All right, one more, Nelly. Go ahead.
There's a parable in the Bible that talks about the shepherd out with 100 sheep. One runs away, and he left the 99 for the one.
He left the 99 what? Sheep?
Yeah, he left the shepherd problem. Yeah, the shepherd left the 90. There was 100. One walked away.
Oh, I got you.
He left the 99 in the group to go rescue the one.
Yeah, 99 for
I didn't know we were doing math. I don't know. In my world, though.
Did you just get confused on 100 minus 1?
No, but I mean, just saying, if you're a shepherd, one sheep gets loose, and you're at risk of losing 99, you let that sheep go. I don't care.
The 99 what?
Sheep.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. That's going to do it for us. And I guess barring LeBron James signing with the Nuggets in the next 48 hours, we'll be off until Monday. So you guys have a wonderful holiday weekend. Come back with all fingers and toes, please. Do that. We love you all very much. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. See ya.
Fred Toney pitched a complete game victory against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
That's right. On a match day Wednesday, you just got to beat the team in front of you. And Team USA tonight on Fox takes on Bosnia. You ever been to Bosnia, Coach? As we welcome you into the morning sprint, Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. It is free agency day in the National Hockey League. As of 3.5 minutes ago, the NBA free agent frenzy continues. Will they, won't they? With the Nuggets, I don't think they're really going to do much in this free agency period. They don't have much wiggle room there, and I kind of feel the same way about the Avalanche. We'll continue to give you guys updates in both of those leagues, but we will start there in the World Cup, Coach. You are decked out from head to toe, the U.S. and Bosnia.
Yeah, Raj, today is a day where my blood pressure is up a little bit. I know this is a match that the United States should win, but if you look back at the previous 10 World Cup head-to-heads with European nations, the United States has not won a head-to-head with a European nation. Bosnia-Herzegovina did draw with Canada, a Canadian side that was frankly better than the United States in the Gold Cup in the last couple cycles, and I'm just excited. I think the United States team in games 1 and 2 of the group stage looked like the best version I've ever seen of the United States in the international game. And now I'm encouraged. Game 3 probably tampered that enthusiasm just a little bit against Turkey, but I'm excited to see Christian Pulisic start the match, finish the match. The guy that I'm really looking forward to watch play tonight is Fuller and Balogun. Just to see Flo back out there on the pitch. His speed, length, verticality. He is the athlete the United States have needed so badly for so long. And they tried to make Josie Altidore that guy, but he just wasn't that guy. It's going to be a great game.
The big favorites all win yesterday. Goal from Erling Haaland in the 86th minute puts Norway up over Ivory Coast. France gets a couple from Kylian Mbappe to win 3-0, and then Mexico at the Azteca, which we've got some audio that we'll play a little bit later on the show. It was crazy in Mexico City, and the Azteca was as loud as it has ever been. I didn't know this. 40 years since the Mexicans have won a knockout game in the World Cup. Seems absolutely crazy. The U.S. will take on Bosnia tonight again at Levi's Stadium. And the party tonight, if you're here in the Mile High City, is at Jackson's Lodo. We're going to be down there, and we invite you to watch the World Cup with Michelob Ultra for USA and Bosnia in the round of 32. Kreckman and Springer, not Kreckman and Lindahl, Kreckman and Springer will be hosting the show starting at 3 o'clock in Lodo, and kickoff for the U.S. men's national team will be at 6 p.m. Kreckman's giving away a ton of great prizes with Michelob Ultra, so get on down there at Jackson's Lodo. Coach, the latest in NBA free agency. We'll get to the NHL momentarily. The Lakers acquire Walker Kessler from the Utah Jazz for unprotected first-round selections in 2031 and 2033. First-round pick swaps in 2028 and 2030, and then Kessler is expected to sign a 4-year, $130 million deal. The Lakers also just signed a depth big minutes ago, which makes the panic from yesterday, and I do think it was founded panic about Peyton Watson possibly going to the Lakers. That tamps it pretty heavily. Like, LA doesn't have the cash now to go after Peyton Watson.
Which is good news if you're in on the Peyton Watson camp, which, to be fair, yesterday I raised that there are two sides to this story for Nuggets fans. That some that desperately want to have a player in Peyton Watson as Congo scores a goal against England. By the way, that just happens. We'll see if the goal stands. But my word, would that be the storyline of all storylines if England ends up losing to the Republic of Congo? But anyway, Jordan Pickford beat early, it appears, and we'll see the VAR if that ends up coming to it. But what a day! Back to it. Peyton Watson is the apple of the eye of the brass for the Denver Nuggets. You feel it. It was verbalized as such. And I think that you're going to end up seeing a Peyton Watson deal done. My guess would be by the time we get to, I'm going to go midweek next week, a Peyton Watson deal to the Denver Nuggets is done.
I do feel as though they're going to end up getting this thing to the finish line. And it makes me think that there will be hardly any free agent acquisitions made by Denver unless the Jaylen Brown situation comes to fruition. And it feels like, I've read a few articles over the past day and a half, it feels like while the trade market for Boston has a lot of teams, like 8, 9, 10 teams is what Sham said yesterday on ESPN, that the asking price for Brown is too high for the majority of those teams. However, Denver doesn't have the requisite picks to get a guy like Jaylen Brown coming back. It feels like those conversations have certainly cooled off. So if they don't end up going that route, it means that you don't necessarily have to go out and find a veteran ball handler. Like I tabbed Mike Conley as a possibility for Denver yesterday. He ends up going on a minimum deal to Boston. He's gone. So if you do dip into free agency, Coach, after the Peyton Watson deal eventually gets to the finish line, you're still probably looking at like a backup 5. And that might be the only thing they do.
The constant search that a year ago we felt was completely solved by Jonas Valanciunas, and was it? Nope, because JV did not really even participate whatsoever in significant postseason moments. Raj, I just want to double check. All kinds of activity happening in Los Angeles. Did you already also broke the news about Colin Sexton as well?
I did not speak about Colin Sexton.
Okay, so I there's a lot going on. Colin Sexton, the 27-year-old out of Alabama and recently a Chicago Bull, signed by the Los Angeles Lakers, the 6'3", 190-pound guard. And he was a 15.4 points per game player last year for the Chicago Bulls, 2.3 rebounds, 3.3 assists, and a pretty productive, efficient player. So Peyton Watson does not appear to have the Los Angeles Lakers as a suitor.
Well, no, they also signed Quentin Grimes to a 4-year, $60 million deal. Minutes before that, they get, I don't know how to pronounce this, but Sandro Mamukelashvili? Mamu?
Good. Yep. Why wouldn't you?
That is my best attempt at that last name, and I've got as messed up a last name as anybody in the country. So they signed him to a 4-year, $52 million deal, which is depth big money for them. They're utilizing every cent of that LeBron James cash that now is off the books. But again, what this is telling you is one of those possible suitors for Peyton Watson is now completely off the board. The Lakers have been moving and dealing as heavily as anybody this morning with the Walker Kessler deal. Also, free agent center Mitchell Robertson from the Knicks, coming off of a championship, signs a 3-year, $47 million deal to go from New York to Boston. So that's one of the big centers off of the market as well. I feel as though Boston's going to go into this season and Jaylen Brown's going to be in a Celtic uniform.
Yeah. Most likely, yes. The only question I would have with the Los Angeles Lakers, we don't know what happened behind the scenes in the last, we'll call it 72 hours, maybe even longer than that. But were the Lakers ever really interested in Peyton Watson? And if they weren't, and if there are no other major suitors financially, the Lakers being the very obvious one, is his price a little bit more edible for the Denver Nuggets?
Like, does it dip back into the high 20s, which in the middle of the season, if you told me high 20s, $28, $29 million, I'm saying yes. Like, you don't have to even talk to me about any of the terms and conditions that are on that contract. You don't have to talk to me about, oh, well, he was injured with a hamstring deal for the final, 3 months of the season and certainly in the playoffs. I wouldn't worry about that in the high 20s. When you start getting into the 31, 32, 33 range is where I start to get, a little tepid. If it drops down because maybe the money gets a little bit too high for other suitors, or suitors start to drop out because they're now jumping into the free agent game, it goes from panic mode yesterday to now you're feeling a little bit cushy.
Right. Is the finish to the 26 season and postseason for Peyton Watson being littered with injuries, do you think that might have changed even Los Angeles's willingness to make a big acquisition financially? Maybe.
Probably. Right.
Therefore, the same logic would probably help out the Nuggets, right? With their deal.
Doesn't it affect Denver, right? When you are going into that negotiating room and you say, hey, listen, we love this young player. It just 23 years old. He can jump out of the gym. He plays defense. He can rebound. It looks like he can shoot now, but our data set is just too small for us to commit to kind of what they did with Christian Brown. Like, you go into that room and you say, we know that Peyton Watson's deal isn't predicated off of what Christian does, but we can't sit here and throw the 5 years, $25 million average annual value without knowing what we're getting back, right? Because now if Christian Brown doesn't step up, you're kind of screwed moving forward. Yeah, it helps Denver right now.
Christian Brown, a little bit different just because he played such an elevated role in the 22-23 season, the 24-25 season. And Peyton Watson was always a little bit more of the guy on the outside looking in. Would you agree with that? In 22-23 and 24-25 or 23 all the way up until 25? Obviously the Christian Brown recency bias tells us the ankle wasn't right, but he was on the floor for a lot of the year. He just wasn't very good. And was it because of the ankle? I don't know. But right now, to Nuggets fans, it looks like a dramatic overpay. I'm in the camp that Christian Brown's going to be all right. Christian Brown is going to be a player that is worthy of a we'll say at least a $20 million average annual value 5-year deal. This year was the outlier because of the ankle.
Once again, we are underway in free agency in the National Hockey League, day 2 of free agency in the NBA. We will continue to get the latest on the Nuggets. We will hear from Brian Windhorst and what he has to say about possibly LeBron James in the Mile High City. That and an update in the NHL is coming up on the other side. You're listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
So I'll just point out that he has a relationship with Josh Kroenke, the Kroenke family, the owners of the Nuggets. He, I believe, was a guest a couple of times on their yacht in the Mediterranean in the summer. Before LeBron was focused on only playing golf in the summer, he used to go be on a boat, like the Magic Johnson, Bobby, where he went on a boat for like a week to 10 days.
I'd sign up for that.
Yeah, well, that was where the banana boat came from. That was in the Caribbean. But this one was, I think, was in the Mediterranean, and so he has some, connection there. And so I don't know. Like I think I probably even said too many words about it even now. But like, if I were Denver, I would kick the tires.
Will they kick the tires on LeBron James, a dark horse candidate to get a player who says this is not a financial decision, this is a happiness decision? And does happiness mean go home? Does happiness mean go play with Steph Curry and Al Horford and all the other olds in Golden State? Does it mean possibly go and play with Bam and Giannis in Miami and go get one more title run for Riley down there with the Heat? Or does it mean you go to Denver, where apparently the Nuggets and the Kroenke family have some sort of relationship with one of the greatest basketball players to ever lace up a set of Nikes, and that's LeBron James and Josh Kroenke. I don't know the level of legs that this truly has, but they were also a dark horse candidate to steal LeBron away from Cleveland in 2018 when he eventually signed with LA and then spent the next 8 seasons with the Lakers. They were in on those conversations too.
I did not have LeBron James, Josh Kroenke, and Stan Kroenke on a Mediterranean cruise on my bingo card on July 1st. But yet here we are. I know that was old news. That probably happened, in probably the 2010s? Would that be a little bit safer to say that there was some fraternizing that happened back in the day?
2018. So after LeBron signed with the Lakers, I believe the first time that LeBron was here in Denver, I want to say it was Harrison Wind that got the video and had the question, like, hey, did you have conversations? And LeBron said, like, yeah, they mentioned it a couple of times and said, you would look really good in the rainbow skylines. And he's like, he sent me a picture of it. Yeah, LeBron would look good in those black 5280 jerseys. He looked pretty very good at it.
What do we know about LeBron and Nikola Jokic? Mutual respect.
Yes.
That's one of the players that you hear LeBron James almost gush over, is when he talks about Nikola Jokic's ability to just make the right play.
To facilitate.
At all times. Facilitator. And frankly, it's almost, it would be, yesterday I was so anti-LeBron to Denver. And I'm not saying I'm going to be flipping sides today, but what is the trait that LeBron James, even later in his career, is known for epitomizing on a basketball floor? Making the right decision with the basketball, regardless of your personal pride. And at times, LeBron James was criticized because, if you're the greatest player of all time, in the same sentence as Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, why would you not shoot the basketball inside of 5 seconds with the game on the line in an NBA playoff game or in the NBA Finals? And LeBron James would simply say, because the coverage dictated me to dump the ball off. Like, that's it. And that's Nikola Jokic. Same guy. Are they not the exact same guy? They are the two best, maybe in the history of the game. Magic Johnson certainly has something to say about that, at just making the consistently correct play. And can you imagine having that on the same basketball team? Like, the beneficiaries being guys like Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown and Peyton Watson, where you have so much attention focused on those two individuals, yet they always see and react to what the defense is doing, giving others an opportunity to score the basketball. I didn't even mention Jamal Murray. Obviously, he'd be a massive beneficiary of that.
I see all the text messages coming in, and I'm not shocked. Like, there is a lot of LeBron hatred around the league, and certainly a lot of LeBron hatred here in Denver. I get it. I understand. But if your argument is LeBron James doesn't respect Nikola Jokic because he chooses him last in an all-star draft, come back to reality. We all know how worthless the NBA All-Star game, and we all know how worthless Nikola Jokic is in that type of scenario. How disinterested Joker is in playing that style of basketball. He wants to be selected last. He doesn't want to. You know who he is? He's Alexander Ovechkin when it comes to the NHL. Like, Ovi has literally taken the fines. He's gone like, I know you guys are going to fine me. I know I'm going to get suspended for a game if I don't show up this weekend, but you can't pay me to play 3-on-3 ice hockey in the middle of the season at age 40, right? That is what he is when it comes to thinking about the NBA All-Star game. So find a different route if you think that LeBron James doesn't have respect for Joker.
Yeah, and the difference is that Alexander Ovechkin, when he does opt out of an All-Star weekend, he goes and gets a quick refill, a free refill of the Russian gas. Whereas Nikola Jokic, if he was to make that decision, he goes and races Serbian horses for 3 days. But either way, the two of them would rather be elsewhere than stupidity on a basketball floor or an ice surface.
Do I think it would make them favorites in the West? Not necessarily. I like the idea. I think it would help them. He is still a very, very effective basketball player, especially on the defensive side. And again, if we're just going to go at the Nuggets in terms of fight and intensity and swagger, something that they very clearly lost or did not have against Minnesota, injuries notwithstanding, right? The one lasting image of that series will be Joker fighting an entire Timberwolves roster without anybody next to him. Do you think LeBron James would have taken the words of Jaden McDaniels lightly during that season? During that series? You think LeBron James would have sat down and, one, not said anything, or two, not done anything physically? He would at least bring that to your roster.
I'll take that a step further. If LeBron James is on your roster, would Jaden McDaniels have even said what he said and done what he did?
It's a great point.
Because there's just a level of respect. And I don't love this word for it because it feels a little bit holier than thou, but like fear. Like there's a level of like, it's the type of fear that you hear in parochial settings, like the fear of God, the fear of, it's the ultimate level of respect. And when you have a guy like LeBron James that really is, I mean, he's almost the all-time GOAT uncle of all of these young players that they almost will not even consider disrespecting. And so, yeah, that you bring up a good point. Does that happen against the Minnesota Timberwolves? No, I don't believe so.
Paul's got a good point here. The issue with that much IQ on the court, and you can't, that's not something that you can hold against LeBron James. You cannot say that he is not a genius level basketball player. Can't say it. Simply cannot do it on its face. The problem with that much IQ on the court is that someone actually needs to make the shot. And do you trust LeBron going into his 24th season to make those shots? Do you trust him to be a 23-point per game player? Do you trust him to play more than 50 games this season, right? Say what you want about him. And again, I think I'm very appreciative of what he's done over the course of his career. But a thing that killed the Nuggets was availability this year. And LeBron was basically the least available that he has been in his career last year. Yeah, he's 41 years old. That's not going to get better next season. So I can see the holes in the argument. I can see where LeBron to Denver doesn't work. I still think, though, signing him makes you better. It still doesn't get you over the top.
Yeah. You get LeBron James and you re-sign Peyton Watson and you have a full year of health for the likes of Christian Brown, Aaron Gordon, and Jamal Murray. Yeah, all of those things combined, do they guarantee that you're over the top? No, nothing guarantees. I mean, we all felt like OKC was almost guaranteed another run at a title and they didn't even get to the NBA final. We felt like once San Antonio defeated Oklahoma City, they were guaranteed a title and they got destroyed in the NBA finals by the New York Knicks. So all kinds of action. Raj, I saw a reaction there. What do you got?
The English nearly scored to tie things up in the 30th minute against against Congo. Really nice cross and a header in that was either saved or went off the crossbar. That the English are pushing hard. I don't think this is a 1-0 game for a long time, Coach.
No, I agree with that. But with the Republic of Congo currently having a 1-0 lead, and you are a full 33% of the way through this match, would this be the greatest upset since 249 years ago in 3 days? Would this be one of the most significant English upsets? I say yes. I say yes, my friend.
I want this tournament to have the English in it. I want all the big name countries to be in there. I've heard a lot of people going like, "Oh, I want to see the upsets." No, I don't. I'm in my third, fourth weekend of NCAA tournament mindset with this thing. It's like I'm fine with an upset or two during the knockout stage, or like maybe a team that's ranked in the 40s. Sorry, not in the knockout stage, but into the group stage. Maybe a team that's in the 40s or in the 50s in the world ranking somehow gets into the round of 32. When you're here, I want the best countries moving on. Like all of the favorites winning yesterday was something that I wanted. I disliked Germany and the Dutch
more
losing.
Norway. I had to have the row. I had to have Holland. How good is that, Raj?
Did you see all those Norwegian freaks went to the Travelers Championship when Victor Hovland was dueling it out with Scotty Scheffler, and they're doing it in the stands at a golf tournament?
It's so good. And as myself, as somebody who my grandfather came from a Scandinavian country in Denmark, and all of the the reputations of Vikings and Nordic backgrounds, like I love it. Raj, as a Finn, do you consider yourself a Scandinavian or not?
I don't think so, because it's not technically a Scandinavian country.
But the flag is the Scandinavian cross, correct?
I have always thought of Finland as a Scandinavian country, but if you look it up, it's not. Your Scandinavian countries are Sweden, Norway, and Denmark.
And Iceland, right?
Is Iceland in there too?
I believe Iceland.
Yeah, well, it does have the cross, like all those things do, but like
yes.
half the country identifies as like Russian somehow, even though Finland just beats Russia in every war. So I don't get it, man.
Back to the conversation about
I'll ask
wanting.
my father. I'll text him right now.
Yeah, give him a shout out. Wanting to see the best or even the most enticing matchups throughout this World Cup. This is such a good display of sport, and like even Mexico. I know that the El Tricolor, the Mexican national team, is a bitter rival of the United States. I find myself rooting passionately for Mexico, because I want the representation of the Americas, North America, Central America, South America can go pound salt, to be frank. I'm more of a North American and Central America guy. CONCACAF, you can throw the Caribbean in there as well. But the scenes last night in Mexico City, did you see them lining the streets? And it had to have been millions of people. And the noises that were coming out of Mexico City outside of Azteca, like, that is so good. The visuals of that just does the heart well. And like, I would love to see Mexico and the United States meet up at the very end of all of this. I know it's not going to happen, but how freaking unbelievable would that be? It would be so fun.
I have, I do have confirmation from my off the boat Finnish father. Northern European officially. Okay. So that is from a Finn. The Finns are not Scandinavian.
So you're more in the Netherlands, you're Dutch, German, Finland. Is that more kind of your guys' neighborhood?
I guess. I don't know. I'm getting my information right here from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, that makes sense. That adds up.
All right. A quick NHL free agency update for you. The Avalanche have done nothing. Now, they don't really have all that much cap space going on here. The latest, Eric Howla signs a 2-year, $3.5 million deal to go to the LA Kings. Ivan Demidov, this is a massive deal, 8-year extension, $73.2 million in total. There's a really good chance that 3 years from now, the 20-year-old Ivan Demidov will be in possession of the biggest bargain deal in the National Hockey League. If you have not seen him play for the Montreal Canadiens, he is an absolute freak. That's a great deal signed by Montreal. The crazy one here, Radko Gudas, who was the apple of my eye for a couple of weeks. at 36 years of age, and he looks like he's 46 years old, signs a $1.5 million deal, average annual value, over 6 years in Florida. He will be 42 years old, nearly turning 43 by the time this deal is over. That feels like cap circumvention. You know what's going to happen about 3 years from now in Florida? Radko Gudas is going to have a career-ending injury, and he will just cease to play hockey, and it won't hurt the Panthers.
Or Radko shot a text message over to Brent Burns and just said, "Hold my beer." He had the Kermit the Frog, hold him. I'm going to be playing until I'm a couple years older than you. Brent Burns, should the Avalanche give him a 10-year deal? Should they just extend him until he's 52 years old?
Yeah, you just put him on a long-term injury reserve. He had a hip labrum that went awry, and he can't play anymore. Yeah, it's just ridiculous what they're able to do. Another guy that I really liked. Actually, hold on. We do have some breaking news for the Colorado Avalanche. 2 minutes ago, according to David Pagnotta, a 3-year deal. Thank you very much, Cole Smith. The Colorado Avalanche have signed Jaden Schwartz to a 3-year deal worth $3.25 million. Jaden Schwartz, your newest member of the Colorado Avalanche, formerly a member of the Seattle Kraken, and he started his career for a long time with the St. Louis Blues franchise. A 33-year-old centerman who has also played left wing in his career. He played 50 games last season, had 11 goals, 15 points for 26 assists. His career high in goals came back in the 2015 season when he scored 28. He had a 26-goal season 2 years ago with Seattle. His high in points, 63 points in that 2015 season with the St. Louis Blues. So the Avs get a bottom six, middle six, center/wing.
Okay, this is interesting. Just for me, just looking up a scouting report on Schwartz, his sister Mandy. I was coaching football at Yale, and I remember there was a female hockey player that was battling acute myeloid leukemia, and that was Mandy Schwartz, sister of new Avalanche Jaden Schwartz. A big part of his story, and it's something he does from a humanitarian perspective. I know that's a little bit of a strange story, but Jaden Schwartz, is that a little bit of a move with the departure of Jack Drury, give you a potential 3C, 4C with winger flex? Is that what you're looking at? Even Nazem Kadri, is Nazem healthy or not? Because he's a little bit of a flex player as well, even though Nazem plays on the right wing and center. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, you certainly are. What it also helps you do is it shores up the miss when it comes to penalty killing, right? You are absolutely missing both Val Nichushkin, which his penalty kill minutes did kind of dip down just a little bit because it was so easy to just plug in Parker Kelly and Logan O'Connor and Jack Drury on that kill unit. He will be a player that you can utilize to kill penalties, Jaden Schwartz. I think it's a fine deal. They have like $2.5 million now to work with, but that is he's just your prototypical like center/left wing. He won a cup with the Blues a handful of years ago. He played his college hockey with the Tigers down in the Springs at CC and was a wonderful player for CC. He's a former first-round draft selection, and if you do play him in the middle of the ice, get this. You know how you're going to miss those face-offs from Jack Drury? Just guess what in his 50 games last year that Jaden Schwartz, his face-off percentage was.
67.
67 would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
59.3%.
Really good.
Really good. So again, if you're just joining us, NHL free agency has opened and the Avalanche make a veteran acquisition to their middle and bottom six. Former St. Louis Blue and Seattle Kraken centerman Jaden Schwartz signs a 3-year deal worth $3.25 million on an average annual basis. You're listening to The Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Altitude 92.5, the Coach and Raj in the morning sprint, hanging out with you guys up until noon to 3, PhD, and then from 3 to 6, it'll be Kreckman and Lindahl with Mark Springer filling in, and you guys can go down to Jackson's Lodo to hang out with them on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon and get ready for Team USA versus Bosnia.
This thing came from Bosnia, son. You ever been to Bosnia?
It'll be at 6 p.m. tonight out in California. Currently underway in the round of 32. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has a 1-0 lead in minute 44 over overwhelming favorites, the English. So that continues to be a 1-0 game, although Coach is now in his third Team USA kit of the morning. Congratulations. I like our little fashion show that we've got going on this morning. If you guys are watching on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, or if you become a subscriber on YouTube, just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube today. Coach, you look great.
Well, I appreciate that. You know who does not look great? That would be England, because we're starting to see the ugly side of the game where English players are going to be looking for penalties and going to be diving. And Harry Kane himself had a ball that was laced down the field, and right before the halftime whistle took, I thought, a dive as the keeper from Congo came out to defend the ball. And shockingly, he was not awarded a penalty. And good on FIFA and the ref that held the whistle for not overturning that via VAR. So 1-0 as we head into the final minutes of stoppage time here in the first half. Congo is leading.
Some other news around NHL free agency, a guy that we floated yesterday, possibly a connection with the Avalanche, former hated Dallas Star, Mason Marchment, who has gone from Dallas to Seattle to Columbus, has now signed a 5-year deal worth $7 million annually with the San Jose Sharks. So he was never really an option for the Avs at that level of money. San Jose, young, very cost controllable right now. They had the cap space to bring in a guy. I think this is a really good fit for the Sharks. Just simply too much money for Colorado to pay. They would have had to have moved multiple salaries out in order to get a guy like Marchment in. But if you are just joining us, the Avalanche have made moves this morning. A 3-year deal worth $3.25 million a year for former St. Louis Blue and Seattle Kraken forward Jaden Schwartz. He's 34 years old this season, so the Avs, one of the older teams in the league, Coach, do continue to get older. I don't think that's an issue when you're in win now mode. They're not looking to get younger right now. They may look to get younger 2 or 3 years from right now, so don't worry when they sign these guys in their mid-30s. They're going for it every single season. I think for a middle six forward, which is what Schwartz can be, although I kind of expect him to be a third-line forward for them, whether it's in the middle or on the wing. 3.25, it looks really good this year, and it will look even better next year and the year after as the salary cap continues to climb in the National Hockey League. I think it's a tidy piece of work. It's not groundbreaking, but it's tidy.
It's a yeoman's addition. And like you said, the former Colorado College Tiger. Interesting connection there to the state of Colorado. Give me a bit of he's about the same age as you, Raj, if I'm not mistaken. Give me a little scouting report, not just about where he'll fit in. We've talked about that he provides some penalty kill opportunities to fill in the void that was created by Val Nichushkin and Jack Drury's departure. Also has the flexibility of being a winger on the left side plus a center, and fills in that void that was created by Jack Drury at the center position, and potentially, depending the health on Nazem Kadri, he's a guy that could potentially also be there as a center. What do you know about Jaden Schwartz, the skater, the puck handler, the defender, size profile? Anything that you have on Jaden Schwartz would be helpful.
I've always loved his ability to facilitate, and that's what he is. He is a pass-first forward. He has always been the type of guy that, like, if he was playing with TJ Oshie in St. Louis, he was the guy that was facilitating Oshie or facilitating Ryan O'Reilly in front of the net. You're not looking at Jaden Schwartz to be a 25-goal scorer. at the age of 34. And honestly, you weren't really looking for him to be a 25-goal scorer in the middle of his prime. He is a defense-first, two-way center/wing that's going to kill penalties for you. I don't think that he will slot in anywhere on a power play, but I like him being a third-line center. It gives you the, you know what it gives you? It gives you the safety blanket if like Gavin Brindley or LaRue or Svechkov aren't ready to step in and be full-time NHL players, and especially when you get into the months of February and March where you're looking to start peaking going into the postseason, if you see those young players, Svechkov, Brindley, LaRue that you're bringing in, if you see that they're not ready, that they're not necessarily at that level, you don't have to worry about Jaden Schwartz. Like, he is plug and play. He is when he's healthy, there's no headache with his game. There is no question mark with his game. He will be physical. He will drag you into a fight. He will go into the crappy areas of the ice, whether it's net front or in the corner. And I think he will be very defensively sound. So what I think this is, you're not replacing Val Nichushkin, but you are starting that building block to create Val, again, to steal something from Moneyball, in the aggregate.
So without question, you are not replacing Val Nichushkin with Jaden Schwartz. However, another recently departed Av that we have not brought up, I did not bring up, Ross Colton, who was a center and at times a left winger. Are you getting an upgrade over Ross Colton in terms of quality of player and what he could potentially mean for this franchise in Jaden Schwartz?
You could be. I still believe that Ross Colton was a disappointment with the Avalanche based off of his years in Tampa Bay. Yeah, like, can Jaden Schwartz put up 10 goals and 15 assists, which is essentially the Avalanche career of Ross Colton? Yeah, he can do that without a doubt. And he comes in significantly cheaper than a guy like Colton does. I am very much convinced that you have upgraded over Colton, and you expected Colton to take the next step. Honestly, what Ross Colton was after his years in Tampa Bay was the equivalent of the Nuggets signing Christian Brown to the, you've done it once for us and we see this trajectory and we expect it to keep going up. That's what the Avs did when they nabbed Ross Colton away from the Tampa Bay Lightning. And the decision for Tampa Bay back then, Coach, was, can we keep Colton or do we keep a guy like Yanni Gourde? And Gourde ended up leaving eventually, but Gourde was the better player of the two. He eventually goes back. Colton wasn't that great of an Av, man. He just wasn't, based off of $4 million a year. I think this is a better player. I like the fact that he is a former assistant captain for many, many years in this league. And I don't know. I see people saying, oh, yeah, we're getting older, we're getting slower, and mismanaging the cap and overpaying. You did not overpay right here for Jaden Schwartz. If you look at his cap projections going into the free agency period, you're paying less for him. And then 2 years from now, when the cap skyrockets, $3.25 million is going to feel like the Miles Wood deal, man. Like, I'm not worried about cap mismanagement here. It doesn't help to get grittier to play against. What do you mean it doesn't help? You think the Avs lost because of speed? You think the Avs were the slower team on the ice? They weren't. One of the fastest teams in the National Hockey League. You can give up a little bit of speed and a little bit of youth to be harder to play against in the middle of the ice. Like, that's been the one thing that's been very clear about the Avalanche is you're not hard enough to play against when the game gets difficult to play. So yeah, am I willing to get a little bit older and a little bit slower to be more difficult to play against in the most important times of the year? You're damn right I am.
Yeah, that older and maybe slower style, well, it cost you a series in the Western Conference Final against a team that was older, chewier, and slower in the Las Vegas Golden Knights. They weren't out skating you with speed, really on any of their lines. From what I was watching, they were playing smarter hockey. They were dispossessing you. They were making the passing lanes that much more challenging by clogging up the ice.
Like, you want to talk about overpays, Coach? Did you see the Bowen Byram contract?
Insanity.
I love Bowen Byram. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a very good defenseman. I think he's like an elite second pairing D-man or on a bottom half team in this league, which he now is on in Chicago. He can be your number one. But Bowen Byram signing a 6-year deal worth $12.5 million a year is insanity. You want to talk about overpays? That's an overpay.
Bowen Byron would be the 4th best D-man right now for the Colorado Avalanche. I don't know. I don't know. I like Kulak.
I don't know about that.
I like Kulak.
I think Bo would be the 2nd or the 3rd best D-man on the Avs.
You think he's better than Devon Taves?
I think he's not as good defensively. Taves is a way better defender. He is better on the
Brett Kulak
offensive
is
side.
too.
Yeah, but like Byram's ability to skate and create offense, it feels like it has a higher ceiling than we've already seen. So don't get me wrong, I like the player. I don't like him for $12.5 million. I think he'd be the 3rd best defenseman on the Avs, and I think he would have within a couple of years the ability to supersede Devon Taves.
Went to halftime. England trailing Congo. A little update for all of you soccer heads. Goalkeeper for Congo, I believe it's Lionel Mpasi. Did you see how he saved the final opportunity?
I did not.
It was a corner kick that cleared all of the compilation of humanity right to Harry Kane, and Harry Kane missiles a shot right into the man parts of Lionel Mpasi.
Talk about the one dude out of all of the superstars that have stepped up to the plate in the World Cup this year, and every single world-class player has just been scoring at will. Harry Kane?
Not great. Yeah, he's and English sphinctors are getting a little bit tight.
I'm sure they are.
I think that Kane's a little too hairy right now. So,
You sick son of. Oh, we'll take a quick time out here. That's the coach. I'm Raj, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. NHL free agency is underway. NBA free agency in day number 2. We will have updates for you in just 4 minutes. Hour number 2 of the morning sprint on a Wednesday that feels like a Friday. We will be off tomorrow on Thursday and Friday as a station as Coach goes into his 4th Team USA kit of the morning. Do you have a full 6 to get through the show?
You're going to have to stay tuned. And if I were you, I would log on and like and subscribe to our YouTube channel or our Twitch feed. Make sure you check us out. I don't know. I mean, I'm not even at home right now, so there's no way I have 6 kits or more. Is there? Is there any chance that I do?
Well, it would be awesome if you actually packed 6 different Team USA jerseys for a trip to California. I would love that, man. The one that you're wearing right now with the sky blue shoulders, I think is the leader in the clubhouse because you've worn the Where's Waldo's. You have the son of a coach, which you happen to be on your back in, what's his first name? Michael Bradley?
Michael Bradley.
Oh,
Bob
yeah.
Yeah, very well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, Michael
Bob
Bradley.
Bradley's son?
Yes,
Hey!
Bob Bradley's son. Michael Bradley, who was the engine that just all he did was just run about 2 marathons every time he played soccer for the United States national team.
Wasn't he the dude that had the head that could blind you?
Oh, yeah.
He could power a small city with his head?
It was the type of a shine on a head that even our very own program director, Kevin Shockey, would be very jealous of. Very jealous of.
Yeah, this is a good kit on you. I think it's better than the Where's Waldo jersey. Maybe the first one that you had, which was the bright red with the alternating white and blue shoulders. Pretty solid.
That one they call the rocket pop because it looks like the bomb pop from an ice cream truck.
Brother, when is the last time that you had a rocket pop?
I actually had one when I was in Costa Rica.
Okay.
I had a Costa Rican rocket pop.
Rocket pop was a solid, really, really solid ice cream truck decision. However, I don't know if I put it in my top 5. It was good, but It's not top 5.
I need some type of chocolate, vanilla. I don't
like
want
a Choco Taco.
Yeah. I need something with a little bit more sustenance.
A Choco Taco. I was always in love with a strawberry shortcake bar.
That's a good one. What about just a pure ice cream sandwich? An American,
can't go wrong.
Chocolate on the outside, vanilla on the inside.
A cookie sandwich, a chipwich, one of those things. Those Nestle ones that came in the yellow wrappers. Those things were elite. A lemon shark ice cream pop, better than a bomb pop.
That must be a Gen Z ice cream truck that you referred to there. I don't remember that back in 1987.
It was it was a great white shark looking popsicle that was like lemon sherbet. It was great.
There's nothing better than a good old fashioned ice cream truck, especially Raj. Back in the year 1999, which, oh, by the way, Alex, do you realize what happened in the great year of our Lord, 1999?
Can I have a hint? There's probably a lot of things that happened in 1999.
Well,
the Avs won a Stanley Cup, or actually the following spring.
It involves one of the more infamous players in the franchise history of your beloved favorite baseball franchise.
Oh, no. Are we celebrating Bobby Bonilla Day today?
Yes, that was the final game that was ever played by Bobby Bonilla, who, by the way, today, July 1st, he will be receiving his deferred payment of $1.193 million from the New York Mets, and he will continue to do so until 2035, having played his final game for the Mets in 1999.
There's other players in the NHL right now that are getting like crazy contracts today, because this is just the start of the new calendar year, and that's why you can sign free agents. That's the reason why we're going through such craziness in NHL free agency. The Bobby Bonilla payday is slightly different, but like Vinny LeCavalier is still getting paid by the Philadelphia Flyers. Rick DiPietro is still getting paid. We're getting some really good text messages on the Shot Mazda text line at 303-504-0925 on elite ice cream truck purchases. The Flintstone push-up pop.
Oh, good call.
That multicolored push-up pop.
God, I forgot about.
Unreal.
What about just orange sherbet push-up pops?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh.
Not going to turn that thing away. Were you ever a demented SpongeBob pop guy? When you got those things and you just had like a different version that would give you nightmares, but it was a lemon flavor or flavored SpongeBob SquarePants, and you would get a couple of frozen gumballs in it too. But he looked like he was going to murder you in your sleep. Those things were great.
Those were good. Any Marvel superhero pop is something that I always wanted, but the markup was $1 or $2.
Yeah,
over every
like
other sandwich.
$6.75. You're walking up there with a wet dollar bill in your shorts because you've been in the pool or the ocean. You're expecting me to whip out a credit card and take out a mortgage for a Marvel pop?
And they all tasted like the Batman pop was just straight cheeks. It was as bad
then
as
your
it gets.
your mouth was like black for the rest of the day and no one wanted to talk to you. It's like the kid who has a red Gatorade at summer camp and doesn't know how to drink it without it touching his upper lip.
He's got the Gatorade mustache.
It's one thing that we did when I was coaching, like it's younger aged kids. As I got older in my coaching career, I'd move on to like 14s and 16s and 18s. But when I was coaching 8 and 10 and 12-year-olds, we outlawed red Gatorade because the kids couldn't drink it without spilling it on their white jerseys. We weren't allowed to have it. No red Gatorades.
They wanted it to look like blood. They wanted it to look like their favorite NHL players. Just finding a way to just
They were just a
tough it out.
vampire rabbit having sucked on some poor farmer's neck for the last 2 hours. Some news again in the NHL. The Avs do make a big-time signing. They take on 3 years, $3.25 million for former St. Louis Blue forward Jaden Schwartz. They also signed Noah Juleson, a 29-year-old defenseman, formerly of the Philadelphia Flyers. He signs a 2-year deal at a $1.1 million cap hit. Juleson will be your 7th defenseman this year, so that is your depth in case that there happen to be injuries with Kulak or Burns or Josh Manson, who Manson's not going to play an 82-game season this year. So Juleson comes over from the Philadelphia Flyers. The Avs continue to make some moves. Juleson, right-handed shot, former first-round draft selection of the Montreal Canadiens back in 2015. He is 6'2", 205 pounds. He played 52 games last year for the Flyers, had 1 goal, 9 assists, is a stay-at-home defenseman on the right side. A lot of right-handed defensemen for the Avs right now, so I don't know if I love this selection. I prefer him to be a left-handed D-man, but he's a 7th defenseman, right? That's kind of what you're signing him for.
Do you think you'll see him up with the big club early? Is he a guy that will be a part of the Avs, or do you think he's a guy that is he where do you see him slating in when he starts?
Bottom pair defenseman and just stepping in when guys are injured. That's basically it. But do I see him like starting DO? He's 29.
Okay.
It was a former first-round pick. Like the Avs have now added, Jaden Schwartz would make it 4. They have added 4 former first-round draft selections between Schwartz, Juleson, Svechkov, and LaRue over the last 5 days.
Colorado College, a good hockey program? Have they been historically good?
Historically, really solid hockey program. Couple of Hobie Baker winners there in Colorado Springs. Their brand new facility down there is gorgeous, small but very, very pretty. CC's always been a really solid team. They had some very lean years over the last they've gotten better and better over the last 3-4 seasons, but 10 years prior to that, they went through some lean seasons. They certainly don't have the history of the Pioneers, but a very good Division I program.
Same league or no?
They were for a while. I don't know if CC is in it is in the NCHC. I can double check that for you right now.
Is Colorado College?
They are in the NCHC, still in the same conference. There we go.
They're not a parochial school. That's Colorado Christian, correct?
I don't know if CC has any denomination. I
don't know a whole lot about Colorado College. So I'm learning every day.
I'm sorry, I don't know a whole bunch about it for you either. It's a very small school, Coach. Very small school.
When I saw when you said that Jaden Schwartz was a Saskatchewan native but went to Colorado College, I was like, huh? That doesn't. Would you say is Jaden Schwartz most likely as a former first-round pick the highest profile Tiger in terms of hockey players of all time, or in that conversation?
No, they had Marty Surdich won a Hobie Baker for them. No, they've had other big time players. He might be the best NHLer that they've had go through that program. Certainly the best current NHLer But right there, but not the best college hockey player that they ever had. Marty Surdich and I think they had one more like a couple of years. They won like 2 Hobie Bakers within 3 seasons. But yeah, Jaden Schwartz back as a member of the Colorado Avalanche. No news around NBA free agency over the past like hour. The Lakers made big time moves and they pulled themselves basically out of the Peyton Watson running as they make a crazy flurry of signings. They get Mahmoud to back up at the 5. They bring in Quentin Grimes. They sign Colin Sexton. So the LA Lakers are like basically done now, and we were panicking yesterday. Could LA be a team that swipes Peyton Watson away from you? And now, just like 24 hours later, Coach, I'm feeling as though the temperature and the price point for Peyton Watson is dropping now by the minute. When yesterday, after LeBron announced that he was not going to return to the Lakers, it felt like the dollar amount was rising every second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to look at this and some of the tea leaves around, the Peyton Watson discussion, the Lakers offseason acquisitions already, moving on from LeBron James. I had forgotten that LeBron James is a major investor, if not like one of the main shareholders of Clutch Sports Agency, which also happens to represent whom? Peyton Watson. Is there a world that exists that LeBron is with his one of his young proteges that he kind of helped groom through this process of going through the draft? I mean, LeBron's very involved in Clutch.
I mean, only if he signs for the vet minimum. So, like, sure, is there a possibility? Yeah, but LeBron would have to sign for veteran minimum in order for you to still retain the services of Peyton Watson, and you still probably have to trade out some players, one roster player to make that happen.
All right, I just had a really interesting thought. You move on from Pickett. You move. We'll kind of find out what happens with the likes of Strother. Hardaway's gone. Hardaway Jr.'s gone. Pickett's gone. Jonas Valanciunas is all but gone. Bruce Brown is a free agent. We'll see what happens with Bruce Brown.
Hardaway signed for way less money than I thought he was going to, by the way.
A little surprising.
1 year, 6.5 in Miami felt low, given the season that he just
performed. He had a great season. Raj, you are on Team LeBron to Denver.
Always. He's a good basketball player.
Of course he is. He's better than
the
a good
Nuggets
basketball
need good
player.
basketball players.
Yeah, like I'm going to say this right now. I can be a LeBron hater, but you said the Nuggets need good basketball players. LeBron James is at the very least he's a good basketball player. Can we all agree on that? Can we all just have a gentleman's handshake or on the fact that LeBron?
We could do that.
The bench right now for the Denver Nuggets. Who is it?
Me?
Yep.
You?
So
Vic?
In the world that exists that you have the acquisition of Peyton Watson and LeBron James, is it also the perfect situation for Bronny? Would you take Bronny if you guarantee could get LeBron James on your roster?
I don't know. It's $2.5 million that you have to go against your cap this year because it's a guaranteed contract now. So I don't know if I love that. No,
what about
I
if
don't want it.
You're getting.
I don't want
what
it.
if you're paying LeBron James half of what you're paying Bronny James?
Well, LeBron would play on the vet minimum, which would be like, you'd get him for like 3.8 at that point. So he'd be making like $1 million more than his son would be. But you'd get both of the James for a combined $6.5 million. Sure, I guess I could do that. I railed on that situation so long ago, man.
And here we are.
I don't know. Is LeBron good enough for me to be okay with the Bronny situation in Denver? Yeah, for a year, I can deal with the headache for a year.
Is Bronny a markedly worse basketball player than Jalen Pickett was?
Probably not.
Pretty similar.
They're probably the same guy. Someone who I don't really need to see on the court at all.
Yes, undersized. Maybe can make a three-pointer from time to time. Maybe can handle the basketball against lesser defenders. I mean, it's not all that different, is it?
No, it's not. I am remiss. I didn't mention Colorado native and Stanley Cup champion Jacob Slavin, who played his collegiate hockey at CC. I can't believe I didn't mention that. I knew that.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
There's a good one.
So there you go. He's probably the number one player in CC history now with a Stanley Cup championship. Now, didn't win Hobie Baker. But again, the news from around the National Hockey League and for the Colorado Avalanche, they signed defenseman Noah Juulsen, a 29-year-old 6'2" defenseman, to be their depth piece on the blue line. He will likely be your number 7. But the big signing for them, 3 years, $3.25 million for center/wing, former assistant captain of the St. Louis Blues and Seattle Kraken. Jaden Schwartz is your newest member of the Colorado Avalanche. We'll get into some NFL notes on the other side. Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with NFL Notes. Cole Smith hanging out with us this week. Mr. Smith, start us off.
One more time. What's up, guys? Brendan Sorsby, former NCAA quarterback for Texas Tech, has had a string of bad luck with the NCAA ruling him ineligible to play for, of course, betting on sports. He did intend to join the NFL this year through the supplemental draft, but the NFL said, no, sir, you're not doing that either. So Sorsby and the NFL Players Association have said they will shift their focus to preparing for the 2027 NFL draft. They will not pursue any legal recourse against the NFL for canceling the supplemental draft this year. And guys, I wanted to ask you, are teams going to touch Sorsby with a 10-foot pole?
There is a chance that if he lies low and does the right thing from a PR perspective and builds a story of, I have rehabbed myself, I have learned from mistakes that I made when I was a dumb college kid, and I realize how it not only hurt my bank account, but hurt the school that I went to, hurt the institution of college football, and stopped me from being a potential first-round draft selection this upcoming year. If he does that and just disappears for a year and then comes back in 2027, I think the NFL will kind of welcome him with open arms. There was no possibility of it happening this year. This is the right decision from the Sorsby camp.
Yeah, the rhetoric has certainly shifted quite a bit from about 2 weeks ago when we're going to sue everybody. We're going to sue the NFL. We're going to sue the NCAA. We're going to sue, might as well just sue America.
We're going to go to the NFLPA, even though we're not part of the NFLPA.
Yes, that's what we're going to do. And you know what they did with Brendan Sorsby? They said, we're going to go be a good boy. We're going to be a really good boy because that's what this situation is going to require. If I'm a good boy, then I get a chance to maybe play in the National Football League. But I do think, Cole, it's going to be a tough path forward. It really is. To your question, is anybody going to touch him with a 10-foot pole? The answer to that is probably yes. But is he going to be given all the right opportunities to really grow into the role of being an NFL quarterback, NFL starter? No, I don't see it.
Most of these players that sit out a year because of a suspension that was handed down in the NCAA, most of these players are given a shot. Most of them don't work out. And the most recent ones, actually, the most recent one that happened in Denver, now there's been a couple of others that happened after him, was the story of Maurice Clarett coming out of Ohio State. And he was suspended for that year, and then Denver overdrafts him in the third round. And he doesn't play a game. Right now,
gosh, I forgot about Maurice Clarett, the Denver Bronco. That's a crazy thought.
And he was a sensational running back as a Buckeye.
Unbelievable.
Like the best running back in the country. So they overdraft him in the third. He cuts him and never plays in Denver cuts him and he never plays in a regular season game. Josh Gordon had that indefinite suspension by Baylor and then was selected in the supplemental draft. He did have some successes, right? He had one All-Pro year. He won a Super Bowl with the Patriots, if we remember that. I think it was Super Bowl 53, something like that. Won a Super Bowl with the Patriots, but largely a disappointing career, and he was out of the league in 2022. And then you also have Mike Williams, who only had like 30 games played, and everyone thought he was going to find a way to turn it around. Most of these guys got a shot.
Was that USC wide receiver Mike Williams?
That is USC wide receiver Mike Williams.
Huge.
A freak. And they get shots. Most of them don't really have success. Would you call Josh Gordon a success, or would you call it, I don't even know what you would call it at the end of his career.
You would probably call it a lot of talent.
Redemption?
Redemption, but then even then it was still always met with a bit of a lack of trust for what the player was going to do, in terms of being a professional in every area.
Now,
so that's always the question.
You've got other players that have sat out the year. Roger Staubach, after being at Navy, sat out a year, but I think the service academy players don't really count here. Certainly in terms of like the Josh Gordon and Mike Williams and Maurice Clarett and now Brendan Sorsby, you don't get to put them in the same basket as you do Navy vet Roger Staubach. Cole, what's next?
I got 2 phones.
Guys, Nick Benito was a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year last year, but I guess a guy named Myles Garrett deserved it a little bit more. I don't know. But Benito did total 6 sacks in his final 10 games of the season. He did play with a cast-like wrap around his right hand for much of that season. And Nick Benito yesterday told Shireen Williams of PFT, quote, "I want to continue to grow and be a better player than I was the previous year." Guys, I wanted to ask you, does Benito have what it takes to win Defensive Player of the Year for the Broncos?
Coach, you know the answer to this. There's one stat that can do it for him. We've talked about this constantly on our show. What is the one thing that holds Nick Benito back from being in the Myles Garrett and TJ Watt and
snaps, total snaps,
snap count?
Snap count.
All of those guys that I just mentioned, man, are like 85% and north. And Nick Benito, for the vast majority of his career, has lived in like 65% land. If he wants to win Defensive Player of the Year, that dude needs to be on the field for 85 to 90% of the defensive snaps.
And really the only path forward that I could see that being realistic for Nick Benito is he's got to build up the armor, his body. He's got to become more of a Myles Garrett, barrel-chested, rotund individual. And then does that neutralize his greatest asset, which is to be a bendy, twitchy monster off the edge in terms of speed? I think he's a pass rush specialist, Raj. That's what he is. Now, if you're the pass rush specialist that gets 19 to 22 sacks, yeah, I could see him being in the conversation. But I just don't know. Once Nick Benito started getting double teamed on third downs and chipped, and the running back in or extra tight end that was there to have body presence on Nick Benito, we always see the numbers start to dip for Nick Benito once he becomes the focal point of the protection plan for opposing offenses.
So I understand your thought process on building up the armor so that he can be more powerful and then stay on the field for that many snaps. I understand that. This was before you got back here when you were, still coaching college football. We remember this, man, with Von Miller. When Von put on all of that weight, there was one off season that Von came in like 2012 or 2013 or something, and he was stacked. Like his traps were touching his earlobes.
He was looking like Aaron Donald.
Oh, he was
attempting to be Aaron Donald.
It was unbelievable how big Von Miller was. Just absolutely jacked. And then he tears his ACL in 2013 against Houston. And he misses the rest of the season right before the playoffs. And then he comes back a couple of years after that, and he was much more svelte and a little bit skinnier. So maybe Nick is on this type of journey where you're trying to find, because he's still very young in this league. He's just 26 years old. You're still trying to find like your perfect NFL body at that point.
On one end, there are more sack opportunities for you if you're on the field, particularly on first and second down, rundowns, because that's where you get the play action protections. And a lot of times when you pull somebody, like it could be a guard that's simulating a run play like power or counter, a lot of times that leaves a tight end one-on-one in pass protection against the defensive end, but you have to be on the field for those circumstances. If you eliminate a majority of those snaps from being on the field as opportunities to get sacks, because they're going to run power at you. They're going to run counter at you. They're going to have guards trying to kick you out, and they're going to run the football directly at you because, frankly, they don't think that you are willing to do that yeoman work. Then you miss out on those opportunities to get the sacks on those play action first and second down opportunities.
There's one other thing that is working against him right now, and we don't know what's going to happen. What happens with Jonathan Cooper?
Yeah, who's the guy opposite?
If Jonathan Cooper is not opposite you, those double teams come way harder. And
they do.
Forcing runs at your side becomes way more utilized by your opposition if Jonathan Cooper is not playing football for the Broncos.
Which not only for Nick Benito's production and sack numbers does Jonathan Cooper's situation matter. The other two factors that really matter for the Denver Broncos, assume Jonathan Cooper is not going to be starting 17 games for the Broncos. Say he's out altogether. Boy, the development of Q Robinson's important.
Sure
Boy,
is.
the health of Jonah Ellis is of utmost importance. And I've said it a couple times on the air here, knowing Luther Ellis, father of Jonah Ellis, and about 6 other NFL players named Ellis, is this has been the healthiest and only healthy offseason that Jonah Ellis has had when he started training camp. So I do think that bodes well for Jonah Ellis, which ultimately bodes well for Nick Bonito, which hopefully ends up being a positive for the Denver Broncos in 26. But man, the health of Jonah Ellis and the development of Q Robinson, man, those two, that might be two of the more important things of this offseason, in addition to DeAndre Tillman continuing his ascent.
A sneaky high five to the turn of the millennium for one Luther Ellis. Congratulations on the sex, buddy. What's next, Cole?
Damn! He ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3.
That was perfect, actually. So guys, last one for you guys is Diana Rossini is still making headlines and got a little bit of audio for you here. Diana's name dropping here.
Can you see the name?
Oh my God. KOC?
See what I said? Look what I said to him though, just now. Go to the bottom.
Oh my God.
And she basically just goes on saying, hey, I'm breaking news. That's why I got pulled over and you're giving me a ticket right now. So New York Times is aware of the article and they acknowledge the body cam footage and they agree that it does not mesh with the publication's prior characterization of Diana Rossini. There is an internal investigation currently going on that has supposedly been going on for weeks right now. And unless Rossini opts to tell her story publicly in the near future, the next steps will be for the completion of this internal investigation. And so far, not looking like great fallout for Diana, guys.
So you're telling me that today on NHL free agency day 1, if I want to drive recklessly, all I have to do is show the arresting officer or the officer that has stopped me for a traffic citation, hey, man, it's just sending a tweet.
You got to have proof.
The Avs just signed Noah Juleson. That's all I got to do? That's all I got to do?
That's it. The way you look and, your overall presentation, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you have X open on your phone and you're talking about the term deals of Jaden Schwartz, new Colorado Avalanche. And there's, what do you think the odds of Littleton police officer knowing the full scouting report on Jaden Schwartz or whoever the heck he is?
Nada. Unless it's Ryan Stewart. Nothing. Nada. Son of a gun. I would love that opportunity to get out of tickets like that. The Rossini situation continues. Those are your NFL notes. Thank you, Cole Smith. NFL notes are brought to you daily here on the Morning Sprint by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Coach is in his 5th of 6 Team USA kits. We are 71 minutes into England and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Congo still currently leads 1-0. The winner of this game will take on Mexico at the Azteca in Mexico City. This would be, without a doubt, the biggest upset of the tournament if this result still holds. 1-0 is the score between Congo and the English. You've got 3 games today in the World Cup. Middle game is Belgium and Senegal, and then the U.S. will take on Bosnia. If you're looking for something to do today for that game, the party is at Jackson's Lodo. We're going to be out there, and we invite you to watch the World Cup 2026 with Michelob Ultra for USA and Bosnia in the round of 32. Kreckman and Springer will be hosting the show starting at 3 p.m., and then kickoff for the U.S. MNT is at 6. Kreckman will be giving away a ton of great prizes with Michelob Ultra. I think you'll have an opportunity to win a Team USA men's national kit, a foosball table, a signed Rapids jersey by the team. Just head on down there to Jackson's Lodo. Michelob Ultra, a Superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup. Superior is worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for, too. We will see you at Jackson's Lodo tonight. One more time, Coach, I ask you.
This thing came from Bosnia, son. You ever been to Bosnia?
They going to get it done tonight?
Yes. I feel really good. Although watching Germany go down, watching England struggle mightily against Congo, I have my concerns just because you never know what you're going to get in a knockout round. You mentioned earlier Mexico had not advanced in a knockout round since when?
40 years. They had not won a knockout round game in 40 years.
Do you know the stat on United States men's national team knockout round wins?
Do they have one?
One. 24 years ago in 2002. One. So take nothing for granted. Don't look at Bosnia as this bad team. Bosnia qualified for the World Cup out of what qualification? UEFA. The European qualifications are pretty challenging. Who did Bosnia knock out? Vic Lombardi's own Italy.
Bosnia is the reason why Italy isn't in the World Cup?
100%.
I did not know that. All right.
Yeah,
that makes me more nervous. Thank you for giving me some panic.
There's reason for nerves. However, I like this U.S. team, and I love their top 11, and I'm thrilled to watch the top 11 take the field again. And they just got to play with their foot on the floorboard and play the style that Mauricio Pochettino laid out for them, a style that was unveiled in the first game against a very game Paraguay side that ended up beating Germany in penalty kicks. And you beat them 4-1 by playing that style with the foot on the gas. Watching this England match right now, do you want to know what's happening? Right? Oh, as England just ties it up. England ties it up, and Harry Kane finally, with the moment, Raj, that you were talking about as one of the elite scorers in the world, had been very silent until that crosser that went in. And I was just going to talk about Lionel Mpasi had been phenomenal in goal. It was equivalent of a Connor Hellebuck regular season performance for the Winnipeg Jets. And now you see Harry Kane equalize this game. It has been a wire-to-wire soccer affair, and now it is all tied up. So if you're not near a television, you're not near a radio dial, get there quickly because this is a fantastic game.
Team USA and Bosnia tonight at 6. Watch party at Jackson's and Lodo starting at 3 with Kreckman and Springer this evening. Don't miss any of it. It's day 2 of NBA free agency, day 1 of NHL free agency. We are about 100 minutes into that process. The latest updates, what the Avalanche have done, what it means for them and their cup chances this season. Next. No big-time movement in the NBA for quite some time now as we're into day 2 of free agency. The Lakers made some big-time moves, and they have moved themselves out of the Peyton Watson conversation as a result. Quentin Grimes and Colin Sexton going to the Lakers. They make a big trade where they swap 2 first-round picks. They send 2 unprotected first-rounders to the Utah Jazz for Walker Kessler, who will be their new starting center this year, and then they sign him to a big-time 4-year deal. So the Lakers were the biggest movers and shakers today. The Celtics get Mitchell Robinson away from NBA champion New York, but nothing for the Nuggets, who are cash-strapped thus far. The only news, Coach, today has been, honestly, from the mouth of Brian Windhorst when he brought up the possibility of, are the Nuggets a dark horse contender to land LeBron James? I still feel as though it's a pipe dream and it's not really true. Most of these signs point toward LeBron either joining up with all of the octogenarians in Golden State, or he goes back home for one final season in Cleveland.
Octogenarians, please define.
Someone who is 80 years old.
Oh, that's a good one. I've never heard that. Do you think our listeners know what an octogenarian is?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah, I would think so.
I mean, I just talked about how our listeners on that last promo are so intelligent. I don't know if they're that intelligent. I mean, that was a Syracuse word right there.
Know that?
Golly, that was good. I the more and more I wrap my mind around the possibility of LeBron James taking a vet minimum contract in Denver, even combined with the fact that the bench of the Denver Nuggets is just non-existent right now. I think that Bronny James could actually be a part of this roster, and all of the jokes that we've been making about Bronny James and the Lakers and this circus that is, well, that might be our situation here in Denver. However, my heart of hearts, I still see, even when we were talking about and reacting to the Golden State Warriors being the lead rumored team for LeBron James, I just didn't see it. And I thought all along, in my pop-up, I would say Cleveland Cavaliers, Miami Heat make the most sense. And I still think that probably will end up playing out. And I think it's going to be Cleveland. And if you are somebody who's on the fence about LeBron James and his legacy as one of the best 1 or 2 players in the history of the NBA, him finishing out for a contender in Cleveland that's his hometown team and doing his farewell tour in a year where he wins the title might cement his legacy as the greatest player in the history of the NBA.
Might do it.
Am I right?
Yeah. I mean, it would certainly give him another leg up if that then ends up happening. I don't think it will. You will not be able to, at this point, I don't think you're going to be able to convince the MJ contingent that LeBron is better. I don't think you'll ever get there, but you would switch.
That's me. No. I would not switch.
Right. So even if he somehow goes to Cleveland, or if he goes to Golden State with all these olds and gets through Joker and San Antonio with Wemby and OKC with Shea and just a billion young dudes that just find a way to continue to outperform their rookie contracts, even if he does that, the MJ contingent will not look at LeBron and go, yeah, he's better. No, they won't do that.
You would have to say that the longevity in the full body of work is greater than that of Michael Jordan, where it got a little bit off the rails with Michael Jordan as a member of, what was the team that was he a Hornet? Was that right?
Well, at the end of his career, he was a Washington Wizard.
Wizard.
But
yes.
the reason why you think Hornets is because he bought into the Bobcats. Yes, when they were in Charlotte.
The Bobcats. Yeah, that's. Michael Jordan at the height of his powers. I grew up in that era. It was appointment viewing. I don't feel like LeBron James was ever just pure appointment viewing for a 5-year stretch of time. Just my own personal opinion.
All right. I don't know if I agree with you, but I think he'd look good.
Were you alive? Were you alive during the height of Michael Jordan's powers?
I was alive. I sure was.
3, 2, 3,
I was
4,
alive.
5.
Hey, you asked me if I was alive. You didn't ask me if I was actually taking in any information.
Okay,
but was I alive? Did I want to be Michael? I almost said Michael Jackson. Did I want to be Michael Jordan when Space Jam came out? Yeah, I sure did.
See, Space Jam was post Powers. That was post Powers.
What do you mean post Powers? Wasn't Space Jam like 1995?
How old were you in 95, Raj?
3. It was 1996. I was 3 years old. I was old enough to know when I watched Space Jam at 3 years old that I wanted to be Michael Jordan.
The height of the powers was 1991.
Could I appreciate it? No.
1991 was
one of my
when I was
memories.
9 years old. That was the best. That was the best era of Michael Jordan.
One of my earliest sporting memories is Game 6 against Utah. There are not many memories before that, and I was 4 years old, but I remember MJ at the foul line in Game 6. I remember that.
That was phenomenal. And there's so many memories that you can think of that are phenomenal. And England does the unthinkable, and it's Harry Kane with a brace.
Oh, it's not unthinkable. They're a million times better than that country.
I know, but they were losing
Does
with
the unthinkable?
18
England
minutes
beating
to go.
Congo is unthinkable?
But Harry Kane with the brace and an absolute golazo.
That was a great shot that he just
Gosh.
had. All right,
that was an upper decky if I've ever seen one right there. That was wild. What do you call that in hockey? It's like the upper right, like just tucked inside the upper right post.
There's a term, but I don't know if I'm allowed to use it on the air.
Can you make it in a semi? Can you do it sort of? No.
No. I can't. On the air, I can't say it, but hockey players know it's top something, top blank. You can say top shelf. How's that? Top shelf. Top shelf is actually the way that I can do it tastefully. If you catch my shelf drift.
That was top shelf. Upper. Oh yeah, I got you. Upper. Yep.
The Avalanche have signed Jaden Schwartz to a 3-year, $3.25 million deal. They also make the moves a couple of days ago to bring in Zach LaRue and Svechkov from Nashville. So the team, as it stands right now, with $1.2 million left in cap space, which I don't think they're really going to utilize. McKinnon centering Natchez and Lehkonen. Nelson centering Landeskog and Kadri. Nick Waugh on your third line would center Schwartz and possibly Brindley. Kelly on your fourth line with O'Connor. Maybe you swap O'Connor up to that third line. Svechkov in the middle of Kelly and Brindley, or Zach LaRue on that fourth line. Your defense stays the same. Makar and Taves, Kulak and Manson, Malinsky and Burns. Again, that bottom six can certainly switch out. And then your extra Zach LaRue, Noah Juleson, who was a former first-round pick in 2015, who they signed to a 2-year deal at $1.1 million about 30 minutes ago. So, Coach, you're trying to replace 101 points when it comes to Drury, Colton, and Nichushkin from last year. You have to replace 101 points with the additions of Schwartz, LaRue, Svechkov, and that's basically it. I don't know if those guys can get to 100 points total, but bringing in Schwartz certainly gets rid of the defensive deficiencies that this team had without Val Nichushkin. Jaden Schwartz is a really solid defensive player.
Yeah, and having good two-way players on both sides in your O zone and your D zone is something that you need to replenish, because Jack Drury was a pretty good defensive forward, centerman, if you will, and so that's important for this Joe Sakic. It's not really a rebuild by any stretch, but it's a micro build. It's like you're putting you're kind of doing the you're making your house, you repainted it a little bit.
Yeah, it's
you kept the same foundation.
That's what it is.
You made it. It's got white paint and black shutters now, instead of being brick with cream shutters. I feel like that's what you're doing a little bit. You're doing the Joanna Gaines, the Chip and Joanna Gaines thing right now. And I think I think it's been good moves. I think the moves have been right. I think Joe Sakic's trying to get a little meaner, a little more experienced, and just trying to get this team to have the requisite grit that is needed to win in the postseason. Because if you look at who you've moved on from, the grit was not necessarily on full display when you needed it to be. Now, Jack Drury would probably be the one player that I would say that was a pretty dang good player that you lost on your bottom half of your pairing, or your offensive three. But other than that, I just think that the Avs have replaced guys that have been in this franchise like Ross Colton for some time with with some new blood, some veteran blood, some mean blood. And so I'm excited about what this all looks like. Raj, I'd ask you is what one player of the acquisitions are you most excited to see as a member of the Colorado Avalanche?
Zach LaRue, for sure.
Yep.
I think he's got some untapped potential that he's not just a fourth liner, and I believe his forechecking ability and how heavy and physical and violent he plays can be infectious. And while he's going to piss you off and he's going to make you tear your hair out, he's going to take some penalties that may cost you, and some penalties that are reactionary, right? Those are things that kill coaches, right? And people that want their players to hold off on that line. He's going to step over that line, but that's something that Colorado's been missing for so long, is players that are willing to step over the line. So Zach LaRue, I'm really excited to see. And Jaden Schwartz, I've always respected as a hockey player, man. Right. What I really like about him is he is in the 94th percentile of competition against when he's on the ice, which means when he is playing hockey for you, the guys on the ice for the opposition are their best players, and he's a plus defender in the 94th percentile. So those are like some nerd nose picker stats for you. I really, really like it.
Svechkov, 23 years old.
Yeah,
is that
young.
Right? Young, good. I think he's a good prospect that could have some big time top. I would say top line potential, but the ceiling is probably pretty high for that player. Would you agree with that?
Ceiling is higher than what it was in Nashville for sure. Yeah, you get to open it up in this system just a little bit. Yeah, so everyone's talking about how the Avs are like getting older and Jaden Schwartz. I go, well, they added a 23-year-old and like a 22-year-old to the team.
Yeah, wasn't LaRue and Svechkov were both
they're
early
both
20s.
They're both youngins. I think they were both selected in the same draft. I think they're both 23 years old. All right, that's going to do it for us this week. We're off tomorrow and on Friday. Happy Independence Day. Go watch Team USA and Bosnia tonight at Jackson's and Lodo with Kreckman and Mark Springer. But for Cole Smith and for Coach Mike Sanford in his 6th Team USA jersey, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Thank you so much for joining us this week. We'll talk to you at 10 a.m. on Monday. PhD is next. Avs make a signing. Jaden Schwartz, the newest member of the Burgundy and Blue.
Wow. Well, that was quite a moment right there, man. Raj is hanging around because we got to hear about the Avs and free agency and what's going on there. But real quick, the Congo had a free kick just outside the box, and that was it. We're going to give you one last chance. Guy put a good effort to it, just went over the crossbar. England comes from behind and beats Congo 2-1. What an effort by the Congo, though, to give England a scare. And so now it's England and Mexico.
That's going to be a hell of a matchup right there, man.
In Mexico City at Azteca, or whatever they're calling it these days.
God, did you guys see Mexico City? Oh, my gosh.
Oh, it's awesome.
That did look like the party of a lifetime.
Holy cow.
That drone shot for the second goal.
Oh, my God.
I've never seen anything like that.
No, what a matchup on Sunday. Mexico, England. And you guys were saying beforehand, the upsets, that's for the birds at this point. I feel you, because look at they're clapping. They're clapping for the Congo.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the same, Congo. That wouldn't have been the same. No,
so that matchup is awesome, obviously. Mexico through the first knockout round for the first time in 40 years? Who knew? Did that surprise you guys?
Absolutely. Had no idea that was the
40
case.
years? I just figured Mexico had, done better at some point. All right, that being said, soccer. Out at a bar last night, hosting our soccer watch-alongs that I think all of us are doing at one point. Are you guys... We're all doing it at one point or another.
I have the semifinal 2 weeks from now.
Oh, so that'll be like U.S. and England or something.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I'm on the calendar somewhere. I got to figure that out. I don't know. It's got a TBD. I haven't been told where I'm going. I don't know what time.
I'll tell you this.
I'm on the map.
I was complaining about the penalty kicks and it's boring. That Mexico Ecuador game last night, and we're at Three Dogs Tavern in the West Highlands, South Highlands. I don't know. It's not quite Highlands. It's just kind of it's just down the road a little bit. Anyways, it was packed. All Mexico fans. It was awesome. It was so awesome, even though they were rain delayed. The crowd in the bar was great. The enthusiasm was out of control. The game, if they play games like that, guys, you got me. Push the ball, offense. We're not scared to score. We're not, trying to not take penalty kicks. We're excited to play. We're playing aggressively. That game was great. It was everything that I was complaining about wasn't. And if I got to go through 90 minutes and then a half hour to get to stupid penalty kicks, that's for the birds. Games like this are fun. Games like this is what it's all about, in my opinion.
Well, what's the term in soccer? Park the bus? Is that what they try and do when you just play to a 0-0 draw? You park the bus?
Well, one side will. I mean, the better opponent's going to win that. He's going to try to win that thing in overtime. There's no chance in hell the better opponent wants to take it to a shootout.
I heard the morning show talk about a neutral zone trap or left wing lock as an expression. It's the most boring style of hockey.
Yeah, it sucks.
It sucks. Does it work? Yeah, I guess. It keeps you in the game. If you suck and you have no offense, it can work. And watching soccer like that blows. Watching games like this is unbelievable. So more games like that, please. And most of the games have been pretty good and interesting. So no complaints. And good luck tonight to the United States, who I'm a little freaked out about because I'm hearing more and more good things about Bosnia. Boy, that would be such a downer. When you think if it all ends for the U.S. tonight, wouldn't that be just such a downer?
Aren't there 3 ways this goes? If you lose tonight, the World Cup is an abject failure. If you lose the next round, you've done your job. If you lose in the quarters to Spain,
that'd be unbelievable.
It is a complete unthinkable success.
It'd be incredible to win 2 games in the knockout round. It would be unbelievable.
Dude, if we got to a matchup against Portugal or Spain, that would be that'd be spectacular.
But if they lose tonight, you look at this and you go, this was all a whole waste.
That might turn me into a lifer soccer fan.
But if you lose tonight, you're out.
Yeah, and then I forget about soccer until the next time this comes around,
right.
and usually we don't move on. Usually we suck. So this is this is like a golden goose opportunity.
It's a big deal.
It's seriously a golden goose opportunity for the U.S. men's national team to actually convert long-term fans here because we haven't tasted this.
Well, Nate and Springer will be down there at Jackson's. Excuse me, in Lodo. There's a lot going on here today. And Raj, thank you for doing a little overtime with us here. I think it's so dumb how the NBA and NHL schedules are aligned symmetrically. I think it's the stupidest thing in the world. I have, and by the way, this is on the NHL. You got to make the change. You got to advance your season up. Guys, can you imagine, just for the sake of argument, if the NHL season was starting in a month? The season was starting in a month and ending in March. And then you get to free agency and all this stuff, on its own time. Better or worse?
If it doesn't have to compete with the NBA during the postseason?
Correct.
Better.
You're
always going to overlap with the NFL at some point. You're never going to win that battle. So don't worry about overlapping with the NFL because it's only a handful of days a week.
Do you guys really think it would change anything for you? I don't. I actually don't. I mean, in theory, I understand what you're saying. I do.
So much better.
In theory, I definitely agree. For the NHL, it gives them the best opportunity to not compete with the NBA. Like, of course, in theory, all that stuff. But like, is it really going to change any of your viewing habits? Is it really going to make it more enjoyable for anybody? I don't.
Well,
it's going to make my summer less enjoyable.
Tell you this, we're about to talk
right?
about the Avs right now, and I doubt we talk about them a whole heck of a lot for the rest of the show that we're on. And if this was coming at a different time, I think we would be going deeper into it and would mean more. But here we go, because Raj is here. We might have LeBron James on the Nuggets, guys. That's going to take over a bit of conversation today, okay? That being said, it is NHL free agency. I see the Avs adding they've added two guys here today. So, Raj, why don't you tell us who they got? And I did like your Moneyball argument about they have to build Val Nichushkin in the aggregate. And that's the aggregate on the ice, not the off the ice part. It's just the aggregate as a hockey player, not as the person, correct?
You're hoping that you remove the off-ice aggregate of Val Nichushkin. You're hoping that is not something that is currently being built up.
No.
Yeah, so they add former St. Louis Blue and Seattle Kraken assistant captain Jaden Schwartz. He played his college hockey at CC, just down the road. Solid two-way center/wing. He is defense first. He is pass first. Can play that physical style of neutral zone hockey that the Avs have been missing.
He's a penalty kill guy for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Val was big on the penalty kill.
And so is Jack Drury.
All right.
59% on the faceoff dot, which, when you're missing Jack Drury, being 59% on the draw last year really helps.
Okay, so building in the aggregate, this guy makes a lot of sense.
Schwartz makes sense, for sure.
Okay.
I like him. I think he's a good player. Is he going to put up 65 points at age 34? No, but can he score 15 goals? Can he kill penalties and be really solid defensively? There's a nerd picker, nose picker stat on Jaden Schwartz. His competition percentile, so who he is on the ice against, 94%. So when he's on the ice, he is against the team's or the opposition's best players.
Cool.
So he is really solid defensively.
And he's a center or a winger?
Center or wing. He can play
either
both.
way.
Yep. He's played both in his career.
Because Nick Waugh is a wing or a center?
Yeah, and at this point, isn't Nazem Kadri a wing or a center?
Okay.
Svechkov, who they got from Nashville, is also a wing or a center.
So we are building back in the aggregate. Who's your top six then?
McKinnon, Natchez, Lehkonen, Nelson, Landeskog.
Kadri? Is he?
Probably.
So he's your winger, not your 3C?
Probably.
Because this guy's your 3C.
Or Nick Waugh's
your 3C, and we'll see.
Or the 23-year-old kid out of Nashville could be your 3C.
All right, so you got some flexibility on... Well, you're filling the penalty kill. Are you missing somebody? You think you're missing somebody?
No, I'm counting 8 guys who have played legitimate minutes at center in their NHL careers on the roster right now.
All right. So we're not that worried about it. We got guys to cover that on the bottom 6. Now we got a penalty kill guy. What about this defenseman guy, Juleson?
He's a guy that you probably won't think about hardly at all this year. He is your 7th/8th defenseman. He's there.
6'2", Tyler. He's a bigger guy. He's not bigger. Like Achon down there with the Eagles, who's a little dude.
So I appreciate that. Like, you also have a Sean to bring up if you want to bring up a little dude to step in for, like, if Kale misses time or if Malinsky misses time. Now you have a 6'2", 200-pound guy who was a former first-round draft pick that, again, shouldn't play many games for you.
He shouldn't, and it's funny. It was funny watching him with the Eagles because he really takes over the same role as Cale Makar. He doesn't take over the same role as Manson or Kulak. He's really Cale Makar.
Right.
But that's what he does. Listen, it's going to be a miracle if Ashawn is actually back with the Avs, especially after this point. But we'll see. That's who he is with the Eagles, and his brother now is on the Avs developmental squad.
I saw that.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, so rate these moves then. What should we know about him?
I think the Jaden Schwartz signing is at 3.25. I'd call it a B- because there's a really good chance that years 2 and 3 of this contract, like if he is at the cliff of his career, it could look really ugly. But 3.25 with the cap jumping up should make it pretty edible. Yulson is again, it's kind of an unknown to me. I don't expect him to play more than 20-something games for you in the regular season. He is Manson gets hurt, Burns gets hurt, Kulak gets hurt, you step in.
But he's not a two-way player. He's on the roster.
He'll be on the roster, but he's not playing a lot of games. He will be a healthy scratch for the vast majority of the season.
Like Bardakov was this year.
He's your defensive version of Bardakov.
Okay.
I like Schwartz. People are gonna look at their moves and go, well, they're losing a lot of scoring. They're losing a lot of offense. The Avs are the best offensive team in the world. And I think they could stand to lose a bit of offense if it makes them harder to play against in the hardest times of the year and the toughest ice.
Offense has never been the issue.
Right. So if you have to take a step back offensively to be better in the neutral zone, be my guest.
They done?
They're pretty much done. Unless they make a trade. Right? So I'm not going to say that Joe's done, but in terms of free agency, they've got $1.2 million in cap space. You kind of want to keep that buffer room so that when you accrue cap space throughout the season, you might be able to make a trade during the year. So for free agency, I think they're pretty much done.
Do you know what this was
but they could trade.
Kind of a wild amount of pressure on is Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah, it does.
Don't you think?
Stay healthy, big boy.
Stay healthy. Be the value of a top 6 guy. Not where you started with the Avs when you came back on the third line. It puts a lot on his shoulders.
Him and Nazem Kadri, if Kadri's stepping up into a top 6 role.
Avs getting too old.
No, because you're in the middle of you're in the cup window right now.
Okay.
If they were this age 4 years from now, I'm concerned. But right now, no, just go get players at value contract and go win a cup.
Avs lose their Eagles coach.
Mark Letestu. I have nothing on that. I'm not. Do you think I'm concerned about the American Hockey League coach?
Last one. Bo Byram. Did you see Tyler?
Whoa.
Oh,
I did not.
God.
What?
Oh, dude.
$12.5 million a year.
Good for him, man.
Good for Bo Byram.
Unbelievable.
Well, you know what? He probably earned that, right?
He might be.
I guess.
He might earn it.
Yeah.
I could see him earning it, but right now he's not a $12.5 million player.
Well, good for him.
It's staggering. I did hear the argument earlier, well, all right, it's okay that he's not here because if he really was worth that, there's no way the Avs would ever be paying him. They'd be trading him one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, we got way ahead of that one.
Well,
I mean,
that's
I don't think the Avs, when they made that decision, I don't think they were even thinking about something like that.
Well, that's the problem. He was your guy. What was he, the 4th overall pick? He was your guy. And you traded him for Casey Middlestat, which was a total bust.
Complete bust.
So it's not that would he still be on the team? It's did you get the value for somebody that's worth $12.5 million a year? And the answer is a resounding no. I mean, he didn't even get close to it.
I still think it's an overpay by Chicago. If he was a $10 million player, I would understand the contract. Bo has always, from the minute he stepped into the league, has thought of himself in his camp, has thought of Bo and Byram as a number 1 elite, double-digit millions defenseman.
Apparently people in the NHL agree.
Kyle Davidson does.
So why didn't the Avs see that? Or did they overvalue Casey Middlestat?
No, I think they saw that and because of the contract that Byram signed with them, that little bridge contract, he looked at the Avs and went, I'm not signing long-term because I want $10 million plus. So the Avs saw that and went, well, we have to move you because we can't pay Kale whatever Kale's going to make and pay you. It does not excuse the complete swing and miss that was that trade.
Yeah, it's a bad
trade.
But
the trade had to happen.
Trade had to happen. You just swung and missed because you didn't get the value out of the...
Because Middlestat sucked.
Yeah. He was lonely when he was here. He looked sad. Every time I would talk to him or be around him, the dude just had this puppy dog look and it's Buffalo. But you know what? He spent 7 years there, even though he's only 25, something like that. So that was just his home. Where is Middlestat now? I don't even know where he's at.
Boston.
Oh, he's with Bruins? That's not exactly friendly either. Probably just get him back to Buffalo. All right, Raj, anything else we should know here on free agent? Anything other free agent news? NHL?
For the Avs, no. I think the best signing of the day was Ivan Demidov in Montreal, signing an 8-year deal at 9.15. That deal, 3 years from now, will look like the deal that Nathan McKinnon was playing on when he was making $6 million a year. Demidov's a freak. It's a great deal for Montreal. I think the Avs are done in free agency, but that does not mean they're done in the offseason. I still think they could possibly make a trade.
The Avalanche have acquired 4 new players.
That's about it.
Hey,
that's a lot, actually.
It's not like it's a bunch of names that anybody's necessarily going to know or mean something to a non-hockey fan, but at least the Avalanche are doing something. What the hell have the Nuggets done?
Well, we're about to get into that.
They could do LeBron.
But, I mean, the Avalanche traded, let me go through it. They got rid of Drury, Nichushkin, Ivan in the minors. Who else am I missing? Am I missing somebody else?
Colton.
And they acquired 4 players that will play. They do a lot. You cannot complain about the Avalanche not being active. Whether you like it or not or know the players is completely irrelevant. They are on top of things to make moves. The Nuggets? Brian Windhorst wants us to believe that LeBron James is coming to the Nuggets. All right? Fine. Thank you, Brian. We'll talk about it coming up.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy 4th of July weekend, which is on the horizon here. If you're looking for a new vehicle, now's a great time to go shopping with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best dealership in Colorado. I've been buying cars for a long time from Phil Long Ford because I know them, I love them, I trust them. And if relationships matter to you like they do to me, you're probably going to become a long-term customer of Phil Long Ford after you buy that first vehicle. They're going to get you taken care of, get you in, get you out, respect your time, and give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Well, the owner of the team is a very dear friend of mine. So, he discussed it a couple times to me. And also he sent me those throwback jerseys there. I think they're wearing tonight, the white ones, the mountains, I believe that's on it. He said you would look good in one of these. But we've been on vacation and things of that nature. We have a great friendship, but I didn't give it much thought.
Wow. So wait, that's LeBron talking about Josh or Stan?
I believe that's him talking about Josh back in 2018.
Oh, that makes more sense than Stan, but I don't know. He could be friendly with Stan.
Hey,
I don't know.
I'm down for the friendship.
Billionaires move in the same circle, right?
Yeah, that's right.
LeBron James with the Nuggets.
Maybe I'll stand on the table and be maybe I'll be bold today and be the only guy that says let's do it. Let's go.
You won't be.
Okay, cool.
You're already not.
Really? Are there guys on the station saying let's do it?
Oh yeah, Vic can't. Vic's just dying to do it.
Cool. Let's do it.
Moser's fine with it.
I'm dead serious. Like you don't have to convince me. I'm in. If there's a way to get this done, cool. And honestly, if I'm LeBron James and I'm looking between Golden State and going to the Golden Corral, or I'm looking at the Denver Nuggets, I'm kind of liking that pairing. I'm kind of liking that matchup. Give me a little Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic and LeBron on the court and wherever AG fits it. I don't know. I mean, listen, let's go.
Listen. I'll just keep it in the world of possibility. Here is Brian Windhorst.
The one team that I'm just going to point out that I think is interesting. Some people have mentioned Minnesota, and I certainly think the idea of playing with Ant, who is his Team USA teammate, it's an interesting idea. I have long thought, and I refuse to bring it up because I just didn't want the headache during the year of having to defend this. But I have long believed that if there was an outlier team for LeBron, if he was willing to take sort of some exception, was Denver.
Yeah.
Because the idea of playing, and like if you notice during the year this year, he was overly effusive with Jokic.
Mm-hmm. Wait, did that comment get a mm-hmm? Mm-hmm.
Hey,
the Nuggets. Mm-hmm.
Look, you want to keep going hanging on yachts with Josh Kroenke? Cool. Let's go. I mean, if there's a relationship out there, by the way, there were other reports out that came out today. Believe them if you want to believe them or don't if you don't. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not telling anybody what to believe. And I'm not even sure that I do. But there's reports out there LeBron James is willing to play on a very cheap deal. There you go. See, I know people are going to doubt that. Cool. That's fine. I kind of doubt it myself.
Well, hold on.
But if you could get LeBron James on the cheap, why the hell not?
It's just for fun as I Google this. What do you think LeBron James' net worth is for shizzles and gizzles? What do you think it is, at least according to AI?
I don't know. I think he said he's not a billionaire, so somewhere 700.
700 million? According to the old AI, LeBron James has an estimated net worth of roughly $1.2 billion to $1.4 billion. He's the first NBA player to reach billionaire status. Now, that's your net worth, was comprised of a lot of things. Doesn't mean it's liquid, obviously. And I heard something funny on the morning show, like, wow, would he want to live here, live there? What are you talking about? If you're LeBron James and you're a billionaire, you're flying a PJ, Tyler, wherever and whenever you want. You really don't care. Russell Westbrook was jetting back and forth between California when there was a day off here and a day off there.
Sure.
If LeBron James wants to go see one of his kids in a play, if there's an off day, what do you think? He's just sitting in Cleveland? No, he'll just get on the PJ and fly direct to LA, see the play, come back to Cleveland or wherever he's going. It's not that. Like the location to me for LeBron James, irrelevant. Location does not matter. So what does matter? Does money matter? I think money says something. But
honestly, I don't think it's money. For LeBron James, it's always been about one thing. It's been about being known as the king and legacy, right? So if legacy is what he's after, and he wants to get that 5th ring to tie Kobe. Is it 5? Yeah, 5. If he wants to get that 5th ring to tie Kobe, then I would say Denver's going to give you better opportunity at that than Golden State will.
Like, how could anybody disagree with that? And I don't know if you caught it, but Washington said, no, we're not trading Anthony Davis, so that ain't happening.
Cool.
So, okay, so he ain't going there. LeBron ain't going to Washington. What are you, nuts? He ain't doing that. The options for him are somewhat limited. It's not going to be San Antonio or Oklahoma City. That's not going to happen for LeBron.
Well, why is Cleveland not getting tossed in the mix here?
They should be. They should be in the mix for sure. I mean, that's a very logical team for him to go to. But here's the key. If that story is true and LeBron James is willing to take a much lower rate to play, and it would never be a vet minimum, but it could be lower. It could be incentivized for other reasons. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day, by the way, today. One of the greatest deferred deals of all time. It's July 1st. He gets another $1.19 million.
One of these days, we're going to run out of Bobby Bonilla days. It will come to a conclusion.
It's 2035.
Yeah.
And by the way, he was still collecting $500,000 a year from the Orioles for another deferred payment deal. I think that's got a couple more years left. Made sense for the Mets too, but every July 1st, it's Bonilla Day, that sort of thing. My point is, there's always creative ways to do things financially, Tyler. Always. Especially when you're in a position where money just really, seriously, is not an issue. And it's so funny because when you talk about a lot of money, even with the guy like Jokic, when we're talking about, well, hey, it's $280 million, we're like, no, that's a big deal. For LeBron, money is just not anything. It's not anything. There's nothing he could make on an NBA contract for a 1-year period or even 2-year period that would even come close to what he already makes doing other things.
All right, cool. You've said a lot, but you haven't said anything about whether you want him or not.
Get him! Sign him!
Are your ears okay?
Get LeBron James! I don't think there's anything to think about here. Get him!
I agree. I mean, you've
full court press. Go get him, Josh.
You've allegedly been out there trying to get a bunch of trades done, which means you swung and missed on everything. Up until this point in the offseason, it has been a gigantic swing and a miss. You've struck out. All right,
dude. We missed out on Bogdanovich. How the hell did the Nuggets miss out on Bogdo?
Yep. Well, here we are.
For a vet minimum, he's going, and I did hear this morning, and it does make sense to me. He's going to save himself $500,000. Is that right, Dan? He's going to save himself $500,000 because there's no state tax in Texas. That to me is like, okay, I don't even know if the Nuggets wanted him. I don't know if they even want him. But you're going to tell me I'm playing out the rest of my career as a normal human being-ish playing in the NBA, and there's somewhere I can go and I can make $500,000 more? Yeah, I'm going to go there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's not that complicated. Bogdo is not LeBron James. Money matters. I get it. I really get it. It's not about Jokic. It's not about this. It's just about money. Where can I make the most money? I'm going to go play in Texas. There's no state tax. I'm going to make myself a few extra $100,000. What is there to think about? How is that complicated? LeBron. All right, is the poll up, Dan? All right, here we go. Do you want to see LeBron James on the Nuggets next season? 100 votes in, 54% yes.
Look, I get how fun. No. I get how fun it's been to hate on LeBron James. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. But you know what? If he's wearing a Denver Nuggets uniform, I can change that real quick. I can get rid of that. So the only people that are saying no to it right now, I don't think they're saying no to it for basketball reasons. And I do think we need to start looking at the Nikola Jokic window differently. Like you got to start looking at it in 1 to 2 year spurts here. Like, can you capitalize the next year or two? And if not, then you need to radically change your game plan. And I don't think the Nuggets could look at it right now and say, yeah, I feel great. We're going to win a championship within the next year or two.
I'm thinking now, and Dan, maybe you can help me out too, everybody. Like the 1 year wonders for the Nuggets. Like Reggie Jackson. Although I think he was acquired and then he spent another year, but he's more or less 1 year guy. Russell Westbrook. I'm talking about in the Jokic run of things.
Yeah.
You know, Give me DeAndre Jordan. You want to throw him in there, or I mean, I know he's here for more than 1 year, but you know what I'm talking about, like low salary.
What's wrong with me? Big guy with attitude.
Big guy with attitude.
Yeah, big guy with attitude.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Thank you.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah, DeMarcus Cousins.
Good. Yeah, exactly. That's who LeBron would be. He'd be like one of those type of dudes. He'd be brought here for a very short period of time to see if you can't help add to the Jokic legacy to win a championship. Guys, who the hell would not want that? Now, if he's going to cost you 40 to 50 million, well, all right, fine. That's not going to work. And we'll see. But if you want to tell me there's a report out there that he would play for lesser,
I don't know, man. I mean, even if he's going to cost you 25 to 30 million, which maybe that is realistic. Maybe that actually is the ballpark that it really would cost. You can get it done. If you're trying to figure out how to get Peyton Watson done, you can figure that out.
Well, you could get that done, but you'd have to trade Aaron Gordon, Cam Johnson, Jamal Murray. I mean, you'd have to do things like that to get it done.
Well, I would.
For LeBron.
Yeah, I would. I'd be okay with that. Aaron Gordon is Mr. Nugget. Love him to death. He'll be all-time great. It's also time to figure out how to replace Aaron Gordon. I mean, that's just, it's come to its natural resolution. So if that's a part of it, okay, cool. And Cam, okay, Cam played pretty good basketball, actually. So I don't have any beef against Cam, but if you got to get rid of him, no problem.
Well, the dream scenario is that you keep everybody and you replace essentially the salary of Tim Hardaway Jr. with LeBron James, which seems ridiculous. But that would be the dream scenario. So then you'd bring everybody back. You would run it all the way back, aside from, you don't have Jalen Pickett anymore and whatever. And I don't know where the contracts sit with the David Roddy, KJ Simpsons, Tyus Joneses of the world. I'm not sure where they are. Bruce Brown, I think, is locked down. I think you got Bruce Brown for another year if you wanted him. And Jonas Valanciunas, by the way, I mean, I know he's committed, if he's not playing for the Nuggets, to play over in Lithuania. I mean, I get that, but they haven't let him go yet. Like, they have not released that money. They have not released him yet. I'm not saying they're not going to, but they just haven't done it yet for some reason. Meanwhile, did you see Jokic partying and singing karaoke in Serbia?
Wasn't just Jokic. All the boys are partying right now.
That was
AG,
in Serbia,
Peyton Watson and Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah,
they're all out there living their best life, partying. I mean, it's cool to see.
Austin Rivers was them too. As a broadcaster,
it was actually great to see Michael Porter Jr. with those guys. That was fun. That was fun to see that. It made me miss him. I honestly can't believe I'm saying this either, because I was advocating. I wish we never lost him. I do.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. You got some MPJ regret, huh?
Just in terms of
a little bit.
Just in terms of whatever we replaced him with, and again, I'm not anti-Cam, but whatever we replaced him with, it didn't get us over the top. So I would say I'd rather have MPJ. If the move didn't get you over the top, then I'd rather have him.
I'm looking at these guys in France, and they're having their cocktails. Their shirts are on or off or whatever. They're like young, rich, handsome.
God, they were living their best life.
Oh, my God. Who would not want to be like that? The Jokic, the Jokic stuff, I don't pass. I'll pass on being a small, dark bar in Sombor with bad Serbian karaoke. I want to live with Peyton Watson and MPJ and AG in France with, in that kind of physical shape. The sitting in a cellar in Sombor, Tyler, is like, all right, you can have that. If that's what you really dig.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind living the Jokic life either.
No, thank you. Too many horse stables and whatever. The money would be nice, but partying in a cellar, forget it. I want to live with Peyton Watson and MPJ and AG on some beach with the DJ in Paris or whatever beach they are on in France, Monaco. I don't know. Like MPJ, the shirt is just a suggestion. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. He takes your bro tanks to a different level.
Hey.
Button optional.
I respect the lack of the shirt.
But when you look like that, right?
You got abs like that.
Oh my God!
If you got it, you got to flaunt it.
He's got it. He's got it. AG's got it. Peyton Watson's got it. They got a lot of money. They ain't stressing out. So here we are grinding about all this stuff. And there's those guys.
Yeah, it doesn't affect them.
No, it does not.
They got their money.
Somebody's working for them.
They got a vacation to go on.
Yeah.
It's still paid for.
Yeah. Oh, my God. It did set a weird tone when you saw it. Where I was jealous. I was just like, well, okay. Well, yeah.
Sitting here like in agony that the Nuggets have done absolutely nothing, and then we're just looking at our guys absolutely living it up. Good for you guys. I'm not even hating. I'm not hating on them.
I hate on them. I wish I was them. Madly, insanely jealous of that right there. All right. So the poll is up 55%. Yeah. You know what? I actually, let me throw this out, Dan. 303-504-0925. I dare somebody to call us and tell us why they wouldn't want LeBron James on the team. Text us. Same number. Messages on YouTube or Twitter will take it. But like, I'm dying to know, Tyler, what's the anti-LeBron side of this?
Well, the anti-LeBron side would be that he ruins the chemistry of the team. It would be that he makes it that he makes it about himself, that he gets in the way of Nikola Jokic. I do understand the arguments to be had there. Doesn't play well with others, you know. Is he going to start trying to control the roster? There's a million things that do come with LeBron James. I'm just not afraid of him.
The chemistry of the team? Yeah, I'm not either. And you talk about the chemistry of the team that got beat by the JV Wolves? That's chemistry that I'm fine to shake up. Hey, we'll see. If you want, there's somebody calling. I don't know if you want to call. You don't have to. Text. I don't see an argument against LeBron James. I'd love for him to be on the team. It does come with some conditions. You can't go overboard paying him, and he's got to have players around him. But this is under the assumption that, you know, there would be a value salary on a guy who's already, Tyler, worth $1 billion. It's PhD here on 92.5. Boy, the Lakers didn't mess around. Now that they're done with LeBron, they added a bunch of different dudes. First of all, they acquired Walker Kessler from the Jazz for first round picks in 31 and 33 and a first round swaps in 28-30. And Kessler's, that's a 4-year, $130 million contract extension expected to sign. So that's a good chunk of change. And then they got, oh my gosh, Sandro Mamu.
Nailed it.
Why not just stop there? But they pull him in for a 4-year, $52 million deal. They signed Quentin Grimes to a 4-year, $60 million deal. They signed free agent Colin Sexton to a 2-year, $19 million deal. They just added like 4 new players just like that.
I mean, there's potential good news in there for the Nuggets that I would imagine that means that the Lakers are out of the running for Peyton Watson.
I would think so, yeah.
They got to be done with money. They got to be running out of money here.
I think so. I think they must have been thinking about this for a long time, obviously. And they got the bang for their buck.
So what are the other contenders out there? Was it the Clippers? Did I hear Clippers for
Clippers
Peyton
were
Watson?
a big one for Peyton Watson, yeah.
Who else?
I actually don't know.
Well, we should kind of do a little check-in on what the other contenders for Peyton Watson are doing right now.
Yeah, I don't think there was like a huge market for Peyton Watson, but you only need one. And we'll get to the calls here in a second about LeBron. Mitchell Robinson goes to the Celtics. The backup big guy for the Knicks, who I thought would be great here. And Scott kind of poo-pooed it, but I was like, oh, my God, Mitchell Robinson would be awesome.
Yeah, I wonder.
Well, now the money's in. Now we know what it would cost.
And I wonder if Jaylen Brown, okay. All right.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know,
man. I mean, eventually you put a roster together that that either you say I'm content with as a player or not.
There's a lot of bad blood there.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But do you feel like you like your teammates? Do you like your roster or not?
That's a great question. I don't know. We'll see. Mitchell Robinson's deal, 3-year, 47.4. So, we got $16 million a year, something like that. So that was too rich for the Nuggets' blood, huh? I guess. Let's go to John. John, you're on altitude. What's up, John?
Hi, how are you?
Super.
I grew up in Northeast Ohio, about 45 minutes from Akron, watched LeBron rise and everything. I love LeBron. I've followed him the whole career, or his whole career. It's not worth it because of what he demands, because he's going to demand this and that, X's and O's style. He's going to get X's and O's, demanding this go on the court, and from a talent standpoint and kind of where he is in the career, it's just not worth it. He's not going to be able to give back what he was able to give 5-10 years ago, and I think it becomes a headache. And also, I don't think it puts you over the edge, closer to a championship. It might be entertaining, but as far as
it would be everything. How certain do you feel about Aaron Gordon's health?
Not great. But
okay, cool.
Again, I don't know what LeBron does as far as, again, getting you over the top, even when you start thinking about that.
So here's the thing. Over the top is one question, right? And if that is just you don't think LeBron is good enough, but I know what you're saying there in terms of what comes with LeBron James, and it's fair. I don't think we have to dismiss it entirely, but I would equate it to like what the Kirk Cousins going to Atlanta when he thinks he's the guy. It's different than when Kirk Cousins goes to Las Vegas and knows what his role is, right? And if LeBron James comes to the Denver Nuggets knowing that Nikola Jokic is there, he doesn't come here thinking he's the king.
Of course not.
He doesn't come here thinking that he's controlling the X's and O's. So I actually don't think it would apply.
I couldn't agree with you more. Greg, you're on altitude. What's up, Greg?
Yeah, how you guys doing? First of all, have a great evening. Don't get too burnt up out there. But I wouldn't bring him here if I'll tell you my reasons why. First of all, they're both great minds, Jokic and James. They're both great facilitators. So what we're going to do, play racquetball, back and forth, or we're going to stay with the same system that we have and give our coaches and have to change this whole offense again, which they're trying to figure out the offense as it is right now, Are we looking for scoring, or are we looking for defense on this team? Those are just little options I'm throwing out there. It's not the money. It's not everything else. Did LeBron James leave L.A. so he could give his son some space that he's not overshadowing him? Have anybody ever thought about that?
Well, who's to say thank you, Greg, for the call? I really appreciate it. Who's to say Bronny wouldn't be on the team too? Hey,
Bronny's not going to be on the team.
Hey, I would take him.
No.
He wants Bronny. I think he's trying to get away from Bronny, in all honesty. Son, live your own life. I just got you $2.5 million. By the way, you realize what we're doing here. Peyton Watson would be gone. Like, it'd be LeBron James, and P. Watt's history.
Mm-hmm. Not if he signs for the league minimum.
Yes, he'd be gone.
Well, I don't think it's literally going to be league minimum, but I mean, with LeBron, what's cheap? I mean, cheap could be $20 million, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Dan, all right, I know what you're saying, Dan. Yes. If LeBron, what is league minimum? 1.2 million?
I've seen reports that he'd be willing to sign for the league minimum.
Okay. If you can get LeBron James, Dan, Tyler, for 1.2 million, you may be able to scrape enough money together to keep Peyton Watson.
Yeah, I would say so.
But let's live in the world of reality. And it's much more realistic that it's like you just said, like 20 million, that sort of thing. Frankly, if it was 20 million, you'd have to be moving on from Jamal or Cam Johnson. Maybe not Jamal, but Cam Johnson certainly, and maybe Aaron Gordon. If it's 20 million. If it really is league minimum, then you're still probably moving on from Peyton Watson anyway, if you're keeping Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray. But who knows? Listen, I'll tell you this. Let's just say he wants to be here. I promise you there's a way to figure that out. The question is, how do you convince him to be here? This is a funny conversation for us to pass judgment at all. Because you realize what LeBron's doing again. It's like he's going to college. It's the decision all over again. It's the decision all over. He's going to have multiple suitors. Teams will bend over backwards to get him to play one more year for them.
I don't know that's true, man. I don't think it's going to be like that.
I think the Denver Nuggets are going to be one of them.
I think there's only going to be one or two suitors that can legitimately become contenders for LeBron James to and want him on the team. Like, could there be 16 teams that would want LeBron James?
No, but
sure.
I bet there's 5 to 7 teams that would be interested in doing it. So I get, all right, not a ton, but 5 teams?
Well, that would be a ton. I don't think there's going to be 5.
Oh, come on.
Name 5 teams that would make sense for LeBron James right now that need LeBron James. So you got to put it in terms of they need LeBron James.
Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers.
Cleveland clearly is not interested, or he's not interested in Cleveland.
Denver Nuggets, Dallas Mavericks. Yes, sir. And the Milwaukee Bucks.
Milwaukee's a contender right now.
Not Milwaukee, sorry. Minnesota Timberwolves.
I would argue Minnesota's not a contender either.
Why not?
Because I don't like what they became.
Well, they could use a power forward.
Okay,
they lost Naz Reid.
Yeah, but I'm also saying I'm also saying teams that LeBron looks at it and he's like, yeah, if I go there, I can win a championship.
Well, I just named 5.
I don't think that all 5 of those he's going to look at it like he could win a championship.
They're all kind of in the mix. They're all kind of in the running. They all had disappointments in the playoffs this year, but they were playoff teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. But the question, I am curious, from our fan base, from the Nuggets fans, would you want him here? Listen, there isn't a great argument to not have him here. There's not. It just doesn't exist. What you're faced with right now with the Nuggets, Tyler, is who's on this team right now? Who is on this team? Who is this team? We're having calls.
Right now, it's just run it back and get ready to do the same thing again and cross your fingers and hope and pray that Aaron Gordon's going to be healthy. And let's be real. Prepare yourselves for that. Because this LeBron James stuff feels like a fantasy right now, and what you really should be preparing yourself is absolutely nothing feeling different next season. That's what all Nuggets fans. So if you don't want to enjoy the LeBron James conversation, that's fine, but just realize what the alternative is. And the alternative is you're going to try to do the exact same thing, repeating the definition of insanity.
Well, I'm choosing today to live in the world of candy canes and fantasy land. And LBJ. I want LeBron. I want this to get to black. I'm happy to bring Bryce on the team. Bryce and Bronny. I'd take them both. Hey, there were multiple Antetokounmpos. We can have multiple kids. Why not? You can figure it out. Play as much as David Roddy did.
Nuggets have a G League team, right?
Sure.
They got a G League team?
Sure.
Bring them in.
Hey. Bryce and Bronny can get like a little apartment in Grand Rapids. Can you imagine Bryce and Bronny in Grand Rapids? Yeah, where's your mansions? We'd like to buy one. Tyler, do you think there's mansions in Grand Rapids?
I think there's mansions wherever the hell you want to go, bud.
So
I think there's a mansion in A-Town. If you want to go back to Aurora, you're gonna find your mansion over there.
There's mansions in A-Town. Of course, there's mansions in A-Town.
You're gonna find your mansions in Detroit. You're gonna find your mansions wherever you want.
Grand Rapids, mansions in Grand Rapids, huh? Hey Dan,
I've actually been to Grand Rapids. You ever been there?
I have not.
I'm going to tell you right now. There's definitely
mansions. Dan, let's do this during the break. Let's look up the most valuable, highest priced home in Grand Rapids because Bryce and Bronny are going to need a good place to stay when LeBron is a member of the Denver Nuggets. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, during this MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook, that's where you need to be. Fanatic Sportsbook is giving you profit boosts every single day, so use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. Every at-bat and inning means a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're going to take home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Boom. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. So download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, our guy Harrison Wynn from DNVR is going to join us with an update on everything going on in free agency. But we have done some research into the because we're going to take care of this LeBron James thing. If we're going to do it, we got to find a nice place for Bryce and Bronny, who will acquire in Grand Rapids, and we have done so. Welcome to East Grand Rapids. They'll have a car. 2905 Bonnell Ave Southeast. Highly prestigious, Tyler. $8.6 million, 14,177 square foot lakefront mansion.
Here's the thing. That definitely would not be big enough or expensive enough for Russell Wilson.
Not for Russell, no. But for Bronny and Bryce, let me tell you, because they're young guys, they've got a batting cage and detached 3-stall garage down the hill from the mansion.
It's good because you never know if basketball's going to work out.
Also, you like jet skiing? 300 feet of waterfront frontage on Reed's Lake.
Kind of actually sounds similar to Russell Wilson's Seattle house.
5 bedrooms, 11 bathrooms. Listen, I have some other properties for Bryce and Bronny too, but this is top end. So somebody on the text line is saying, DMac thinks any place he's never been to is a third world. No. I was not aware of Reed Estate in East Grand Rapids. Might get a little chilly there. I don't know if the jet skis are going to work in the winter, but I think Bryce and Bronny will be very happy there. So I just want to say we've got it all figured out for LeBron.
I don't know. I mean, Bronny's already got that 2.3 guarantee from the Lakers. He's probably getting playing time this year.
Oh, sure. Where?
With the Lakers. They guaranteed 2.3, so they're probably counting on him.
Yeah. They just signed like 5 dudes today.
Well, they guaranteed him 2.3.
You think their account is like, I'm sorry, what happened yesterday? We just signed Bronny. Well, I'm sorry, what happened? Well, why the hell did we sign Bronny then?
We guaranteed what?
We did what? When? You told me this was important to do. Now, what? Great dad move. Gonna be tough to top that dad move.
Oh, it was solid.
You
I mean,
know.
well, a little bit more solid would have been like sticking it out another 3 or 4 years, guaranteed another 3 or 4 years of salary for him. But he did get him one more year on the way out the door.
Our guy, Harrison Wind, joined us on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Harrison, you all in with LeBron James for 1 year on the Nuggets?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I mean, yeah, you got to look at it for sure. Do we really have a better option? I mean, that's a pretty good option if it's available.
All right, if run us through the Peyton Watson scenarios that exist right now.
So, I mean, I feel like that's what's holding up the Nuggets off season and why they really haven't made any signings so far. I think they're waiting to hammer out that contract, and I think they're meeting later this week, I believe, but that is their number one priority still. I mean, you could maybe put the LeBron thing to the side for a second. They've been signaling that's their number one priority. So I still think they'll sign him and they'll get something done, largely because they really want to and also because cap space around the league has really dried up. So I think they want to bring him back. And, I mean, they can negotiate a contract and sign him. He could go out and get an offer sheet from another team. But like I said, not a lot of cap space out there anymore. Or, you know, they could do a sign and trade if, you know, he doesn't want to be here. But I still think the likelihood is they'll work out something and re-sign him here.
Seems like a whole lot of nothing here. And all of a sudden we got this one exciting thing that's on the horizon with LeBron James. And it's very similar to the Broncos offseason, quite frankly, where nothing was going on. And then all of a sudden he added Jalen Waddle. And it was like, okay, well, we got Jalen Waddle, so the offseason makes sense. LeBron James somehow makes his way to the Denver Nuggets. Give that a likelihood rating between 1 and 10.
I mean, probably 1 or 2.
Really? That low?
I mean, look, every team wants to get LeBron right now. But, you know, that being said, it's not 0, which is what I probably thought it was before yesterday, you know?
Right.
But what's interesting, though, is, you know, Brian Windhorst was the first to really put this out there that No, I don't know. That'd be a good basketball fit. And of course, it'd be an amazing basketball fit. It'd be like basketball porn having Jokic and LeBron on the court at the same time. It'd be crazy. But Brian Windhorst doesn't really say anything by accident. He's always very purposeful with what he puts out there because he knows his words carry a lot of weight. So somebody definitely tipped him off about something, or he made a call and heard from somebody that maybe there's a little something here. So, he mentions that. And of course, like, the real argument is you put LeBron on a team with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. This is a ready-made championship team. Of course, he's kind of exactly what they need, exactly the missing piece. So I think it's possible. Is it likely? I'd say no, but it's possible, sure.
Do you think LeBron wants to be courted? It's not really about the money, but hey, this is his last shot, Harrison, of let's take a business meeting. I'm LeBron James, that sort of thing. So it's not the money, it's about the presentation and what teams can present to him.
Potentially. It's definitely not about the money. I think we know that just because nobody has room to offer this guy $50 million for his next contract. And I don't think anybody's going to sign and trade to make that happen either. So it's not that. Does he want to be courted, though? I don't know. Because in the back of my head, I kind of think LeBron already knows where his next team is. And there are moves going on behind the scenes to make that happen.
Right.
He, to me, seems like way too calculated of a guy to go and take a meeting here, a meeting there, a meeting here. Like, all right, what's your pitch? What's your pitch? And then decide. He's never, like, really operated like that ever.
You don't think Josh and Stan could put on a little bit of a show that'd be a little impressive for him? Something to say, hey, man, welcome to the Billionaires Club. Like, this is the world we live in.
Well, I think if he was willing to take a pitch, the Nuggets and Stan and Josh could offer something because, as we know, he's tight with them.
Right.
He's friends with Josh.
Right.
Like, they vacation together. We know this.
That's crazy.
And I just think also the portfolio that, Stan Kroenke has would probably be a little appealing to LeBron to become a part of for sure.
Yeah, that is another what are the rules there, Harrison, with offering dudes other things outside of a contract, other opportunities in terms of business dealings? What does the NBA allow you to do and not allow you to do on that?
Well, as we know, if there's a sponsor of a team, you can funnel money under the table in what looks like just, your classic sponsorship deal, especially if that other company has involvement in trees and, the environment and has a very soft connection to people and ownership. I mean, who really knows? But I think LeBron would be open to, joining Stan and Josh Kroenke and them taking over Denver from a real estate point of view.
Yeah, I think there's something like that. I mean, we know what projects are planned for downtown Denver.
Sure.
If it comes to pass, it's going to be absolutely awesome. And I do wonder when it comes to LeBron James, who sees himself well beyond basketball as a businessman, if there's something unique the Kroenkes can offer in the future in a partnership that nobody else can. And I think we should at least take that in consideration. Never mind the fact you have a legitimate chance to win a championship with Joker. I mean, let's consider that. I listen, I'm just saying the Kroenke family, Harrison, in my opinion, they do have some unique cards to play that other owners can't.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if he was taking meetings, and that could be something that pushes Denver over the edge potentially. They do have that. Something else I've been thinking about is, obviously the NBA is expanding for 2 more teams potentially in the next couple of years. They're also launching, NBA Europe over there.
Yep.
I mean, Josh and Stan running Arsenal.
Yep.
Nikola Jokic and his agent pretty much setting up that league over there. Like, Jokic's agent is the main power player in European basketball, and I think is front and center in setting up this NBA Europe. There's just a lot of connections there that could be pretty mutually beneficial.
Hey, not to get off the fun of LeBron James, but What suitors? Give me an update on the suitors for Peyton Watson and what they've been doing. I mean, obviously, I think the Lakers are out now. They spent all their money. Clippers were another team that they talked about. Who else should we be looking at and what they've done?
Well, it was Chicago,
but not now.
Chicago signed all these like pretty mid-free agents to take up all their cap room, so it's not going to be them. Brooklyn, I don't think it's going to be them. If Peyton Watson leaves the Nuggets, I think it's going to be via sign and trade. I don't see another team throwing out a $30 million offer sheet. That just doesn't really happen that much in restricted free agency.
Gotcha.
Even with Walker Kessler going to the Lakers right now, he's going there via sign and trade technically. So if Peyton Watson switches teams, I think that's what it will be. But and I think you would have to look at like the Clippers, for example, and they even have some interesting pieces you could get back, and like a Chris Dunn and Derek Jones if that were to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the likelihood is he re-signs with Denver.
DNVR does all sorts of amazing things. Field days, which are a blast. You go to Sombor, which, wow, like that happened. Okay. Would you rather do any of the trips you've done in the past and do it again, or go to the French Riviera? Now, you'd have to go without your shirt, but you'd go there with Peyton Watson, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, and apparently Austin Rivers. What would be the best travel trip for you and the DNVR crew? And again, the shirts, they don't have to be all the way off, but they cannot be buttoned up. There's got to be a certain amount of abs showing, Harrison. That's got to be part of the deal.
Yeah, especially at dinner. I saw a video of MPJ shirtless at dinner. So, I mean, that seems like a requirement. I could not hang with that crowd.
You could not.
Way. No. So I'd go back to Serbia for sure. And I mean, it just so happened the last time we went to Serbia, the Nuggets won a championship in the next season. So
yeah, because it looks like Jokic is in like a basement of a broken down house with a DJ, and it's like who couldn't fit in that scenario, right? Like we could all fit in there. We'd be fine in a dungeon basement in Sombor, right?
Yeah, I mean, that looks like every bar or club in Belgrade. I mean, he's having a great time hanging with his national team. He's having the time of his life while we're all procrastinating over the Nuggets making a move.
Hey, last one real quick. Bogdan, what happened there?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. It seemed like just an easy signing for Denver to make. He's Nikola Jokic's best friend, and he went to Houston for a minimum. I don't know. I feel like the Nuggets would have wanted him. You have questions about his health for sure. He's definitely fallen off as a role player, but he can shoot it, and they just lost Tim Hardaway. So I thought that was an easy layup for Denver, but I guess not.
All right, Harrison, you're the best. You guys have fun. What are you guys doing next? Any big trips? Anything with DNVR that we should tell people about?
I mean, we're just waiting for a free agent signing, just like you guys are.
All right.
So we're waiting for the Nuggets to have some activity here.
All right. Well, let me know if you want to go to a beach and take your shirt off and drink wine. Fill me in.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Harrison.
it.
Yeah, I think I'd be more comfortable in the basement too, Tyler. You barely wear a shirt as it is. You could hang out with those guys anytime you want.
I've been working hard for about 2 years to never have to wear a shirt. Yeah.
You can hang out with those dudes. Yeah. Are you there?
It's like my life goal. When I go home, just take the shirt off. Don't put it back on until I walk out the house again. And when I put something on, make sure it's sleeveless.
It's pretty apparent that that's what these guys are doing too. That's the life right there, man. Dan, where would you fit in? Would you rather be in a basement in Serbia, fully clothed?
I still would choose Serbia for the record.
Oh, you would?
Even though I am capable of taking my shirt off, I would definitely choose the basement.
Although Yoka's kind of tarps optional in basement wear.
Well, AC might not be great over there.
Dan, where do you fit in?
I'll do the Cheeto dust Serbian basement. Cookie crumbs on my chest.
So we're not quite to the nightclubs and Monaco and the beach in France and whatever that is.
No, I got to lose about 15 pounds before I get there, guys.
None of us are kind of at that spot. Living their best lives. All right, soccer.
Do you think that those guys, when they plan their vacations, they go to Expedia.com and they look for the package option, flight, hotel, car rental, all included.
No.
You know, read the reviews.
I do not.
Try to budget it a little bit.
I think they call their agent or the person they have in their life and say, we want to go to France, put it together. Who's coming? These 4 guys are coming. Let me know.
So what's your budget for that, Aaron?
What's a budget?
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, that's how.
Okay. What is this word?
You gotta
Budget.
Put it on the black card? Okay.
Sure. Whatever you need to do.
How much did you make last year?
Yeah, I made, what did Aaron Gordon make? 20 million? 25 million?
You know what?
Let me check. Good question.
Yeah, as your advisor.
What do you think is too much for a European vacation for Aaron Gordon?
$100,000.
I bet it's in that range.
That would be too much?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
No. That no.
You
know
made
what?
$32 million last year.
Yeah, I think $100,000 is
I'm sorry.
nothing.
No.
Yeah.
We want to take multiple of these per year, guys. We can't be doing multiple $100,000 vacations per year.
Dude, I bet he throws down $100,000 on a vacation like it's nothing. Like he's not even thinking about it. $100,000, whatever. I mean, what do you think that vacation is? We're flying private across the pond.
Well, that's how you end up 41, divorced, and doing a radio show.
Well, at least you had 1 or 2 good flights.
You know, had a few good vacations in there, though.
Sure. Hope the memories can sustain you. It's PHC on 92.5. Let's go. Hey. Tonight at Jackson's Lodo, Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA against Bosnia in the round of 32. So Kreckman and Springer will be taking over at 3 o'clock live from Jackson's. And then the Krecker is sticking around with tons of great prizes in Michelob Ultra, a superior light beer, and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for. We'll see you at Jackson's Lodo tonight. That is going to be massive. Every game from now on is such a big deal in this tournament. And I had a blast being at Three Dogs Tavern.
You know what? I never do this. I might actually go out there. I'm not even a part of that. I'm not even part of it. I never go watch sports at a bar. It's usually not my jam, but that sounds fun tonight. For a sport that's not your typical sport, yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
I'll tell you this, being out tonight, and it was all Mexico fans at Three Dogs in the Highlands. It was great. It was great. It was exciting. Everybody's hanging on every, shot, whether it's a save or a miss or whatever's going on. Never mind the excitement when they scored. There was a great, here it is. This is hysterical. Let me just play this for you real quick. So at the Dodgers game last night, there's a guy who's definitely a Mexico fan, and the baseball game is very quiet. And he's watching the Mexico game.
I saw this.
He's got an unbelievable seat.
Yeah.
On front row, right
behind home plate.
Unbelievable seat. And the announcers, let me play it.
Like Freeman, Betts, Ohtani, Kyle Tucker.
Well, I mentioned it last night, and he confirmed it in the post-game interview, which is you play with these guys in your video games. You collect their baseball cards, you have their posters, you watch them on TV, and now here you are. Well, now you're on TV. Now somebody's collecting your baseball.
All right. What?
That was loud, man.
What is the announcer thinking there? What a tone-deaf, terrible TV announcer right there. This is an hysterical moment. You can't recognize what's going on right then and there?
I guess not.
You're just droning on about, I used to look at these athletes. Now I'm on baseball cards. You can save that conversation anytime.
Wait, guys, what's happening right now? Even if I didn't know, I would be like, I'm sorry, what's happening with this guy right now?
You could figure it out pretty easily.
Like Freeman, Betts, Ohtani, Kyle Tucker.
Well, I mentioned it last night, and he confirmed it in the post-game interview, which is you play with these guys
Come on, man.
in your video games.
How do these guys just keep talking about baseball?
He got a little bit rattled. He heard him. It rattled him a little bit. He slowed down. He thought about it, and he's like, I don't know what's going on here.
These guys are doing a TV broadcast. You can't miss the guy. He's standing up. He's going nuts. He's having a...
Like Freeman, Betts, Ohtani, Kyle Tucker.
Well, I mentioned it last night, and he confirmed it in the post-game interview, which is you play with these guys.
I mean, he's cheering for Mexico, Tyler. He's being murdered. Either way. Either way, you stop what you're saying.
The dude's pants are on fire.
Something's going on. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, is it exciting?
Con Julián. Mora, la pelota para Julián. Ahí fuera de juego. Julián Quiñones va a ir a encarar el área. Se mete Julián. El primero de México puede ser Julián.
I mean, listen, as we all know by now,
something.
science cannot always be believed, but science tells me that a goal always sounds better in Spanish. That's what the science tells me on that one.
It's hard to argue. It was fun. It was fun being in the bar last night. It will be a blast at Jackson's tonight with USA. My son, who's a riot, he goes, "Hey, man." My son, I told you, Dylan's like a meathead. He's like a small meathead, right? Like he really should be like a stereotypical like linebacker or something like that. Meathead sort of dude. He goes, "Dad, can't wait for the soccer bowl."
Soccer bowl.
Because, man, hey, that soccer bowl is USA against England on the 4th of July. It's going to be awesome. And I go, no. It's not happening like that. It could have been, but it's not. Goes, what? The soccer bowl ain't happening with England? And at the time, England was losing 1-0 to the Ivory Coast.
That would have been great, by the way.
By the way, you want to talk about Dan Q, the free bird, the eagle scream. You want to.
Yeah, what if we got that matchup?
But do you want to insult somebody who loves soccer? Call the World Cup the Soccer Bowl.
Soccer Bowl.
Hey, man. I want to see the U.S. win that damn soccer bowl.
Hey, cups and bowls are interchangeable. I put cereal in a cup before.
Hey, man, I cannot wait for the United States of America to win the soccer bowl this year. We deserve it.
Dude, I'm actually telling you, though, cereal in a cup is actually life-changing.
Hell yeah, I want to win that soccer bowl. I want to win everything. America.
You just drink it. Just drink
that bowl down. So, yeah, it's like, hey, man, soccer bowl 2026. Yeah, America. But that being said, Dan, it is time for fun facts about Bosnia. Am I playing the anthem or are you? You want me to play? All right, here we go. Tyler, we got to be careful with this one.
So they've been at war their whole life.
All right, be careful.
Oh, okay. I got to be careful because they chose to be at war their whole life.
Let's be careful. And Dan, present us fun facts about Bosnia. Herzegovina,
Bosnia. Fun facts, everybody. I didn't know this until today when I was doing research for this segment. The country is literally the shape of a heart. Did you guys know that?
That is wonderful.
It is called the heart-shaped land.
Okay. That's a nice thing to hear.
Full of love in Bosnia, Herzegovina. Heart-shaped.
Heart-shaped.
Yeah. All right.
What else about Bosnia?
I don't really feel the love when I look at them. But
Bosnia has one of the world's shortest coastlines, just 12 miles long.
It's not a lot.
Right along the Adriatic Sea. It's squeezed between Croatia. So there you go. It's one of the shortest coastlines in the world. So if you go to Bosnia for vacation,
yes,
you have 12 miles.
12 miles
of beach to work with.
Croatia.
That's it.
Croatia has like thousands of miles and islands. I don't think does Serbia have any coastline? I'm not quite sure.
This isn't about
landlocked.
Serbia.
Serbia's landlocked.
Yeah, Serbia's landlocked. A lot of horses.
But you can be president in Serbia because they don't have one.
The guy's quitting.
What do you think the Bosnians' caffeine drink of choice is?
Oh, definitely.
Are they a tea country?
No.
No, some sort of dangerous, some sort of.
No, they're what did Dan Campbell call it? It was like a black guy, the double espresso with the coffee on top.
I think they're a Monster Energy drink country, though, something like that. Dan, what do you got?
Is it cocaine?
I don't know. I'll go with you.
Maybe that's number 2. But number 1, apparently Bosnians are coffee obsessed.
Oh, okay.
They rank among the top 10 in the world for coffee consumption.
Okay, all right.
Traditional Bosnian coffee, guys, is a slow social ritual served in copper pots. So they serve their coffee in copper pots.
I should try that.
You ever see the stand-up bit of Adam Carolla? What rich people and poor people have in common?
No.
Both know the current price and value of copper. You got to think about that for a second.
Yep.
But,
I get the joke.
Okay.
I get the joke.
All right, Dan, what else you got?
A Bosnian grandfather known as Mr. Hammerhand, guys. Mr. Hammerhand, grandfather in Bosnia, holds a Guinness World Record for smashing 101 walnuts with his bare hands in just 54 seconds. Mr. Hammerhand, famous Bosnian.
That is fantastic.
Well, it is a that's a sportive choice in Bosnia.
That sounds like a great sport. Sounds like something that young children of Bosnia would aspire to be, Mr. Hammerhand. And of course, World Cup level competing soccer players. Dan, do we have one last fun fact, or are we done with fun facts about Bosnia? One more? Okay.
During the 1984 Winter Olympics in Sarajevo, I might be pronouncing that wrong.
That's back before they were war-torn, so be careful.
Is that in Bosnia? Is that a city in Bosnia?
It used to be Yugoslavia, but I don't, again, we're going to the war-torn part of things.
The Olympic flag was accidentally raised upside down at the opening ceremony. So an embarrassing moment for the Bosnians.
Okay.
Can I get some war facts?
No.
Why? Just give me war facts.
No war facts. Zero war facts.
Why?
We're not doing war facts.
I want to know the war facts of Bosnia.
We're sticking with the countries of heart. And we're enjoying these fun facts. And Dan didn't know how to say Sarajevo back when it was Yugoslavia, which led us to the war facts. But we're not going to do war facts because it sounds like a wonderful place with its 12 miles of coastline and pretty damn good soccer team. If the U.S. loses tonight, what will that do to U.S. soccer?
I don't think it'll do anything to U.S. soccer, but if they lose, it just kind of goes back to where it was. I don't think that what's happened in this World Cup would be enough in the long term to impact the youth, impact future generations of soccer fans if they lose, right? So it just kind of goes right back to where it was. But if they win a couple games, 2. I think that's what Raj said, and I would agree. If they win 2 more games and you get to match up against Portugal or Spain, that could change the future of the interest of youth generations with soccer.
My wife, we have a little vacation coming up here, or some people do at the station. Quite a few, but mine is coming up here after today, and my wife and I are going to go to Seattle this weekend for the 4th of July if the United States wins tonight. And I'm just going to hang around. She'll have to come back, but I'm going to hang around, and I'm going to try to go to the U.S., Belgium, or whoever they're going to play.
Good luck, dude. How much money you got?
This is the vacation. I don't know. I don't know if I got enough. I actually don't know. I haven't really looked at it yet.
Have we been looking at World Cup prices?
Not really. I don't know what they are
I'm actually
in
really
Seattle.
curious.
But we're factoring that in as part of the vacation. She can't be there, so it's just one ticket. So I'm hoping it could be kind of a cheaper deal. But I got to tell you, I really want to see a game in person.
Oh, it'd be sick.
So to me, that's just in the building is good enough, right? I don't know, whatever it takes.
Oh, it literally doesn't matter. You put me in the top row. I don't care.
We try to look into press credentials, and it looks like we're just way too late.
Actually, they haven't been that bad. We got 4 categories. I'm looking at Seattle specifically.
All right, for Monday, right?
So, no, I mean, this is what they've been for the in
the
previous
okay.
games,
It probably goes up with the U.S.
I'm sure it would go up radically for this.
What do you got?
But they got 4 different categories, right?
Let's go.
Category 1, the most expensive, has been $400 to $600.
That's the most expensive?
That's the most expensive.
Oh. Well,
category 2 was $300 to $450.
Okay.
And then it goes down to category 4, which is $60 to $170.
Get out of here. I could get on the secondary market $60 in the door for a World Cup game. That's a no-brainer. That's nothing. Hey, listen, $400 to $500. Dude, I spent $2,000 for Game 2 Avs Lightning Stanley Cup tickets. $1,000 each, 300 level. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I'll never do it again. One ticket.
You could probably count on tripling the prices of all that for the U.S. men's national team.
No, I'll triple $60 and walk through the door. That sounds good to me.
Okay, I got the prices of all the U.S. games so far.
Give it to me.
At SoFi, cheapest get in was $1,200.
Okay, all right.
Get in the building.
All right.
All the way up to $20,000, by the way.
Yeah, well, no on that. $1,200, I'd consider that. Yeah.
In Seattle, when we played Australia, cheapest get in was $1,000.
Okay, all right.
USA versus Turkey. Starting to creep up there a little bit.
Okay.
$1,900.
Cheapest to get in was $1,900?
That was at SoFi, though. So we're talking LA prices.
All right.
Yeah.
That's too much.
Current get-in prices for U.S. versus Bosnia, which there's tickets. I don't know.
They're in Santa Clara. That's where they are tonight. Where you guys won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, about the cheapest that they could find was about $1,300. So you can leave the wife behind?
Yeah. Well, not voluntarily.
You are sick.
Well,
you would go to the game and leave her?
She has no. She has no choice. She has to go back to work. So I'm off for a couple weeks, and we're going to go together the second week.
She's got a vacation day in there.
She's
got an extra vacation day to go to the game.
My man.
Trust me.
Hey, trust me on this. Trust me. I'm rolling my eyes.
Okay. Okay.
What can I tell you? No,
call in sick.
It has been suggested.
I got a cough. It's summertime.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you.
The smoke is getting me. My allergies are bad.
Welcome to part of my life. But whatever. She doesn't care. She doesn't feel the same way I do. And I just figure if I'm there, I mean, it's America. Freebird Dan. America. I'm going to find plenty of Americans wanting to see the U.S. win the soccer bowl. I'm like, go soccer bowl. Come on. I mean, I'll make friends in 5 seconds. We saw a little nice Airbnb at Brainbridge Island. Short ferry trip across the bay there to Seattle. Or I don't know, maybe I'll just sleep in a van down by the river. I'm there by myself. I'll just make friends. We're all Americans in America. But I'm not doing the Seattle thing if they don't win tonight. They win tonight, I'm off to Seattle, and I'm going to try my damnedest to go to that game on Monday.
All right.
And that would that's the type of adventure that you...
Because you got that AG money, man. Hey, what's the budget? It doesn't matter. I got a card.
I'm not sure.
He's got a card for this.
The budget ain't great. The budget ain't great. Trust me. The rest of the vacation is hopefully the pool's open in Lone Tree. But for Soccer Bowl 26, count your boy DMac in, Seattle. Here I come. Get that Starbucks and Eddie Vedder ready. We're coming to take over Soccer Bowl 26. America! Damn right. BHC on 92.5.
Hey, if you're anything like DMac, you spend most of your time figuring out how to blow your money on a summer vacation out to Seattle. What's the budget? Doesn't matter. Go into the soccer game. Leave the wife behind. Nobody cares about the wife anyways, as long as you're DMac. Others, though, they got to focus on their retirement, and that's why you want to call my friends over at Trajan Wealth, because, guys, they can help you change your mindset when it comes to retirement, so it actually feels like the reward that it should be. Talk to a fiduciary advisor at Trajan Wealth today. Call 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. We celebrate independence every July, but financial independence is something that you build, not something that just arrives on a particular day. And Trajan Wealth is going to help you put the pieces together. Your investments, your taxes, and your estate plan all working as one, all in one office, all with one plan. Call Trajan Wealth and take the first step toward a plan that's actually going to build around your life. Just call 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. They're going to help you feel calm and confident in your future, so don't waste time. Visit my friends online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Is there really such a thing as a dumb question?
That could be the stupidest question I've heard.
This is No Dumb Questions with PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Brought to you by Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189.
Okay. All right. It's a bigger tail, Dan. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying.
Sounded good.
Okay. No dumb question.
Yeah.
On the text line, if the USA loses tonight, can we stop talking about soccer? Yes. That is the truth.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Now, as long as the U.S. is in it, games like England and Ivory Coast remain interesting. As long as the U.S. is in it, a game like last night, Mexico and Ecuador, is interesting. But I will agree with the average Denver sports fan out there.
I know.
Those games are, in my opinion, only really interesting because the United States is still a part of things.
That's the tough reality that we were just talking about in the previous segment, actually, is that as much fun as this has been, if they lose this game, soccer goes back to being as irrelevant as it ever was. And it had zero impact on the culture or the future of youth generations. Now, you win a couple of these games and you got a fighting chance. I mean, you win a game against Portugal or Spain and
forget it.
You change.
Forget it.
You change the future.
If you do something like that, oh my God.
Yeah.
Beating Bosnia tonight would be a very good step, and the interest level would increase to the degree that yours truly is headed to Seattle and trying to figure out a ticket. One, because the wife, work. But that is where I am. But Tyler, they lose tonight. I don't know. I still want to see Seattle and Vancouver at some point in my life. But there's other places to go on vacation too. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah. So that's where I'm at with it. And hey, it's summertime, man. Like, I'll probably casually watch the games here and there. We have watch parties that we have with the radio station, Michelob Ultra. That's really cool. But aside from the people really being interested, no, it's dependent on the U.S. winning. There's a lot of pressure tonight. It's a big deal. It's a really, really big deal tonight.
We're supposed to go to the lake for the 4th, right?
That's right. The lake.
Yeah, supposed to go to the lake.
The lake.
Big lake had a camper that was actually like gifted to us for the weekend. Not our camper. Just this camper is parked at the lake. You can use it. There's going to be other people that we know there. It was going to be a great deal, right?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
You haven't told me where, and that's my fault.
Yeah.
I didn't ask you
Yeah.
during a break.
Yeah. A big lake within driving distance.
In Colorado or in Nebraska?
A big lake within driving distance.
Okay, I think I know what the lake is.
Yeah, big lake within driving distance. There's a few of them, and I've been to all of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Woke up this morning, got some photos. The camper blew over and is in the lake at this moment in time.
I'm sorry.
There
what?
There was a crazy storm.
What?
And a $150,000 camper.
Oh my God!
It gets blown over and is in the lake at this moment in time.
No dumb question.
Yeah.
Is it ruined?
Well, I'm gonna go with yes.
It's okay.
I mean, it's not my camper, so I really don't care that much.
I mean, like, you can't tilt it back up and put the dishes away, and
it's in the water.
It's like floating away.
Well, it's half in the water. It's half in the water, half in the sand.
It's not available for you this weekend.
Yeah.
Because it's in the water.
Now, here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to going tent camping. I've done it many times. I've done lake camping in a tent many times, and it's enjoyable. In the summer, it's questionable because can you get out of the heat or not, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit debatable.
Well, yeah, it depends on where you're going.
We can still go tent camping.
Yeah.
Other parties will still be there. But
so you're going to meet up with a bunch of people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, all right. Go ahead.
But if I go tent camping, am I really just going to be pulling a camper out of the water?
It's a tricky question.
Am I really just going to be helping to salvage the camper if I go tent camping? Am I going to enjoy my camping experience? I'm not worried about the tent. I'll do the tent.
Okay.
The tent's fine.
Are you going to be suckered into
rescuing? Is it really just going to be camper recovery weekend?
Yeah, that sounds like a fun project. I mean, hey, come on, dude. A guy like you, that's a pretty manly project. We're going to pull a camper out of the water with like a truck.
Well, I'd do it in a heartbeat if it was my camper.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not my camper.
I mean, listen, here's what I've learned from doing lake vacations like I think you're about to take. You spend a lot of time like trying to kill time. Like, what are we doing next? Because there's a lot of time where there's just, you're twiddling your thumbs. Having a camper as a bunch of dudes to pull out of a lake is a pretty awesome chore when you think about it top to bottom. Like, that is time well spent. Pulling campers out of lakes. I mean, you're talking
first off, you are lying. You've never done anything like that in your life, nor would you enjoy it.
I would hate it.
You wouldn't hang a cabinet, yet alone pull a camper out of a lake.
You're not wrong, but I've been on a vacation like that. I'm telling you, I've been on a vacation like you're about to take, and I found myself with nothing to do and being bored as hell.
No, you clearly are not a camper. There's plenty of things to do.
What can I tell you?
Plenty of things to be doing at the lake.
Bored to tears.
Oh my gosh.
Bored to tears.
You don't get it.
I'm telling you, pulling a camper out would be fantastic. I'm advocating pulling the camper out. It sounds fun.
No, see, like, I love projects, unlike you. Like, I constantly need a project at the house.
Well, how is this not a great project? Pulling a camper out of a lake?
Because the point is, I want to be boating on the lake.
Well, how long do you think it's going to take to pull the camper out?
I want it to be staying in somebody else's camper and boating in somebody else's boat and using somebody else's jet ski.
And you think pulling the camper out of the lake is going to impinge on that time?
And I feel like it will impede on somebody else's boat and somebody else's jet ski.
You're going, and it's going to be fun.
Actually,
you're going. You're going to love it.
Actually, the lady's kind of like, might be a little hot in that tent. I'm actually the one that's like not afraid of the tent camping here.
What does that mean? A little hot in the tent in terms of what?
Temperature.
Whoa. No, I get it, but like, what's the alternative?
Not going.
Oh, wow. Oh, so this whole thing might blow up. I was under the impression you were going.
That's what this whole conversation is.
So the question is, should you go or not?
Dan, am I drunk? Am I the drunk one?
I don't know.
I've been drinking 4 years. Who's the drunk one here?
The guy is drunk.
The whole point was, should I go or not? Yeah.
You should go.
All right.
You should definitely go.
Yeah, by the way, it's at a lake.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to be in the tent during the day.
I know.
It cools off at night. It'll be cool in the tent at night.
I know.
I mean,
I got a big, like, supposed to be like a 6-person tent, but it's really like a Tyler tent.
I gotcha. Can I ask you a dumb question?
Sure.
Is it too late just to rent an RV?
Oh, well, that would
costly?
require me spending my own money.
It would. Okay, so that's out.
Yeah.
We ain't doing that.
$150,000 camper that isn't mine for free. A boat that is already there
for
that
free.
Isn't mine for free.
Jet skis
that are not mine for free.
For free
is the idea.
Or like $1,000 to rent an RV for the weekend.
Yeah, see, that's not the idea.
All right. Oh, that is a tricky question you got right there.
Anybody got a camper I could rent? I'll pay you. I literally don't think I can find.
What's
I'm actually
your
being
budget?
serious. I'm actually being serious.
What's
I don't think I could find a camper in 1 day's time here.
I don't know.
How can I find a camper over July 4th weekend?
It's probably even renting an RV would be tough too.
Yeah, I know. That seems impossible.
I'll
I'll pay somebody out there if you got an RV or camper I could use.
I bet you could pull it off.
I'm being dead serious. Now I'm big. I'm tall. And like I like nice things.
It's got to be a camper from Cherry Creek.
So if you're going to give me something that I'm going to pay a minimal amount for, it better be nice.
Exactly.
It's PhD here on 92.5. Big question of the day next. Hey, it is DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. During the MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook, that's where you need to be. Fanatic Sportsbook is giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, strikeout, whatever you need. So every at-bat and inning, it means a little more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Wow. Great deal. Track your player on the daily scoreboard. see the total entries, watch the estimated payout in real time. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatics Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. So download the Fanatics Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. Do you think LeBron James will be a Denver Nugget? And
you want to start with that question so that I'm like an ultra buzzkill, or you want to have a little fun?
Let me back up. What do you think is the percentage, 1 to 100%, the percentage of the Nuggets landing LeBron James?
I'll optimistically say 36.67%.
There you go. On our survey, we said, do you want to see LeBron James on the Nuggets next year? Close to 400 votes. 58% say yes, 41% say no. What am I talking about? Brian Windhorst.
The one team that I'm just going to point out that I think is interesting. Some people have mentioned Minnesota, and I certainly think the idea of playing with Ant, who is his Team USA teammate, it's an interesting idea. I have long thought, and I refuse to bring it up because I just didn't want the headache during the year of having to defend this. But I have long believed that if there was an outlier team for LeBron, if he was willing to take sort of, some exception, was Denver.
Yeah.
Because the idea of playing, and like if you notice during the year this year, he was overly effusive with Jokic.
All right. That's where that comes from. Dan, where are you putting it?
I would say there's probably 5 teams that are vying for LeBron services, so I'll give it about a 20% chance.
Oh, I see what you're doing. That's some good logic right there.
I think if
so we would all want him. All 3 of us would want him.
Well, if he's going to sign for close to the league minimum, absolutely. Why wouldn't you want him if he's going to sign for the league minimum?
I think if LeBron James is actually open to a conversation, the Nuggets probably have as good of a chance as anybody, actually. I mean, if he really is open to hearing the plan, to studying, to figuring out who's got the best chance for him to win a championship, I don't know why the Nuggets wouldn't have a fighting chance at this thing. Look at the roster. Look at the other teams. Look at who you feel like is going to give you best chance. You could go eat at the Golden Corral out there in Golden State if that's what you want to do. Or you could look at this thing and have a conversation about what the best opportunity is. So I think LeBron probably likes fancy, flashy things, and I'm not sure if Denver fits into that category.
We already found an $8 million home for Bronny and Bryce in Grand Rapids that we think they'll be very comfortable in. Your chance to win a championship, I don't know. All right, for shizzles and gizzles, what are the other teams that make sense for LeBron? Golden State?
Yes.
Well, okay, fine, but Anthony Davis ain't coming. That's what Washington said. They're not doing a deal. So that ain't happening. All right, Golden State, that's one. Minnesota? Interesting. I mean, they just lost Naz Reid, right? And they got LaMelo Ball.
No, he's not going to Minnesota. Cross it off. He is never going to Minnesota.
It's an interesting one, though.
Cross it off.
He loves Anthony Edwards, Tyler.
He is never going to Minnesota.
He's an Olympian teammate with Anthony Edwards. And you got Alex Rodriguez. And you got Prince's ghost.
Got it. Cool. Great. He's never going to Minnesota.
Let's go back home to Cleveland and wrap up the career where it started.
There's 3 teams. 3 teams. Too many. You guys are giving too many. There's only 3. You got Golden State. You got Cleveland, which I'm not sure why we're not hearing anything about it, but that definitely makes a lot of sense.
I have an idea on that, by the way, but go ahead.
And you got Miami.
Miami just got Giannis, and they got Tim Hardaway Jr.
I'll give you one more.
Go for it.
San Antonio.
How so? Talk to me.
Go play with Wemby. They've got their 3 best players are all on their rookie deals. You don't have to worry about the money aspect.
Well, I don't think for San Antonio it makes as much sense as it does for other teams because San Antonio is more in a natural build, and
they probably are going to get rid of De'Aaron Fox though.
Yeah, but I think you got to look at teams that are like, I don't really care about my long-term future here. I need 1 year that I can win.
Yeah, but they're not going to have to give up any assets to get him. He's a free agent. So they could still be in the long-term rebuild even if they sign LeBron.
You got to admit, they lost ultimately to New York because they were not tough enough.
Okay.
They got Castle. They got a great point guard. They got Wemby.
Well, hold on.
Dylan
Is
Harper?
LeBron James the fix to being tough?
I think he goes a long way. He's power forward.
I don't think LeBron's the fix to being tough.
He's a big, strong power forward.
Which, unfortunately, is why we lost to Minnesota. But
Well, I mean, that's what he can do for a team.
You think he would help Wemby kind of mature at a faster rate?
I think he would
next
help.
year?
I think he would help wipe guys off the block to clear the way for Wemby for sure. I think he would set some picks that would put chills down people's spines.
If I'm Denver,
yeah,
I would be unafraid of adding LeBron James because Nikola Jokic is an old seasoned veteran that is not going to be intimidated or back down to LeBron James.
You know,
if I'm San Antonio,
yeah,
I would be terrified of Wemby being heavily influenced and overshadowed by LeBron James.
I'll tell you this. I think what he's setting himself up for, and this might take a little time, I think he wants to be recruited. And I do think the Nuggets can offer something nobody else can. All owners are rich. They are. But all owners are not into the land, real estate development, sport team executive model as the Cronkies are. They're unique. They are unique. Don't forget, LeBron James is a big sports fan. Who's to say that he doesn't have business interests that go far beyond what will theoretically be his last year playing basketball? Listen, I'm trying to stay optimistic here. And I'm just saying, if he's in a world of being recruited, there's things the Cronkies can offer in terms of future business partnerships that other teams can't. Because what's the money? The money's like, the money's the money. He's got all the money. It's about power, Tyler, and being a mogul. And I think once the money becomes so absurd in the billionaire world,
and there's
you start thinking differently.
There's a lot of reasons to think that LeBron James is still influenced by those things. I do wonder, though. I do wonder at this point if it's actually about something different. If it's not about power, if it's not about money, if it's not about who can give me the best business connections, is he literally at a point where the only thing that matters to him is how many rings he has and what his legacy is said?
It's hard to imagine it's not. Like, I could never see him doing what Russell Westbrook just did. Russell Westbrook just clearly loves playing basketball. And I think, sure, I'm sure he would rather win than lose, but Russell Westbrook just literally loves basketball, Tyler, that he was willing to go to a team like the Sacramento Kings, who are arguably the worst team in the league this year. He just loves ball. I think LeBron James loves ball too, but I don't think he wants to lose, and I don't think he'll do it at any cost. And he won't have to anyways. He'll have multiple teams that are hunting for his services. By the way, if you want to talk about maybe some good news, the Walker Kessler deal going to the Lakers, that's one less team going for Peyton Watson, my man.
Yeah, no question. Peyton feels like it was always the only plan.
Yeah, but
nothing's going to get in the way of that at this point. Peyton Watson isn't going to have 3 or 4 suitors out there. If you want Peyton Watson, he's yours.
Ooh, you think so, huh?
Yeah. If you want him, he's yours.
I think you got to get past the Clippers.
Nah, I don't think so, because I don't think it's going to be the type of bidding war that you couldn't match. Is my point. Like, if you want him, he's yours. If he had 3 or 4 suitors that were out there, yeah, that radically changes things. And that gets you into financial territories that you can't compete.
I think you got to go for it. I think you got to put the full press on, and you got to go for LeBron James. I heard Vic this morning talking about, I know everybody's like got a vacation here, there, or the other. He goes, but we got to do emergency programming if we get LeBron James.
Well, he's not wrong about that. I mean, if LeBron James signed with Denver,
can you imagine?
Cancel the vacations and come into work.
Can you imagine?
Unless it's me. But you guys,
what are you going to be doing? You're just going to be doing, trailer park lake rescue,
right?
The poll is, people want him smartly. Smartly, they want him. Smartly, they want LeBron James. Any other news, Dan, just real quick? I'll check my free agency tracker. Like, I saw Mitchell Robinson went to the Celtics. I was a little bummed about that. Let me read this real quick. Pros and cons, five potential fits. LeBron James informed the Lakers he'll never play. Where will he go now? This is on ESPN. Pros and cons, most likely destinations. Oh, all right.
Well, by the way, I don't think LeBron's going to the Spurs now, guys.
Why?
Tobias Harris has just agreed to a 2-year, $31 million deal with San Antonio.
All right, well, here's ESPN's article, guys. And if you think we're just making things up because it's fun for us to make this up, this is ESPN.com. It just came out like a half hour ago. 5 destinations for LeBron.
Okay.
Golden State, Cleveland Cavaliers, Miami Heat, Minnesota Timberwolves, Denver Nuggets. Those are your power 5 teams for LeBron James.
Is that in order?
No.
According to them?
Nope. It's just no.
That's actually probably the order I would put it in, though, outside of Minnesota.
Maybe it, well, I don't know. Maybe it is, but they didn't say it was. Oh, hold on. Let me read the beginning of the article. See,
it's all good. It doesn't matter. That is the order. I would put it in terms of likelihood. Golden State, Cleveland, Miami, Denver.
Minnesota, Denver.
Yeah, but I'm swapping that.
Woo! Because don't forget, it wasn't just Nas Reed. It was Julius Randle, too. Let me read to you the pros with Denver. This is according to ESPN.com, an article that just came out within the hour. The Nuggets need to shake up after a first-round exit. Adding James would qualify. Pairing Jokic and James would give Denver the greatest passing duo in NBA history, and it would surely produce electric sequences on a nightly basis. Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Oh, yeah. That's for sure. The Nuggets' veteran-dominated roster is designed to win now. True. They pushed the Thunder to 7 games in 2025. Jokic, James, and Aaron Gordon would have a strong case of the NBA's front line. Are you getting chills?
Well, can you imagine?
Healthy Aaron Gordon.
What if LeBron James really, truly was willing to play on a league minimum deal? What if he was? Well, now you've got everything on the table. You don't have to get rid of anybody. And honestly, I wouldn't even want to get rid of anybody. I wouldn't want to get rid of Aaron Gordon. I wouldn't want to get rid of Cam. I wouldn't want to get rid of anybody. And go ahead and sign Peyton Watson. If LeBron would play on league minimum, that would be fun. That would be a team that I would feel like you could win a championship.
My pitch to LeBron James, if I'm the Kroenkes, you got a great chance to win a championship. You're playing with Nikola Jokic, who all he wants to do is win, they have great respect for each other. They have over the years. By the way, LeBron James has a very good relationship with Jamal Murray. I don't know if we've talked about that, but he does. Him and Jamal are very, very friendly, and I've seen interactions with LeBron, Jamal, and Jamal's family members that you'd be surprised how friendly and how much common respect there is there. It's a good thing. And if I'm the Kroenkes, I'm also saying, plus LeBron, when you're done, there's business opportunities that we're going to get involved in. And that's a nice one too. That Harrison Wind told us. Joker's agent is the one organizing NBA Europe.
I don't know what you could really offer LeBron James in business opportunities. I mean, LeBron James got business opportunities wherever he wants business opportunities. He doesn't need a basketball team to offer him business opportunities.
You could use somebody like KSE in his back pocket. That'd be helpful.
I mean, respectfully, I understand what you're saying, and no shots at our beautiful owners here. You think the Kroenkes would be the only billionaire family that he's chummy with?
It's fair, but it's the only billionaire family that can offer him a basketball contract for a year and a chance to win a world championship.
No, it's not.
Who's running the Cleveland Cavaliers?
I don't know all the owners.
Dan Gilbert.
Yeah, what's he got going on internationally with sports?
I don't know all of their financial investments, but I promise you they've all got really good opportunities in business.
Are the Kroenkes the biggest sports ownership group in the world?
They're for sure the biggest and probably the best sports ownership group in the world.
So there's that.
They're definitely the biggest, and maybe people would argue the best, but I think it's a very fair argument that they're the best.
So, hey, we'll see where it goes. But it's fun to see that there's an article on ESPN.com that just came out and is talking about the Denver Nuggets in the same breath with the other 4 other teams that would have a shot at LeBron. So how about you? How do you feel about it? Let's football go. Coming up next, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. America. Heck yeah. Soccer Bowl 2026. America.
On your Nobel.
Doesn't it feel good to know when the family listens to the show?
That's awesome, man. It's brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. They love Soccer Bowl 2026. Dan, what do you got? Football. We got anything going on with football?
You have stuff going on in the end. Guys, there's always stuff going on.
There's always something going on.
That's why this league is.
Let's go.
They are the masters, guys, of creating stories.
What now?
Year round.
What now?
Well, I am curious. We'll start with the Broncos thing here.
All right.
Okay, so we've talked about this a little bit throughout the course of the offseason, but Davis Webb taking over play calling duties for Sean Payton. Now, ESPN has an article out, new NFL coordinators, the biggest question surrounding these new coordinators for certain teams. Now, the question they have for the Broncos, which we've touched on a little bit, and Tyler, you've mentioned this, can the Broncos play faster on offense under Davis Webb? I would like you guys to touch on that. Specifically, like what nuances goes into getting the play call in faster? Like how do they actually do that? And I would ask you guys, like what other things early on in the season or even in training camp or the preseason will you be looking for from Davis Webb to say, okay, he's the guy that can make this all work as the new play caller for the Broncos?
So there's definitely things you can do to simplify to help get play calls in quicker. One of the things that people bring up all the time is personnel groupings. When you're overthinking your personnel groupings, you're spending too much time thinking about the players that you want on the field rather than the play that you want to call. That's something you can do, but I think Sean's never going to get away from that, even though it's Davis Webb that's calling the plays. We're always going to use a lot of personnel groupings. The biggest thing that you could do realistically as a play caller is really understand your play sheet before you get into the game. The way these play sheets work, for anybody that doesn't know, you've got 1st and 10 run calls, you've got 1st and 10 pass calls, you've got 2nd and 6 run calls, 2nd and 6 pass calls. When you really know those concepts in your head before you even look at the play sheet, you already know what you're looking for. But no confusion really stems from never ever changing your mind. So when you start to make a play call as a play caller, do not change your mind. Like when you like you're in. Like you got to be committed. I've got a play call in. I've got it halfway out. I spend 15 seconds getting out. No, never mind. I'm gonna call something else. That's where confusion happens for the quarterback, and that's where time gets eaten up.
Can't change your mind. How often does that happen?
All the time.
All the time? Oh wow.
All the time.
Do you think that's what Sean was doing?
I do, and I think that he admitted that as well. He talked about when he was younger, he never used to second guess himself, and he does it now.
Well, that should get better. Let's hope.
But you also got to think of not only does it eat up time on the clock, but as the quarterback, when you're listening to that speaker in your helmet, all of a sudden you heard one play call, you've got 15 words, there's a lot of verbiage in each play call, you're trying to rattle it off, you just merge the two in your head, it just creates confusion.
Can I ask a no dumb question? Why doesn't the NFL put headphones or speakers or whatever in all the players' helmets? Why do we have to even have a quarterback spit the call out?
I don't know.
That is a great question.
Why not put them in everybody's helmet?
Well, you would be watching college football the day that you do that. You would never see a team leave the line of scrimmage. You would see play calls in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And you would see probably double or close to the amount of total offensive plays in a game.
Can you think of any other sport that plays a game of telephone in terms of communicating other than football?
I don't know.
I cannot. Like,
baseball's doing it right now, actually. Isn't that the whole new pitching system that the Rockies have gone to?
Well, it's funny. They threw that out about 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought that was your favorite thing.
It was, and they had a horrible May. They had a better June, 11 and 14, but the Marlins own them. But Warren Schaefer admitted they threw that away about 3 weeks ago, like beginning of June, because May was so bad that they had to change it. So they changed that out.
Cool. The single greatest edition of the offseason didn't work.
But in baseball, like if you give signals, right? Like everybody can see him on the team. If you know him, you know him. You don't, I suppose. Like everybody can see signals. Like if a coach is signaling something from an NBA, like if they're a play, he's going to signal everybody. Everybody's going to see the play. Like in basketball, he wouldn't just whisper it to Jamal Murray necessarily, and Jamal's got to say it. Not necessarily. He can tell everybody. And you don't have that many plays anyways. Football is very unique where you do this weird sort of, let me tell the quarterback something. He's got to tell everybody else something. And I think that's just do you remember? I might be dating myself here, but there used to be a time before there were headphones where they would send like a receiver, 2 receivers back and forth.
Do I remember, dude? I was a part of that. That was like my whole yes.
Okay, so so that was like, so it wasn't even the quarterback necessarily calling the play, right? It was like whoever brought the play in from the sideline.
The quarterback would still call the play. The receiver or whoever gets subbed in, the running back, they would relay it to the quarterback. The quarterback gives it to the team.
Well, how stupid is that? Why didn't the guy who just got the signal just
because that guy would mess it up? I'm serious.
Well, okay, I'm
dead serious because
you're kind of proving my point here. This is an ancient, old-fashioned sort of system just to call a play. Period. And
I don't know the answer to that. Why you allow one but not in everybody?
Sure.
I don't know.
All right, I'm throwing it out there. Should they change that? And wouldn't that be the best for everything? Wouldn't that improve football if the quarterback never had to spit out the call?
Same on defense too, right?
Sure. Why not?
I don't know. Part of the fun. I mean,
right. The tradition.
Well, like, is it not fun having Peyton Manning the line of scrimmage calling the plays? Is it not fun when you get in a 2-minute drill?
You could still do that though. You could still do that because if that's what you chose to do. But I know what you're saying. Well, let me ask you this. I'll keep going. When he was calling out the plays, were they being called into him, or was he making?
No, he was making.
He was making.
I mean, there was different versions of it. We had one version that would be like a turbo mode that Gary would call, and we had a Top Gun mode that was Peyton's package.
Okay. So a lot of times Peyton would just be he's calling the plays. That's kind of cool. That's going back too. I mean, you want to go back. You really want to go back? That's how it used to be. The quarterback would just call the plays for the game. I mean, if we're going way back. It's an interesting question.
There's no good answers on here. I just asked the machine, why does the NFL only allow one person to have a speaker in the helmet? A bunch of dumb answers, I guess. Players still have to think. You want the quarterbacks and defensive signal callers to be able to still make their own decisions. Communication is a part of the game. Prevents coaches from micromanaging every snap. But
it would still cut off at a certain point, just like it does now, though, right? Even if it was still all offensive players.
I think so. I think
you'd still have part of that.
Yeah, I think you'd have to cut it off at some point.
Oh, this is kind of fair. It does preserve crowd noise as a home field advantage. That's kind of legit.
Okay. Do home teams deserve that advantage?
I love the fact that home field matters in football a lot.
It does.
Of all the sports, it's single-handedly the most important advantage you can get at home.
I would totally agree with you. I don't think there's anything like it.
I think it's cool. It's also part of why I love playing on the road, though, because when you could go on the road in that type of environment,
sure.
God, was that fun.
Would you do something or not do something because it would give a advantage to the road team that the home team would inherently have? That's a deep question right there, man. That's a deep question. Should every home team in football have an inherent advantage because they're the home team? Not in the playoffs that you earn, but in general.
I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, are you asking should crowd noise be involved? Is that what you're asking?
Should it be that big of an advantage? Should you preserve that advantage?
I think it's cool.
In the regular season.
It makes fan bases feel empowered. It makes them feel like they're a part of the game.
They definitely are. In football. I don't think any other sport is impacted the same way football is.
For sure. Agreed.
I mean, there's energy, but like I've been lucky enough to sit low for hockey and basketball, Tyler. And sure, it's nice having people root for you, but at some point, noise is just noise. You know what I mean? And the game's fluid. in basketball and hockey. And hockey in particular, it's hard to even hear the crowd to a degree because of just the way the helmets and the ice and just everything is. It's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. You know, it's probably a bigger deal in the playoffs. It's just whether you're sleeping at home, you're more comfortable, you're rested better, you know, that sort of thing. Like Ecuador was kept up all night by those Mexican fans. Yeah. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby said yesterday, well, he's not going to sue the NFL.
No, he's smart on that.
He said he's now focused on preparing for the 2027 NFL draft. The league confirmed the decision in a memo sent to all 32 teams. He said, I accept 100% responsibility for my actions. I did not have control of my gambling problem, and it took getting caught for me to realize that. But it was truly the best thing that could have happened to me. Because of this, I've been able to get the help I need and fully focus on my recovery. So 22 years old, going to be 23 by the time the draft rolls around. Do you think with a year removed from this drama going on with Brendan Sorsby that NFL teams will take a chance on him in the draft? Like, will he get drafted next year?
If he needs to disappear for a year. Like, we should, if
that's what he's doing.
If he's doing things right, we don't mention his name until the draft next April. That's what he needs to do. He needs to be quiet as a church mouse and just train. Not play, not whatever. He doesn't really have a choice at this moment. He needs to do some PR rehab, and the quieter he is, the better chance he'll have.
I do think that he'll be played in the NFL. I do. I think he's making a good decision here. It's always tough to start a new employment when you are suing your employer before you ever work for them.
Right.
That's a difficult way to start that new job.
Right.
So yeah, go. You are where you are. All your options were taken away from you. The only one that was left was the UFL. They said they would take him. Okay, go disappear, train, work on your recovery, and come back next year, and you'll be in the NFL. I have no doubt he'll be in the NFL.
All right, last one, Dan Tanner.
All right, we'll get just to a quick 2027 mock draft. Speaking of the draft,
love it.
We got a mock.
You want
to hit it? You want to hit it?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so in this mock, they have the Cardinals selecting first overall, Arch Manning going to Arizona in this mock. Here's where I want to get your thoughts, DMac. Because at number 2, they have the Miami Dolphins, who did sign Malik Willis, but you could argue they still need to draft a quarterback. Well, they have the Dolphins selecting Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver out of Ohio State.
Wow.
And then at number 3, they have the Jets taking Oregon quarterback Dante Moore.
Yeah.
By the way, in this mock, guys, former Buff, Jordan Seaton, number 10 overall to the Giants.
There you go.
And then if we go down to number 20 is where they have the Broncos slotted. Defensive lineman Justin Scott out of the University of Miami, Florida.
Sure, whatever.
Would you like to see the Broncos go offense in next year's draft?
I don't. I really don't care for the Broncos next year. Best player available. The Broncos are kind of set all over the place. I'm fine with best defense, offense. I don't really care. BPA as far as I'm concerned. But if you're talking about the Dolphins being number 2 and they need a quarterback and they don't take one, they're idiots. I mean, they are morons.
I knew that'd rile you up.
Well, I mean, it's just a dumb thing to do. Malik Willis is your future? Come on, man. We know you're crap in the bed this year just so you can have a great spot. You're going to take that spot and you're going to draft a receiver instead of a quarterback? Are you nuts? But listen, dumb organizations do dumb things, and that certainly would be one of them. Jordan Seaton being a top 10, that's... Listen, I don't think he had to. I think he would have been a high pick, Tyler, out of CU. The talent is talent, and he's got it. But he doesn't hurt himself going to LSU to play a year of football to secure that draft spot.
Yeah, I am 22 minutes away from a 4th of July vacation, and I choose to not engage Darren McKee in quarterback conversation.
Well, you certainly don't have to.
Tyler, let me ask you this. What do you think of Malik Willis? Because he played pretty well in spot duty for the Packers last year.
I think he's intriguing. And if you were put in a better situation than a team that was selling every asset that they had, he might have a fighting chance. He's got 0 chance in Miami. He will be replaced because the team is not trying to win football games. But if you were put in a better situation, I think it could have been more compelling.
I don't know what the Dolphins are going to do. Who knows? But I can't wait to talk more about the draft. In fact, I'm going to go on vacation and just talk about quarterbacks and drafts.
Yeah, buddy. Out there in Seattle.
Going to the world champions. Going to go do an investigation. What does it take to win a Super Bowl in Seattle? Don't you kind of forget they won the Super Bowl this year?
A little bit.
That was kind of
it was not very
quiet, wasn't it?
It was not very memorable.
No, because the game sucked. What's his face? Can you believe? Oh my God, I'm forgetting his name. The quarterback. Oh my God, Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold. Yeah. Jeez. Because he didn't play great. He didn't play great to the degree recently. He said he didn't play great. He said it.
Yeah, I get that. People are knocking him. People are making fun of him. Like, oh, you won the Super Bowl. What do you care if you played? I totally understand that. This is like you're the quarterback, man. You're the It doesn't matter if you're the quarterback. Everybody feels the same way. Everybody has pride in their work.
Do you think the Broncos would have had more or less the same result as Patriots in the Super Bowl?
Yeah. I think they stood no chance against Seattle. But
With or without Bo?
But Seattle also...
No, with Bo.
With Bo.
Okay.
Bo,
yeah.
For the far majority of that game, they didn't look like the team that I thought they were going to look like. So maybe, but the Broncos were not a Super Bowl winning team. As much fun as we had this year, as many games as they snuck out in the fourth quarter with heroics, that offense was not... No.
By the way, that is another... Where's this mock draft from, Dan, that you're reading?
It's from CBS.
CBS.
Yeah.
That is another mock draft or something that we've heard from where they got the Broncos around 20. Well, at 20 here. You realize the expectations for the Broncos this year are so low.
Yeah, but don't you get that? Like you've got really high expectations. I
do.
I get everybody that's got them there.
Everybody's got them there.
For the record, my expectations are higher than the majority of national analysts.
Don't give up.
Analytics. Something like that, according to Patrick Waugh.
Nailed it.
I've got a higher expectation than most, but I totally understand from a national point of view, looking at the offseason the Broncos had, the schedule that's in front of them, and not expecting a lot.
Yeah, they're not buying it. They're not. Am I wearing my believer hat? I am wearing my believe hat. They do not believe. They do not believe. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a really fascinating run here for the Broncos. And with training camp a month away, less than a month away, we are ready to rock and roll. And we're going to be fired up to give you the best training camp coverage there is. And we're in for an awesome season. And we're going to be happy to give it all to you, the best that we can, man. It's going to be a fun ride no matter what. It's going to be a fun ride. It's going to be a fun year to be a Broncos fan, my friends. That's for sure. Okay, soccer and the NHL and NBA free agency. It's all happening. We'll go over it all, and then we'll send it out to Nate and Mark Springer at Jackson's for our watch party for USA against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Coming up next. Team USA facing Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Mess with our military, Bosnia. You're afraid to do it. I'll do it.
I ain't touching it with a 10-foot pole, but I'll tell you this.
Come mess with our military.
I'll tell you this. Is it fair the United States has to play two countries at the same time?
It's confusing.
It's time to win the soccer bowl. America. Let's go.
Tell me what I need to know. What do I need to know about this matchup?
Huh?
Okay. I thought you were like into it. I thought you were like Scott. I thought like you knew everything about soccer.
No. I mean, tell me what do I need to tell you? I heard the Rapids coach on with the morning show this morning. He said it's going to be tough. He said, I've heard Pochettino, the coach for U.S., who's from Argentina, say that, it's the equivalent of a World Cup final. I am getting some breaking news here, by the way. Some hockey news. Hockey breaking news. Oh, damn. We might have to do some research here real quick.
Oh, so I'm already not interested.
Well, let me just read. This is just coming out. The Avalanche have signed forward Vinny
Castilla. Not Castillo.
Vinny. Should I just leave it out there?
Yeah.
You just name all the famous Vinnies.
Oh,
Vinny.
Wait. Wasn't
Vinny?
No, I was thinking Benny the Jet, not Vinny the Jet.
Vinny.
Benny the Jet.
You want to keep going on the Vinnies?
What other good Vinnies do we have?
How about Hinostroza? Hinostroza. Hinostroza? Oh, God, they just signed somebody else, too. Let me get to this guy first. It's a 2-year contract. He's 32. He split the 25-26 season between the Wild and the Panthers. 18 points. So he played in 65 games. 5'10", 183 forward. Okay. Native of Chicago. So he's an American player. All right. All right, that's him. But they are also signed somebody else. I'm just getting this now. Vinny. No, it's not Vinny. Oh, my email's slow. Dan, if you got it before I do, just spit it out. My email's updating.
Vinny Hinostroza.
Well, I said him.
Oh, the other guy. I'm just seeing Vinny.
They signed somebody else too. I got it. Dominic Fensore. Fensore. He's 24 years old. He's a defenseman. It's a 1-year contract, and he's an AHL guy. He spent the 25-26 season with the Chicago Wolves, who the Eagles were battling, by the way, in the Calder Cup conference finals. That's a minor league guy, so I'm not going to worry too much about him. He's from Bronxville, New York. All right, so Dominic, we'll worry about you later. Oh, they signed another minor league guy. I'm getting a bunch of stuff. So the Avs being very active here. No, I'm sorry. They're signing them left and right. And Adam Beckman he's another AHL guy. So it's a couple of minor league guys. So a couple of minor league guys, but Vinny has some serious NHL experience, and he's a smaller sort of forward. You know, what I heard Raj talk about is that Moneyball line. We're trying to assemble these players in the aggregate. Yep. Like we get rid of Val Nichushkin. Well, what collection of guys can we get that sort of serve the same purpose here, there, everywhere it needs to be?
Well, I do think the Avs have to balance something that's kind of interesting. I wouldn't consider them like an old ancient team by any means, but they will be old in a couple of years. They'll officially be old. They're getting close to that, so they do have to balance winning now with bringing young talent in.
Yeah, well, this guy's 32, Vinny. So
that's not what I meant.
All right. 477 career regular season games, 179 points with the Panthers, Wild, Predators, Penguins, Sabres, Blackhawks, Coyotes. Wow, so this guy's bounced around. All right, so he's a journeyman player. He's kind of a 5'10", 183. He's kind of a medium guy. There you go. 32 years old. We're building players in the aggregate. We're signing depth here, Tyler, as far as I can tell. And he's an American. He competed for Team USA at both the World Championships in 2016 and the World Junior Championships back in 2014. Originally drafted by the Blackhawks in the 2012 NHL draft. Whew. There you go. Get to know your new Avs. Meanwhile, the Nuggets, as we just sort of wait here for, and it was fun listening to Nate Kreckman yesterday because you want things to be explosive and like, here we go, and free agency has started and right, like, let's go. But the biggest developments in the past, I don't know, few hours. And if you look at the odds makers, like where they had LeBron James, if you're gambling on where he's going to go, the odds that he is going to be a Nugget have decreased mightily. Or increase, however you want to put it. It's gone from like 700 to 1 to like 25 to 1.
Yeah, decrease is actually right there, but
decreased.
Pop quiz? Fine if you don't know, but do we know the odds of the other teams?
Do not.
Okay,
no, I just saw some with the.
I'd just be curious how many teams have got lower odds than the Denver Nuggets do. I'd imagine there's at least 3 of them.
Josh Crockett on the text line. A Vinny and a Dominic. Vic must be stoked. And we're having several Vinny Barbarinos. Do you get that? Do you get Vinny Barbarino?
No, sure don't.
You don't get Vinny Barbarino, Dan?
I'm going to go with Godfather.
No. Dan, do you know Vinny Barbarino?
No clue.
Really? Wow. That would be Welcome Back, Kotter. John Travolta's character in the TV show Welcome Back, Connor was Vinny Barbarino.
What is Welcome Back, Connor?
Never
Cotter.
heard of it.
Welcome back. You guys don't know Welcome Back,
Literally
Cotter?
don't have a clue what
Never
you're
heard
referring
of
to.
it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Solidarity, Tyler.
Who is Connor?
Cotter.
Who is Connor?
Cotter.
I don't know Connor.
Mr. Cotter. Gabe Kaplan. Mr. Cotter. The Sweat Hogs. Nothing? Nothing with you guys. Sweat Hogs. You never heard of the Sweat Hogs?
Sure have.
Freddie Boom Boom Washington. Horseshack. Vinny Barbarino.
Don't you wish Scott was here? You guys could do this all day.
Hey, on the text line, you see what I'm working with here, everybody. You see what I'm working with.
Well, listen, we trying to get younger in demographics or older?
You can go back.
What's the goal here?
You can do both. It's one of the most famous TV shows of all time. Welcome Back, Kotter. Nothing? No? Zero?
Not a clue. Like
the
for
songs,
you to say most famous
I bet
of all
if we
time.
play the song, Dan, John Sebastian, Welcome Back.
You already got it.
That ain't it.
Welcome back.
Oh.
Who do I got?
Hi.
I got Nate.
Hi, Nate.
Nate Kreckman.
What's up, dudes?
Vinny Barbarino.
Vinny Barbarino.
You got it, right?
Arnold Horseshack.
Thank you.
Yes. Gabe Kaplan. Welcome
Thank
back, Mr.
you.
Cotter.
Thank you, Nate.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a great show.
I'm sure it was.
Nate, I'm right. Tyler and Dan have never heard of the show. They've never heard of Vinny Barbarino, and they had no idea John Travolta played that character.
Yeah, that's a blind spot for them.
Thank you, Nate.
Listen,
I feel bad for them. They missed
I know
out.
who John Travolta is.
The only things I know about John Travolta are cult classics like Face Off. Okay, great
Face Off.
So wait, when you think of the iconic John Travolta movie, you go to Face Off?
Also, actually, I rewatched that a couple months ago. Ironically, maybe one of the worst movies of all time.
What was the Scientology one that Travolta made?
His life?
I don't
what do you
know.
mean?
I'm
He
not
made
sure.
Battlefield Earth.
Oh, really?
That was a Scientology thing? I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Get deep into the Travolta deep cuts there on Battlefield Earth, which was one of the worst reviews. Actually, I'm looking at it right now. IMDb gave it a 2.5 out of 10 on their scale. 2.5.
Bigger John Travolta movie, Nate. Saturday Night Fever or Pulp Fiction?
I mean, Saturday Night Fever is like the bigger, I would say, for my generation. Pulp Fiction more iconic. For me personally, I mean, Pulp Fiction's just one of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah.
So I would say Pulp Fiction, but Saturday Night Fever, it's an important movie.
Do you guys know Saturday Night Fever, Tyler?
I sure do. Yeah, I could
Oh,
dance
you do?
like that.
Oh, okay. Dan, you know
No,
Saturday
hold on.
Night
Ask
Fever?
me if I've watched it, though.
Don't even tell me you've not watched Saturday Night Fever.
I've never watched it, but I could definitely disco dance.
Okay, well, that's good. That's a start.
It's a start. What's
Yeah.
the name of the band that had all the music in Saturday Night Fever?
So, like I said, I've
Okay.
never watched the movie.
All right.
Was that confusing?
The Barry Gibb talk show? Come on. Come on. Anyone?
Ask me another weird question about the movie.
I don't think it's a weird question. I think it's one of the most iconic movies
If
in
I've
American
never
history.
seen the movie, it's weird to me.
Yeah, but like Nate said, it's a blind spot, and just as a human being, as an American, to not understand
As
Saturday
an American.
America.
If you don't know about Saturday Night Fever, Bosnia has already won tonight, okay?
Nate, if you don't know about an Australian band that was the star of a great American movie, you're in trouble.
You are.
That would
It's iconic stuff.
The Bee Gees.
By the way, hey, something real quick I wanted to weigh in on that you
Yes.
guys were talking about before.
Yes,
you were
save us,
talking
Nate.
about the I was a P1 on my way to work today.
Appreciate it.
The headsets, the headset question, or the in-ear speakers for the football players.
Yes.
The one thing that I immediately thought of why it's a bad idea, the technical difficulties that they would encounter.
Yeah, but that's not any different than what we've got right now, Nate.
Exactly. Like, that's just it, man. They screw up one headset right now. You want to hand out 11 of those things? You want to hand out 46 of those on game day? That's going to be a nightmare.
Okay.
All right.
The amount of hackage
So the
that
quarterback's
you
got to
could then
take
do.
over for a play.
Whoever is going up against Belichick that day, you hack one receiver, tell him to run a wrong route, and boom, pick six, baby.
I'll tell you this. If you ever really do want to increase scoring in the NFL, that would be a real quick way to do it because you would get twice as many plays off.
I mean, this is what I want to know from you, Tyler, is like, do you want that much information in your head on a given play?
Well, they got to hear it anyways.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're not saying anything into the headset that I don't have to hear.
Right. He's gonna
As far as
hear
you
it.
know, were you ever on a headset?
Well, okay. Here's what you don't get. The quarterbacks have to deal with. All right, hey, make sure you fake the handoff on the inside. You got to roll out to the right and then eye off the safety and look down to the left,
Yeah.
Like, those are the conversations. That's the extra stuff that is going on that for sure would create a lot of confusion for other guys.
Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty good idea, man. Like, I mean, you certainly could be on a telephone next to like 15 other people at the same time.
Speakerphone.
I mean, if it's screwed up, I see what you're saying, but like, if it's screwed up for one guy, it's no difference between screwed up for 10 other guys. I don't think.
To me, there's a lot of potential for just having a disaster. Fellas, well done.
right, buddy.
And a well-earned
Thank you, Nate.
weekend. Happy 4th, happy 250th, all that good stuff. That is PhD. Listen to him every day, noon to 3, here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate Kreckman, Mark Springer. We are live at Jackson's Lodo, directly across from Coors Field, and we are getting you set for Team USA and Bosnia and Herzegovina tonight at 6 o'clock. Joining us right now to preview this matchup. Very happy to have him with us here on the program. He is the Colorado Rapids Director of Player Personnel. He is Brian Crookham. Crookham, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
What's up, fellas? How are things there?
We're doing very well. Brian, before we get to USA Bosnia tonight, I want you to try and tell us what Ecuador just went through over the last 2 days, between the night before the match to trying to hang with Mexico at Estadio Azteca to just getting absolutely bludgeoned over the first 30 minutes of that match and then never really having a chance to climb back into it. What is Mexico, both the national team and the nation, what did they just do to Ecuador?
Well, I'll tell you what, that Ecuadorian side is a good one, or had a very successful run into the World Cup. And I think to go into Mexico, and full credit, not only have they done a hell of a job as a host country, but they've also now reignited a national team program that looks like they want to be dominant again. And that's really exciting. And I think, if you're Ecuador and you have to go into that place and play in a hostile environment, which they did a ton in South American qualifying and were very successful at it. You know you're going to keep it tight. You know you're going to have to compete athletically. You're going to have to compete with a little bit of heart. And Mexico threw the first punch and they just couldn't come back from it. And when they had them down, they just kept going and going and going. And to be honest with you, I know we're going to preview that in a second. That's probably the mentality the U.S. got to take tonight.
Yeah, so now England and Harry Kane, the hero today, they come back and they beat Congo. England's got to go to Azteca to play Mexico now. What are they in for? I mean, this thing was already at a fever pitch. Preview that next matchup now, because this has become, Brian, in my eyes, this is one of the most must-watch sporting events I can remember in my lifetime.
Well, I definitely think it's going to be, because you look at, the last time I think England was there, it was the hand of God goal from Argentina and Maradona.
Oh, good note.
In the World Cup. So I think, they're going to go in there with some history and not great feelings from that stadium in a big match, although it was a long time ago. Those English fans have not forgotten that a bit. But I think, when you have to face a team that has so much confidence like Mexico does in Azteca, playing in front of a crowd that will just be at a fever pitch for days going into it, I think it's going to be a big task for England. England probably showed some nerves in their last couple of matches, and I got to watch most of that today before coming down to the stadium here for this one. And I think they can be had, and they're going to have to be very reliant on a group that'll have to be clinical in front of goal if somebody like Harry Kane can get those goals for them. But in the end, this Mexican team just has so much confidence right now. If they start well and they get that crowd behind them in an environment that's just brutal for an opponent, it's going to be a long, long day for England to try to survive there.
All right, Brian, get us set for USA Bosnia-Herzegovina tonight. It seems like a favorable matchup for Team USA, but what does Bosnia-Herzegovina bring to the table that could give the United States problems?
Well, first of all, they're really organized. They've gotten here through organization and willing themselves into really good spots. They've got guys that can score goals in big moments, especially off set pieces. So you're going to face an opponent. This is not the U.S.'s normal role, maybe historical role in the World Cup, to have to be expected to be the aggressor. But that's what they've got to be tonight, because you're going to be facing a team that's very comfortable not having the soccer ball. And they'll be organized defensively. They'll let you play. They'll look for opportunities to break, and they'll try to hurt you in transition. And when you play a team like that, transition is everything tonight. Can you protect yourself from giving the ball away in a good spot? Then the Bosnians being able to jump on it and go the other direction quickly. They'll be direct. They'll try to earn free kicks. They'll try to do everything they can to find little margins when they might not be the favorite tonight. But they've got a real fighting spirit, and I think that's probably the good thing that we've seen from the U.S. lately. Is a reemergence of kind of that American fighting spirit. And, I think it'll be a battle of wills tonight. And these two teams will be desperate to be the first to throw the first punch. And an early goal against for the U.S. could be a real problem, because then Bosnia has no reason to have to come out.
Yeah, it's kind of wild when you look at it, because, yes, the betting odds are overwhelmingly in Team USA's favor, but at the same time, Brian, that was the same situation with Germany and Paraguay. Stuff happens in the knockout round, and you can't bet on a favorite comfortably at any point now for the rest of this tournament. So for Team USA, who had an outstanding group stage, rough ending to the Turkey match, but nonetheless, they acquitted themselves well, and they had nothing to gain in that match anyway. How do you think Team USA deals with being the favorite and being the team with the pressure on them tonight?
Well, I think, number one, I'm standing outside the stadium right now, and there's a mile-long line just to get in 3 hours before the match, and they're just open and engaged now. And it's like, this is going to be an unbelievable crowd in this building. And so you have to take advantage of that. You've earned the right to be confident if you're this U.S. team. This is the best this U.S. team has performed in a long time overall. And to come into tonight, to get the ball moving, to create a chance early, get this crowd behind you, and then do not let them up once you throw that first punch. Make sure that you keep forcing them to defend in their own half, forcing them to dive and block and throw everything at it and feel like you are in total control. Because if you don't, once you give them some life, they are good enough. And as you said, like, the margins are so thin, even when you have a heavier favorite, if you give them life, if you give them the ability to look at the goal, then it's going to cause you problems.
Brian, it appears we're going to see the return of Christian Pulisic to the USA lineup tonight. What level is he on? He plays for AC Milan. Sometimes I see him in and out of that lineup, but he's the most well-known USA player. What's his level compared to the best in the world?
Well, I think on his day he is one of the best in the world, and he's proven that at different times. I think what he hasn't proven is that he can stay healthy over long stretches, and then that affects his ability to perform at that level over and over again. And to be considered one of the best in the world, you just have to have that consistency, something that everybody goes, oh, no, he's in the lineup. What are we going to do today to stop him? And oh, by the way, there's 10 other players that can hurt us as well. And I just don't think he's been able to bring that consistently at this point. But he is a guy that can change a game. He certainly proved that in the first match of the World Cup. And he's somebody that this team will look to tonight. When you're playing a very compact, organized defense, you need that creativity. You need somebody that can break the game on their own, even if it's one line, get past one guy and create that domino effect so that everybody else has to break out, and then it makes everybody else better around you. And I think he can be a top player on his day, and today needs to be that if he wants to be a legend for this U.S. national team.
Brian Crookham, he is the Rapids Director of Player Personnel. Brian, most important question we have to ask you. We need your pick to click tonight. Who's scoring a goal for Team USA in the knockout round against Bosnia and Herzegovina? Tell us who scores tonight. Give us one goal scorer for Team USA.
Balogun gets the winner.
All right, Flo Balogun to score. He's even money right now on an anytime goal score. So go ahead and take Brian Cookham's word all the way to the bank on that one. Brian Crookham, Director of Player Personnel. By the way, Brian, I did not realize, also a member of the Oklahoma Soccer Hall of Fame. Congratulations on that, and thank you so much for giving us a few minutes today. And, hey, enjoy that match, man. We're all jealous of you that you're out there in Santa Clara tonight.
Listen, soccer's it's a duty of mine. So I'm excited to be here. We're looking forward to watching this, and we appreciate you guys previewing it, supporting it.
Absolutely. Well, if there's a big match, Brian Crookham is there. That is Brian Crookham, everybody, Director of Player Personnel for the Rapids, as he is right outside Levi Stadium, where tonight, by the way, what do they call this one, Spring? Is this San Francisco Stadium? Is it Santa Clara Stadium? What's FIFA call this tonight? Can't mention the blue jeans. That's not allowed.
Great question. Speaking of the San Francisco 49ers, Fred Warner was at the Mexico-Ecuador match last night. Another one where the commentators had to scroll through their notes. That's Fred Warner.
Sure.
And Color Dude said, one of my favorite linebackers. One of his favorite linebackers, Fred Warner.
That's, who's your favorite linebacker? Do you got a favorite linebacker?
Oh, boy. Who's my, man. What, can we go outside linebackers? Is Nick Bonito, is he technically a linebacker?
I mean, he's technically a linebacker because it's in his position.
But we kind of
That's just it now. Like, if
we kind of go edge rusher
exactly.
with these guys.
If you say linebacker, to me that suggests inside linebacker. But outside linebackers, they're people too.
They are people too. Get the OLBs, baby.
But they become edge rushers in however we now break this
Because
down.
they don't drop into coverage ever. Like, does Nick
They
Manito?
do.
I mean, sometimes.
They do.
Vaughn Miller would occasionally drop into coverage.
You don't want to do it too much, but it's gonna have to be a part of the job occasionally. Yeah, you can't rush every single snap. So you're gonna have to make a stop against the run sometimes. There's line backing duties.
Russell Wilson has no favorite inside linebackers.
No, he does not.
He can't see over a single one of them.
No, he really can't.
Yeah. I guess I'm going to go with Alex Singleton. That's my favorite linebacker.
He's more of a Sternad guy myself.
Oh, ooh la la.
Yes, who right now, outside of Fred Warner, knows some inside linebackers in the NFL.
I mean, Bobby Wagner is like a go-to, but he's ancient. Is he even still in the league? I don't even know.
I think he's 97 years old, and he watched live on broadcast television the series premiere of Welcome Back, Kotter. I don't know if you know that. What about Roquan Smith? Roquan Smith's a good player. That's an inside linebacker, a real life inside linebacker.
Yeah, Patrick Queen.
Sure. Remember Zach Bond?
Yeah.
Zach Bond got a lot of money.
He did.
Plays for the Eagles.
Yeah, linebackers.
That's a guy. There you go. Remember some inside linebackers, a position that the world of football is essentially completely devalued.
And Senegal has just gone up 2-0 on Belgium. And the winner of that's going to face the winner of Team USA and Bosnia-Herzegovina. And right now it looks like Senegal will be the team awaiting tonight's winner.
And this is what I have to tell you. The whole key for Senegal is they're not waffling on this match tonight. They are handing it directly to the Belgians.
Yeah, Belgium waffle joke. Very nice.
Thank you.
USA-Belgium, that was USA and Belgium was the knockout match, 12 years ago. Remember when USA got through the group stage and then they played Belgium?
It would have been the 2014 Rio, the Brazil World Cup. Yes.
And Tim Howard made 1,000,000 saves. They got that thing to extra time.
God, he was good in that game.
Yeah.
USA they couldn't put any kind of consistent attack together that day.
No. So a potential rematch between USA and Belgium looking unlikely at this point.
I mean, this is the potential for history, and I know it's an expanded tournament, but Team USA has won one knockout stage game ever.
Yeah.
That was Mexico back in 2002. That's it.
Mexico hadn't won a knockout stage match since, what were they saying last night? The 90s?
It had been 40 years.
The 80s?
Yeah, 86.
86?
Yeah, it had been 40 years since Mexico had won. Dude, England's going into a buzzsaw.
Yeah, no, that's Sunday night. That's Sunday night football right there. I've been waiting all day for Sunday nights.
That friggin' environment last night at Azteca was unlike. I mean, the energy of that play. I think it got to Ecuador.
Sure.
I think again, Mexico. Really, they played a perfect 30 minutes of soccer. And then after that, it was just like, all right, pack it in, we'll cruise to victory. And Ecuador never really threatened them all that much.
And you got to think, if it is USA-Senegal, I know Senegal's beating Belgium, but on paper, that's a winnable game.
Winnable. We'll call it winnable. Although the last time Team USA went up against an African nation in the round of 16, that was Ghana in 2010. Yeah, I was at my friend's wedding in Estes Park, and they had set up like a room in the venue, like a theater-style room in the venue where we could all go and watch the soccer game and basically ignore the wedding. So that was cool. I appreciated them for that.
Okay.
Good friends. They took care of everybody. There was free beer, and there was soccer, and, Ghana controlled it, and I think Landon Donovan did score that game for Team USA. That was after the Algeria match. Do you remember that? Landon Donovan scoring in extra time to advance on the round of 16.
Yeah.
They beat Algeria 1-0.
Was that like the Slovenia group? Slovenia was in there.
They had a draw against Slovenia and a draw against England. And then Landon Donovan scored that extra time goal, which was pretty sick.
How about Landon Donovan's new hair? I mean, that is new hair.
Did he talk to Tyler? Has he talked to Tyler's people?
Is it a what's it called? Toupee? I mean, because that
a
is
rug. Guys, we're out here. at Jackson's Lodo. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA and Bosnia-Herzegovina around at 32. Kreckman and Springer, I've heard of those guys. We're hosting the show starting at 3 o'clock. That was 15 minutes ago here in Lodo. And then U.S. men's national team kickoff at 6. Plus the Rockies are in action tonight against the Marlins.
Are they?
Got a little work to do after last night. Although I was at the game, Spring. I've got my full review prepared of attending Rockies Marlins on a Tuesday night. I will give you all of my takes of the in-person viewing experience. The Avalanche keep signing dudes. The Nuggets haven't done anything. Maybe not the worst news. I'll tell you why next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Southern Steer Butcher, and I'm telling you, get on in there and take advantage of their grill packs this week. Things as simple as burgers and dogs. You can even upgrade to shrimp skewers if you want. Maybe get yourself a T-bone. Brisket is always great around the 4th of July. A little extra time off, a long time to do a smoke. I did a bone-in pork butt a couple of weeks ago. The flavor was fantastic, and they are great at making in-house brats and sausages. So get yourself ready for the 4th of July at Southern Steer Butcher. You can find them on the web at Southern Steer Butcher, the Greenwood Village location, and you want to find the shop 2 blocks east of I-25 on Arapahoe across from Fay Myers.
All right, so we're over here at Jackson's Lodo, right across from Coors Field. Big watch party tonight here at Jackson's. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for, and now it is worth cheering for as well. So we'll see you at Jackson's Lodo tonight to watch the game. 6:40 first pitch, Rockies and Marlins tonight. Kyle Freeland toes the slab for Colorado as the Rockies hope to get into the win column this season against the Miami Marlins. Tough one last night. Didn't exactly go their way. In the meantime, a lot is happening in the NBA, and more stuff happened today. Most notably, the Lakers went out and started trading and spending like drunken sailors now that they have unloaded the anchor of LeBron James. The Lakers today, Spring, sent a pair of first-round picks and a pair of first-round pick swaps to the Utah Jazz for the services of Walker Kessler. So the Jazz unload Kessler. They get a whole bunch of draft picks in return. They were trying to get him signed. He had not signed with the team, and now he gets himself to L.A. to team up with Luka Doncic. So the Lakers, they got the rim protector. Walker Kessler's a good rim protector, good rebounder.
When he's on the court.
Yes.
His injury issues.
He also missed a lot of time last year. Mm-hmm. So along with that, the Lakers went out and started spending. They gave Sandro Mamukelashvili 4 years and $52 million. They gave Quentin Grimes 4 years and $60 million, and they gave Colin Sexton 2 years and $19 million. Well, if we're going to treat the second apron as a hard cap, Lakers are out of money.
No Peyton Watson money.
It certainly doesn't seem that way. In the meantime, the Bulls are out of money too. So that's another team that had a bunch of cap space that could have gotten Peyton Watson that didn't. I suppose the Nets could go offer him a bunch of money if they wanted to, and we'll keep an eye on the Clippers, but it seems like the Clippers are happy to just enter rebuild territory right now. Is the market for P-Watt drying up? Is there going to be an outside offer coming his way? Hadn't happened yet, and we're on day 2 of free agency now. Is it possible that Spencer Jones and Peyton Watson weren't necessarily as hot as we thought, and that in an NBA where it seems like everybody is just terribly fearful of going into the aprons, and also, you think about the moves the Lakers made today and the guys that they acquired, like they were guys they could just go and sign outright. Versus, okay, we get Peyton Watson to an offer sheet and we carve out this salary slot for him, but if Denver matches it, then we just lose out on it and we lose out on a bunch of time and other pieces could have signed elsewhere.
Well, and don't the Nuggets or any team matching an offer sheet for an RFA, they have like 3 days to match, so
it's a lot of time.
That's a lot of time where a lot of other free agents get scooped up, and if 3 days pass and the Nuggets match, if you're the Lakers, Clippers, or whomever, whoopsies.
Right.
So much for that offer sheet. Everyone else is gone. Now we have nobody. Could Peyton Watson could he sign like a 1-year deal with the Nuggets just to get him back to free agency next year? Because he
could. He could.
He's gonna want some money. He's a good player.
Good player. He is a player that fills the niche and the need of guys that make good money in this league. Plus, he is doing it with youth. Or, there's a lot to read into all of this. Again, just in general, like restricted free agents are teams are going to exercise caution with them anyway. Now, we thought P-Watt was so good this year that kind of blew that out of the water. Maybe that's not the case, Spring. Maybe it's possible the rest of the NBA is just like, Denver's made it clear enough that they want him and they're willing to match. Now, the other teams are going to look at Denver's cap situation and say, well, the Nuggets don't have any money to spend.
Sure.
But this is why I get into maybe this isn't the worst news that Denver hasn't done anything yet. They haven't slashed any salary yet. Mm-hmm. Like, for all of the local hand-wringing, and I will admit it could still come to pass, but of all the local hand-wringing of, the Nuggets are just going to get cheap and they're going to slash, well, they haven't done it yet.
Peyton's going to get, even if it's a one-year deal, something like $20 million at least.
Absolutely.
At least.
Yeah, he should.
So they still need to cut money to retain him, even if it's just for one season.
I mean, this is just
someone still has to go.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. Now, they've, in the past, have signaled a lack of a willingness to go into the second apron. But maybe they're looking at this situation right now and just saying, okay, when we were fully healthy last year, we were 9-2 to start the season, and when we were pretty healthy last season, we finished the year on a 12-game win streak. And with the prime of Nikola Jokic upon us, and Jokic, exerting whatever pressure he is on the organization, because we don't know exactly what the Nuggets are thinking, I have to allow for the possibility that the Nuggets are going to spend over the apron and spend on the tax and pay the repeater and spend a fortune on maximizing Nikola Jokic's opportunity to be able to win an NBA championship with this group.
Okay, so if everyone's back, including Peyton Watson,
P-Watt.
And they can't bring in anyone else then, right? Like, it would just be that group.
Pretty much.
Right?
Pretty much, in a bunch of minimum
Minimums.
contracts. Trevon Brazile and Bryce Hopkins are going to have to play.
Yeah. Is that enough? Okay. Well, here's a minimum guy for you, LeBron James.
That's a minimum guy.
I mean, potentially.
Yes.
Apparently.
That's a minimum guy.
He, according to reports, would consider playing for the minimum.
So here's the report from Bennett Durando.
Okay.
The Nuggets have reached out to LeBron James to express interest in the 21-time All-NBA forward. I know. I'm sorry if this is annoying. I do it every single time. 21-time All-NBA.
That's just a flex of a stat to add in.
21 times.
It's also it's impressive. It's insane, but it is also kind of a duh.
21. Who's even number 2 on that list? On the all-time All-NBA list.
LeBron James.
Is it like Kobe? Most All-NBA honors, NBA history. Is it Kareem? Who's even number 2? All right, All-NBA selections by player. Kareem at number 2. Actually, wow, look at me. I'm good at this. Kareem number 2 with 15.
Okay.
Tied with Kobe and Tim Duncan. 15-time All-NBA. So, again, LeBron's got them beat by 6. Mailman and Shaq, 14 apiece. Bob Cousy, Kevin Durant, Dr. J, Dirk, Hakeem, Dolph Shays, Jerry West, 12 apiece. All NBA honors in their career. In terms of first-team All-NBAs, LeBron number 1 at 13. Kobe and Mailman, 11 apiece. Kareem, Tim Duncan, Bob Cousy, Jerry West, MJ, Bob Pettit, Elgin Baylor at 10. Joker, by the way, has 6 of those now in his career.
If the Nuggets have the exact same roster, and that means Peyton Watson is back, which is key.
Yeah.
Because you need to be as loaded as possible for LeBron James to look at a situation and say, I can
win a title there.
I will take the minimum because I can win there.
I can win a title there.
So if Peyton Watson is back and they're as loaded as they can be, the Nuggets do become, I think, the best situation for him.
It's very attractive.
Better than Cleveland?
Yeah.
I'd say certainly better than Miami.
Yeah.
I know Bam scored 83, but no. And Giannis is good, but that's it. It's Bam and Giannis.
Well, and Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah. I mean, and I like
Don't
Tim.
forget Tim.
I like Tim Hardaway Jr.
Don't forget Tim.
Uh-huh.
He's there too.
Sure. That's the best situation for him. Give me a better one. I can't. 303-504-0925. Sean Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. I can't think of a better situation.
He could play. He could be Aaron Gordon insurance. LeBron could play the AG role on this team, and because ostensibly you only want to play Aaron Gordon 55, 60 games a year anyway.
Sure.
And unless AG's trying to get his first All-NBA honor, in which case he's got to play 65. But you're right away you've got AG insurance with LeBron on your team.
You've got a backup point guard.
I mean, essentially, he's 1 through 5 insurance.
Exactly.
He plays every position.
You don't have to play Jamal Murray every night because LeBron can play point guard.
Right, exactly.
He can play two-man game with Nikola Jokic.
Sure could. I'd like watching it.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it's the fit.
Go ahead and dream.
What do you make of, apparently, according to Kevin O'Connor?
What do you say he has to start?
I'd start him.
Over Cam Johnson?
I think it allows you to load manage LeBron. He's not playing every night. He's old. He's in his 40s.
Yeah, he has sciatica.
You're not playing.
Literally does.
You're not playing Jamal Murray every night, who has shin splints and all these leg issues, and he plays through them. We talked about it yesterday. All the credit to him. I don't question the effort or the toughness of Jamal Murray, but it gives you a chance to spell him.
Yep.
You can go with Peyton Watson off the bench, Christian Brown off the bench. You can some nights LeBron's starting, some nights he's coming off the bench. But if he wants to win, I mean, I think that, beyond Denver, it would be San Antonio or Oklahoma City, really. If you're truly chasing a championship,
those would be the two most
playing for a minimum there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to go sign with the Knicks.
The Knicks would be another.
But nobody repeats anymore.
Yeah, I would be shocked if the Knicks won again next year.
I would as well. And they don't have Mitchell Robinson.
That too.
Yeah. Would LeBron would LeBron have old person maladies he'd have to miss games with? Like LeBron's going to be out. He's day-to-day with osteoporosis.
Day-to-day has a hair transplant scheduled for Thursday.
High blood pressure. Sorry, LeBron James has shingles. He needs to get that vaccination. He's not going to be able to go tonight. Shouldn't joke about that, actually. Shingles sucks. Sorry. LeBron's got hypertension. He's going to be out for tonight.
So apparently, according to Kevin O'Connor,
arthritis.
He might have a documentary crew with him all season long.
Great.
To film. I don't know if that's because this is his last season,
The Last Dance,
or just because he wants to make money off of a streaming service.
Is he making The Last Dance too?
It could be.
I mean, that crew was with the Bulls that year.
I mean, if you're gonna do that, you'd want to have interesting characters around you. Nikola Jokic he's a star.
What was the last really good farewell tour that we had in sports? Was it Jeter? Jeter did a big farewell tour. He had made it be known.
Pujols did Pujols get one?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. Todd Helton got a little bit of I remember late in his last year. I think Todd announced his retirement, but they had a few series around the NL West, and I think he got some stuff.
They give you a gift before the game.
Right, exactly.
That's why I remember baseball, because they give you the gifts at home plate before the game.
And then eventually Todd got the horse here.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Who died.
Troops to move. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. The amount of information that I have forgotten in my lifetime, and yet I can remember the name of Todd Helton's dead horse.
Well, now I won't forget it, because I hadn't remembered that.
Yeah, thank you. Again, this is what my brain is good for right now.
What if they don't get LeBron James? Is it good enough?
I'm going to go I'm pretty comfortable saying they're not going to get LeBron James. I'm loving the dream.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think LeBron is going to pick here. If his options are go hang out with his buddy Steph Curry in Golden State, or go back to Cleveland and just get the hero's welcome one more time, my guess is he does one of those things. Although, man, you talk about a curveball, you talk about being a disruptor, as the kids say. Go to Denver. That would get everybody's attention if the King was here.
If it's about winning, if it's truly about winning, it would be a little if this is his last year for it to end. And the Nuggets are, very much so a credible franchise right now, but they're not. It's if I was writing my story, I wouldn't say, hey, I want to end it with the Denver Nuggets.
Finishing in Denver would be it would certainly be a curveball. But, our fine community we've got a lot to offer.
But, I mean, Oklahoma City's the same way. And when you think,
but LeBron going to go to Oklahoma City for a year?
But it would give him a chance. Again, if winning is what matters.
If winning is the thing.
Yeah, then you go put on a Thunder jersey, and they're weird-looking jerseys.
But you could do it here in Denver. You could do it with Joker.
Yeah.
You could play, okay, if you want to talk about a great legacy story for LeBron James, all right? It's so funny because the game of Nikola Jokic in many ways is the next logical step of the kind of player LeBron James was. Like, here was LeBron in his peak, one of the great physical freaks that has ever played the game, but also LeBron James is one of the game's great thinkers, one of the game's great visionaries.
Sure.
Who has pushed the game forward, a guy that views the best possession as the goal rather than I got to get mine and get my bucket. He's never been that dude in his basketball life, and Nikola Jokic is the next step to that. You know, here is a big man that plays like a five that plays like a guard. That's Nikola Jokic. LeBron James has been he's a power forward that plays like a guard and has been his entire basketball life. Okay, so this is the torch of team first, pace and space basketball that this era has come to be known as. And here are the two greatest playmakers of this era of basketball, Nikola Jokic and LeBron James, on the same team. It could be a perfect love letter to the sport from LeBron James and a huge part of his legacy going forward.
And, you know, the two other situations that I would view as the best to win, you know, San Antonio and Oklahoma City, well, Wemby's, going to be 23?
Yeah.
And showed some immaturity in the finals. You know, from an attitude standpoint.
Agreed. He's going to be an all-time great. We already know he's going to be an all-time great. But right now his game is that of an all-time great in its infancy, which it in many ways it reminded people of, you know, LeBron early on in his career, in his first trip to the finals, in his first trip to the Eastern Conference Finals, of like, you're watching this guy and you're like, okay, I know what I'm watching is the best basketball player of his generation, but wait until that guy gets a full bag of tricks.
And when he matures mentally a little bit, you know, I thought, you know, some of his comments throughout the series, you know, were that of an early 20-year-old.
Yeah, he had done it.
And, you know, the Thunder, you know, they're just getting ripped nowadays, and SGA is the flop king, and I don't know.
You don't want to go play with that.
And
you don't want anything to do with that.
That's unethical basketball, where the Nuggets are the definition of ethical
basketball.
And, you know, Jokic is mature and in his prime. He's an adult. They play the game the right way.
Yes.
They're a selfless
grown
team.
men.
Yes.
Grown men that play the game the right way.
Yes.
Connect to continents.
Sure.
LeBron James and Nikola Jokic's teammates.
Do you think that LeBron, because honestly, of a lot of these situations, I mean, hell, playing with Luka Doncic is still a pretty good option, but he chose not to. I don't think he liked that the Lakers were taking Luka out to dinner and having meetings about the future of the franchise with Luka when they used to do that with LeBron.
Right.
I think he had sour grapes with that, and if you go play with Luka's good friend Nikola Jokic, you can kind of stick it to the Lakers a little bit.
You can, and also, like, and it's interesting you bring that up right there, because, like, is there a world where after 23 years in the NBA, going into year number 24, where and watching the way that he was phased out with the Lakers, phased out of having a heavy voice for the organization.
Yeah.
He was still, especially in that playoff series against Houston, like their most important player on the floor when Luka was out with injury. But like getting phased out of that space, if there's a realization for LeBron of this is my chance to just go be a co-pilot at the end of my career and not put all of that on myself. Again, turn the focus back to the game that he loves so much, to the game that he essentially owned for the better part of 2 decades.
You go play with Cleveland. I mean, I love Donovan Mitchell, but is that a true one? You know, and Steph, I love Steph Curry, but he's 36, 37. You know, he does need to be a second or third option.
Are you telling me 42-year-old LeBron is just like, I don't know, man, Steph's 36. I don't know if I can go play with a guy like that.
No, I'm just saying that, like, a guy who you are truly not the one. You know, there is a true other one on that team. And you know, SGA would be that on the Thunder, and Wemby would be that on the Spurs, and Jokic would be that on the Nuggets.
I just think if LeBron James is streaming Kreckman and Lindahl right now with Mark Springer sitting in on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 live from Jackson's, and I I don't know. I would say, what is there, like a 70, 80% chance? He's probably doing that right now. We know he's a P1.
I think he was at a Pilates studio in Cherry Creek today.
Absolutely. So he was driving around town, undoubtedly, and now he's listening to the station here on 92.5. And first off, King, great to have you listening to the program. First time, long time, and we appreciate it. But also, he's hearing all this, and he's thinking, these guys are making a lot of sense. These guys are speaking my language right now.
What's funny is it made sense in, 2018?
Yeah.
When, and then I think the Nuggets turned their attention. They made the hard push at Dwayne Wade and could not get Dwayne Wade.
There was that one day we thought they might get Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
That was a fun day in Nuggets history.
But Jokic had, even though we saw in Denver what Jokic was blossoming into and what he was going to become.
Yeah.
The rest of the league was a little naive to it. But now, they see it clear as day.
It's right in front of your face. Speaking of what's right in front of our face right now, Senegal, a 2-0 lead on Belgium as they have reached into the 81st minute now in the round of 32. Winner of this one will get Team USA. USA and Bosnia-Herzegovina tonight at 6 o'clock. Watch the game right here. Jackson's Lodo, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So it's such a good opportunity to host the afternoon show with our buddy Mark Springer here, host of Between the Pipes. Because, oh man, the Avalanche news, there is a fire hose of Avalanche acquisitions and news going on here just in the last hour. Okay, let's start with the big ones from earlier today. The Avalanche have signed veteran forward Jaden Schwartz to a 3-year contract. If anybody is worried about the Avalanche being too old, well, they just signed a 34-year-old to a 3-year deal. Former CC guy Jaden Schwartz, last of the Kraken, also played for many years with the St. Louis Blues. Jaden Schwartz, I see that your Schwartz is as big as mine.
I knew you'd go there.
Is now a member of the Avalanche on a 3-year, $9.75 million contract. So, they really love dudes in their 30s, Spring. They got another one, Jaden Schwartz.
I mean, they're still trying to win right now.
Sure are.
So
they sure are. Are the Avalanche trying to get LeBron?
That's a top 6 wing right there.
He's dangerous. So they get Jaden Schwartz, who had 26 points in 50 games last year for the Kraken.
He scored 26 goals a couple years ago.
Okay.
But he missed some time with injury last year. Only played in 50 games.
He's a bottom 6 guy, right? At this stage of his hockey life?
Third line guy. He's probably more of your Ross Colton replacement. Is a center but can play wing.
Yeah.
Good face-off numbers, but feels like maybe more of a wing. Certainly at this point of his career, he was certainly a wing early in his career with the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah,
I've always liked him. He's not the biggest guy, but he's a scrappy
5'10", $185.
Yeah, so certainly not a Nichushkin-sized guy, but he fights. I think he's an underrated forechecker, and they need guys like that.
You're still in the league at age 34. You got some scrap to you. You're going to have to.
A good locker room guy.
Sure.
Good character guy. So, and the Avs like that. They don't, as much as I like the way Nichushkin played, Jaden Schwartz.
We had our issues there.
Jaden Schwartz is probably not going to have any issues in that department.
We certainly hope so.
Yeah.
The Avalanche have also signed depth defenseman Noah Juleson.
That's just your 7D right there. He's bigger than Blankenberg.
2 years, $2.2 million. Played for the Flyers last year.
Okay.
Julson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they needed a 7th and they got him, so he'll be below Josh Manson and Brent Burns on the final pairing, assuming it'll be Malinsky and Kulak together on the second pairing. And then the Avalanche also, they have signed forward Vinny Hinestroza. Split the 25-26 season between the Wild and the Panthers and scored 18 points in 65 games. Vinny Hinestroza.
Yeah, that's just a guy whose name I always see.
Like in your fantasy waiver wire?
I feel like he's been on a million teams. This probably just a fourth line guy,
He's played
right?
for the like we mentioned, the Panthers and the Wild. He's played for Nashville, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Chicago, and Arizona.
Sure.
So he's played for one team that doesn't even exist anymore. That's how many teams he's been on now.
Yeah, 32 years old, 5'10".
9 playoff games in the career. Vinny Hinestroza.
He's just a little scrapper.
It's a good name.
Yeah, a little fourth line guy, who can go, play with your Parker Kellys of the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, very similar to our own Vic Lombardi. You're telling me little guy out of Notre Dame.
That's what they got.
All right.
That's what they got. But they got some scrappers. They got some guys who can go win some pucks in some corners. And notice, these are all cheap guys.
The Avalanche, they have also signed defenseman Dominic Fensor to a 1-year contract.
And I know nothing about him.
Dominic Fensor spent last year with the Chicago Wolves of the AHL, who, if I'm not mistaken, eliminated the Eagles from the playoffs.
And then I believe lost to the Marlies, the Toronto Marlies. In the finals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dominic Fensor, again, former Chicago Wolf.
Okay.
And they also signed forward Adam Beckman to a 2-year contract. 25 years of age, played for the AHL's Bridgeport Islanders last year.
Those last two guys are probably going to spend a lot of time with the Eagles.
Adam Beckman.
Be back and forth a little bit.
You know what I like about him? His last name rhymes with mine.
Well, that's a great starting point.
It's pretty good, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
my favorite Major League umpire of all time was Bruce Dreckman for that very reason.
I mean, I think the Jaden Schwartz signing is the one that really matters because he's going to be, a third line. Might float up to the second line, middle six guy.
Middle six, okay.
3 years, $3.25 million per. $3.25 million on the AAV. I mean, think about that. Like Jack Drury just got 4.5. Now he's approaching, he's in like his mid-20s, so he's kind of getting into that prime of his career where Schwartz is coming on the back end, and probably that's why you get that bargain there.
So really, of all of these acquisitions today, like it's obviously about Schwartz.
Yeah.
It's a little bit about Juleson/Juleson.
Hinostroza
and
is
Hinostroza
going to get a look on the fourth
He'll
line.
play
for
some
sure.
games for the Avalanche this year.
For sure, but Jaden Schwartz, $3.25 million of a cap hit, is important.
No, they paid him money.
They did, but that's not much. When you look at like AJ Greer, former Avs first-round pick, who just kind of floated around the league, found a little footing with the Panthers. He just got a deal with over $4 million AAV from the Anaheim Ducks. I mean, the market is just going up. Like Jack Drury getting the 4.5 per year is an example of the market just going up. And Cale Makar is probably going to make at least $17 million.
So what's the latest rumor on Cale now?
Pierre LeBrun saying, I don't think there's a world in which Cale Makar and his reps, brothers Brian and Scott Bartlett, will ask for less than Kirill Kaprizov, who got the $17 million per. I mean, it's possible.
So they're going to pay him $18 million.
Cale could get 18. Cale could get 20. I mean, the agents... And much like we saw with Mikko Rantanen, I mean, would Cale...
They're going to push this.
Would Cale maybe in and of himself be willing to take a little bit of a haircut with the Avs? Maybe. I mean, he's the best person in the world, right? And
Best person in the world.
And he loves this organization. But the agents are going to want to squeeze every single cent out of that contract because they want money.
Well, and it's you also every player has a responsibility to the rest of the players. They have a responsibility to the Players Association to try and always advance the top end of salary.
Bowen Byram
just got $12.5 million.
Now he's the highest paid defenseman in the league. Now Cale's going to pass that in probably a few weeks, and by a lot. But Bowen Byram getting 12, and I like Bowen Byram. But 12.5, that's more than Mikko Rantanen got.
Now that Bowen Byram makes $12.5 million a year, will he be recognized as an NHL player by local police?
Here's my bank account. I
how
swear,
much money
man.
I have.
Hold on, what's my password? I should know my password. Don't arrest me.
Didn't that happen to one of the Knicks?
Yeah, it happened to
Tyler Kolek.
Tyler Kolek.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yes, again, which that one to me is a little more understandable. A little bit.
Well, when you're a mid-20-year-old babyface white guy on an NBA
team, that one
you might be a little more out of place.
Clearly, he wasn't watching Knicks Cavaliers on Christmas. If that cop was, oh man, he would have gotten clean.
Did Kolek go off on Christmas?
Yeah, he had like 12 points, I think. Or something off the bench.
Went off for 12.
Hey, in a game where you win by like 5, those are big points.
That's like that game that I had in JV when I went off for 9.
All right, so you're telling me that Shams could get pulled over by a police officer and say, let me FaceTime Tyler Kolek.
I'll FaceTime Tyler Kolek.
Whoa, I watched him on Christmas.
If Chris Mitchell was the cop that had just pulled over Shams, then dude dropped 12 on the Cavs on Christmas?
Tyler Kolek and Bowen Byram will forever be connected.
That sounds like a memorable Christmas for you, Chris. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're live out here in Jackson Sloto. That's one of the best producer contributions I've ever had in my radio life, by the way.
Tyler Kolek dropped 12 on Christmas.
That was so good. Chris, that was A+ stuff right there, man.
Speaking of Christmas, remember Landry Shamet had a really good bench player. Remember when he went off on Christmas against the Nuggets a few years ago? I remember Landry Shamet for the Suns.
Was that the game when Aaron Gordon had the dunk?
Yes, it was that game.
See, I remember the dunk. I don't remember Landry Shamet doing anything that night.
He hit some big shots.
You know, and here's the biggest reason why I remember that dunk by Aaron Gordon, because the very next day I took the kids to, like, the trampoline park, and, you know, they set up basketball hoops and those things. And I walk in, first thing I see is the basketball hoop. I didn't warm up or anything like that. I didn't stretch. I just went and bounced up and tried to throw down a tomahawk like I was AG. Instantly hurt my back.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Because again, I was too fired up over AG's dunk from the night before against the Suns.
It's a cool dunk.
Yes, well, it was pretty sweet. And then somewhere this year on December 26th, there was Chris doing his best Tyler Kolek impression because he was fired up about that.
Raindrops.
Because he dropped 12. Because he went off for 12. Now I got to go to Basketball Reference to confirm if that's actually real in the break. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're out here. Jackson's Lodo, Michelob Ultra, great watch party. USA, Bosnia, Herzegovina tonight. Keep it right here. We're right across from Coors Field. We're at Jackson's Lodo. Huge watch party tonight, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. We got great giveaways. We have got, what do we got? We got a soccer ball to give away today. We have a framed Rapids kit jersey, if you will, to give away.
With 1 million signatures on it.
A lot of signatures. It
the whole
is
team.
Highly signed. So that's pretty sick. We got good giveaways, plus great specials on Michelob Ultra here tonight at Jackson's Lodo. So come and watch USA and Bosnia. Be right downtown, be in the heart of the action. It was really fun being down here last night. Like, I went to the Rockies-Marlins game, but the energy downtown for the Mexico-Ecuador match was phenomenal.
Sure.
It was just a party down here. Just saw this tweet from Stuart Mandel. He notes usually ticket prices go lower the closer you get to kickoff. With USA Bosnia tonight in Santa Clara, right now we're talking for nosebleeds roughly $2,000 on the secondary market right now. Lower level, you're paying over $3,000 a ticket for Team USA in Bosnia-Herzegovina tonight.
Still not the Knicks in Madison Square Garden.
Not exactly. No.
But still, and if they win, their next match will be in Seattle, I
and we
believe.
still don't know who they're going to play, by the way, because Belgium scored, what was it, 2 goals in 3 minutes? 2 goals in 3 minutes to tie things up with Senegal. So Belgium and Senegal right now are knotted at 2, currently in Seattle.
If USA gets through Bosnia-Herzegovina and they play next in Seattle, that atmosphere in Seattle, and Seattle, they love the Sounders. It's a great soccer town. But when USA played Australia, I mean, it was
pumping,
rocking.
Yeah.
I think Seattle is USA's Azteca. Lumen Field is their Azteca.
Once the 12s show up?
Yes.
That's how you know?
Uh-huh.
Like, in all seriousness, have you ever seen a home advantage like what Mexico has at Azteca? Between what the fans do to the opponent the night before the game to the energy and the noise and the insanity, the passion inside, this might be the greatest advantage I've ever seen.
That's a great question. I mean, I'm struggling.
What home advantage rivals it in sports?
I also think that the lack of frequency in which a high-level match would take place in that stadium adds to it.
89, Mexico has played 89 official competitive games at Azteca, not including friendlies, and they have lost 2 of them. 89 official competitive games, something on the line matches for Mexico at Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, and they have lost 2.
But they don't, because, I mean, I would think of, a college football stadium, a handful of NFL stadiums, but, you're playing half your games there. You're not winning all of them.
Right.
I mean, the more
this is national pride. This is national pride in your biggest sport.
I'm inclined to say that is number one.
Yeah,
that this is number one.
No, I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, Cameron Indoor, like a smaller, sort of more confined environment in a college basketball situation. Allen Fieldhouse, like something like that. There's great energy in those places. You mentioned college football, like obviously, the big house and the horseshoe and all that. Like the advantages and the energy are absolutely incredible in that place. LSU on a Saturday night is pretty good. That is some serious intensity in Death Valley. I don't know. Is there a pro sports environment that matches it? I don't know, like the Knicks in the NBA Finals?
Yeah. But
at the Garden?
But even then, I don't think it matches. I really don't.
No, it because I think Ecuador was shook.
Yeah.
I think the environment got to them last night. Mexico, by the way, has won 1-7 and drawn 2 of its previous 9 World Cup games at Azteca. That was what Ecuador was going in to deal with. So good luck. And again, Mexico just absolutely blitzed those guys. Hey, I saw a baseball note today that I have to share with you. And
Please.
I don't know, Spring, if you caught wind of what happened this week with Chris Paddock.
I did not.
Do
And
you
where
know-
is he now? Is he a Marlin?
So Chris Paddock is
Bounced around recently.
is not on a team right now.
Okay.
Okay. Let me tell you a little bit about Chris Paddock. All right. He's already played for 3 teams so far this season. He began the year as a Miami Marlin.
Okay.
Marlins are paying him $4 million this year. He was DFA'd and released in early May. And he was picked up by Cincinnati. Reds signed him on May 13th, and then they just released him last week. So he was a Red for like 2 weeks. Okay? He signs with the Texas Rangers. The Rangers signed Chris Paddock, bullpen guy, okay? For those of you listening right now, there's nothing special about Chris Paddock.
He was once a good prospect.
Yeah, he's a perfectly cromulent major league middle reliever now. All right? The Rangers signed Chris Paddock on Monday to a big league deal. And he pitched on Monday night. He pitched 4 innings. They had an opener that night. The Rangers had an opener that night. Chris Paddock came in. He pitched 4 innings, allowed 2 runs on 7 hits, 1 strikeout, and no walks. Okay? That was on Monday. Yesterday, the Rangers announced they had designated Chris Paddock for assignment. They signed Chris Paddock for 1 day. And he pitched. And then they set him off. Okay, so great stuff here in the Athletics MLB newsletter today. I didn't know this. So, he's making his $4 million from the Marlins no matter what this year. For the Rangers, the way that this works is any team that signs Chris Paddock or any other player that's been DFA'd, you then pay a prorated percentage of the league minimum. You don't pay a prorated percentage of his salary. You pay, because again, he's guaranteed his $4 million from the Marlins, you pay a prorated percentage of the league minimum to him no matter how long he stays on the roster. So, the league minimum is $780,000. A 1-day stint cost, according to The Athletic, 1/187th of the league minimum. Meaning, for $4,171, the Rangers got 4 innings of 2-run work out of Chris Paddock on Monday night, and then they released him.
Huh.
He was on their team again for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
Which now I'm like, okay, Major League Baseball did what they could to slash minor league clubs. They've gutted the minors. So there's just generally fewer live bodies, live arms available. Could Chris Paddock just become a rent-a-arm? Could this guy just like, you could pick Chris Paddock up for just like a series and just be like, okay, well, either our bullpen's gassed or we got one too many guys on the IL right now, and for the mere cost of $4,171 a day, we could have Chris Paddock on our ball club and he can go get outs.
Oh, I'll be interested to see how many teams he plays for this season.
Seriously, the league record right now is 5 teams. 3 different guys have played for 5 teams in a single year. And right now, Paddock is already on his 3rd, so he's got a chance to be able to break that all-time record.
If you're facing he's a right-handed pitcher.
Yep.
You're facing a righty-heavy lineup.
You got.
Maybe you could do that.
You need a 1-day breather for your staff. Knowing that it'll cost you $4,171, which is an absolute drop in the bucket for a major league team.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. It's you can pick them up for the weekend. It's $12,000 for a series. Yeah. That's not even the cost of a used Honda Civic.
Yeah, it's like Craigslist.
Right.
The Craigslist of pitchers.
It's kind of what he is right now. He's rent-a-arm. And quite honestly, like for Chris Paddock, like lean into this. Just be like, hey, I'm available.
I mean, the Rockies could do it. Tanner Gordon last night, Sean Sullivan the night before.
Based on what I saw out of John Brebbia last night, They've got needs. They need a guy. By the way, and this is where I have to admit, last night while I was at the Rockies game was the first time that I had ever heard of John Brebbia.
I've heard the name. I've seen the guy.
It was
I had no idea he was on the Rockies.
Yeah, his third appearance last night. And actually last night was his ERA ballooned from 0 last night to 10.38.
Well, that was quick.
Yeah, gave up 5 earned over an inning and a third. Did John Brebbia. I didn't know who he was until last night.
DFA that guy.
Yes.
And let's just get a circuit of these guys out there. Brebbia can play for 10 teams this year. So on and so forth.
If you have guaranteed money, which every baseball contract is guaranteed, and you get DFA'd, you're going to get your money regardless. And then teams just have to pay what the percentage of the minimum for however long you were on the team.
That's like the daily fantasy baseball wire.
It kind of is, except it's like a real life thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and if you're Chris Paddock, you could just be like, you can get on a club for a week and then be like, I'm good. I've seen this place.
You don't sign a lease anywhere.
No, absolutely not.
You
find whatever Best Western.
Sure.
Whatever Motel 6 is closest to the yard.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you don't want to be paying Raleigh hotel rates. You don't want to be staying at McGregor Square if you get signed with the Rockies. Find, again, go find yourself a La Quinta down on South Broadway.
And he's just chilling at some bar, pounding some whiskey, ripping a cig. Chatting it up with the bartender.
I hope he is doing those things. That's what I want out of a real relief pitcher.
And then the phone rings. It's like, hold on, it's the Cubs. What do you want?
Yeah, it's Jake Taylor, hung over with a sombrero on his head. Least you're gonna do is say you're from the Yankees.
Sorry, I gotta go. Call an Uber.
How'd you like to manage the Indians this year? I don't know. Got a guy on the other line about some white walls.
It's just a hitman.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Belgium and Senegal knotted it 2 in extra time. Oh, who is Team USA going to play next? Well, they got to get past Bosnia and Herzegovina. They got to do that first. You should watch the game right here tonight at Jackson's Lodo. You know where Jackson's is. It's right across from Coors Field, 20th and Wazee. Stop by, see us tonight. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. In the break, it was broken. Breaking news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. According to Shams Charania, Jaylen Brown has indeed been traded to the Philadelphia 76ers for Paul George, 2 firsts, and 2 seconds. 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. Sources telling Shams.
You know, I had a feeling it was going to be one of those random, didn't see that one coming type
Did not
things.
see that one coming.
And here it is.
Here it is. So, Paul George for the money, and Paul George is due $54 million next year, and then as a player option next year, if I was Paul George, I would go ahead and take that money from the Boston Celtics. He's 36 years of age.
Yeah, when he hits the open market, that's about donezo for him, at least in terms of making real money.
I mean, what this tells me is they weren't kidding about that we want 4 first-round picks thing. Like, they wanted the picks.
Okay, but 2 firsts and 2 seconds is not 4 first-round picks. I
No,
mean,
it's-
second-round picks are like...
It's the best they can do. That's what it tells you. It's the best they can do, which the Nuggets don't even have 2 first-round picks they can trade.
Okay, but
they have like some late pick swaps. That's it.
They're gonna have to have Paul George on their team, who's still like somewhat effective when he's healthy, but he's not the Paul George of old.
No, he's old Paul George.
He's really not that good anymore.
No, this signals a reset from the Celtics.
Are they gonna trade Tatum now?
I don't think they do. I think what they do is they try, and this feels to me like we take a step back year, we get Tatum fully healthy, and then we load back up in a better free agency season and we go after it.
They just signed Mitchell Robinson today.
They signed Mitchell Robinson.
Solid little
3-year deal, right?
Yeah, 3-year deal, 60-ish, $60 million, somewhere in that range.
Yes.
$50 million, but that's not chump change. Like, signing Mitchell Robinson, when I saw that this morning, indicated to me, okay, they are trying to win this season.
Yep.
I would rather have, and I'm not super duper high on Jamal Murray right now, but compared to Paul George,
what I've heard.
Take Jamal Murray going away against current Paul George.
Which again, this should only tell you they were serious about the draft pick thing. That was what they wanted to do this deal for.
Okay, the Sixers, are probably going to be a playoff team because they always are. You're not in the lottery with those picks. I mean, it's a fine deal.
Well, I don't know what the Sixers draft haul is. They might not even be the Sixers picks. That part of it is always kind of confusing when you get to this time of year. So I have no idea. But as of right now, Boston would run out a starting lineup of Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Sam Hauser, Tatum, and Mitchell Robinson, with Neemias Queta as their backup 5, and then they still bring Peyton Pritchard and Bayless Shireman off the bench. Plus, they got Mike Conley, right?
Who's old.
He's old, but
hell, he got waived.
He can give you
by the Wolves
spot
until
duty.
they brought him back.
Yeah, here and there. He is spot duty, but that's about all you're going to get out of him. No, this feels to me like it's a reset move now by Boston.
Oh, that also tells me it wasn't a great market for Jaylen Brown.
So I guess so what would it be? Derek White, Paul George, Sam Hauser, Jason Tatum, Mitchell Robinson.
And it also tells me that the relationship between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics was
fractured.
Yeah.
So the Sixers would now go with what? Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, Embiid, obviously. They drafted LeBaron Philon. I don't know who else is on that team. Dean Wade. Okay. It's you're
it's
trying
better. I'm taking Jaylen Brown over Paul George every day.
Of course,
not even close.
No, this is a we have one last swing with Embiid move.
Yeah.
That's what this feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's maximize, like Tyrese Maxey has become an all-NBA player, so let's maximize that window, and let's hope there's a world where Embiid is healthy. Does that sound familiar, by the way, to anybody? Oh, I hope this guy on our team that's always injured is not injured for a change.
Yeah, but at least
It's a lot of teams in the NBA, unfortunately.
Maxi's good, but they really need Embiid to be his best self because Maxi can't carry a team.
No. I will say this, between VJ Edgecombe and Jaylen Brown, they are insanely athletic. And Tyrese Maxey, insanely athletic.
Yeah.
They're going to be a very fun team to watch this upcoming season. But again, 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and that gets it done.
This texter says the 480-457, the Celtics could bring Chris Paddock.
They could sign Chris Paddock. He's available for a weekend for $4,000.
Or LeBron James. That's no. He won't go. Why would you go to that? No, you're not going to that Celtics team. That Celtics team's not good right now. It's middling. That's a middling roster right now.
This feels to me like it's a reset year now. That's what this feels like to me. Like this is a reset year now for the Celtics.
Well, then I'm looking now. I'm trying to trade. You got to trade Derek White, and I'm considering Jason Tatum as well. I am. I mean, you are now in that kind of purgatory range.
Well, here's the question: is like, do you still view it as like, okay, we can build another core around Jason Tatum? You know, like this is okay. We take a step back for a year, and then we rebuild the core around Tatum, and we build ourselves back into a championship situation and reimagine what you are as a basketball team. 31-year-old Derek White. Do you now make him available? If I'm the Nuggets, I gotta make that phone call.
Oh yeah.
And,
Derek White has that get up in him.
I mean, Derek White is. You want to win now. Derek White's a perfect player to put on your basketball team. Derek White is due to make $28 million this upcoming season. Okay, well, looking at the way the Celtics are doing business right now, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for them to add either a Christian Brown or an Aaron Gordon right now. That could be a good Cam Johnson destination. You could move Cam
an expiring contract.
On an expiring contract. You could move him and bring back Derek White. That could be the change for change's sake move by the Nuggets. But also it would give you better perimeter defense and a different primary ball handler, and you could have Jamal be more of an off-ball guy.
Yeah.
And
assuming, of course, they don't get LeBron James.
Or you could get LeBron James. You could start him at the 3. You could bring Christian Brown off the bench if you wanted to now. If you were to swing a Derek White trade. I'm just connecting the next dot on where the Nuggets could be involved in all of this.
It's tough to rebuild the core without tanking, whether that's purposefully or unintentionally. I mean, look at Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum in and of themselves. They were both top 3 picks.
Yeah.
So you look at this texter says, what are you guys talking about? Boston is far from dead. I'm not saying they're dead.
No, I don't think they're dead. No, I think, but this to me kind of smacks of like this is a restructure kind of move. That's what this feels like to me of when you take a championship winning duo that you had in Tatum and Brown and you split it up, you're essentially doing the thing that a lot of Nuggets fans want Denver to do, which is like, okay, you split up the core of your championship, and again, Boston's kind of slowly been doing that anyway. But now you make the biggest move humanly possible, and again, you set yourself up for future years. I don't think Boston envisions their future with Paul George. I don't think that's the way they view that. This is a playoff team in the Eastern Conference, but this is not a contender now.
No, I mean, this is the type of roster that it's the beginning of a downward decline.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it reeks of. You splitting up Tatum and Brown and not getting, had you gotten a Jamal Murray in return, you could still convince yourself, okay.
Yeah, we got an all-NBA player. Yeah. We got a 28, a 25 to 28 a game scorer.
Yeah.
And a guy that is going to operate as a playmaker, like a guy that's going to get his own shots, a guy that's going to take 9 threes a night playing Missoula ball. Now you again have very old Paul George.
Yeah, that's completely that's not a win now move. Murray would still be a win now move.
Yes.
We're
taking the money on an old dude.
Yeah, we're gonna eat it for a little bit.
Yeah,
and get better draft picks, and then at this trade deadline next offseason, try to move off of some of those other contracts, like maybe even move off Paul George, who is then an expiring deal.
Also, if you view yourself as a contender right now, do you trade your second best player to the team that just eliminated you from the playoffs?
Sure. So, yeah, I think a Derek White trade could be coming sooner or later.
Yeah.
By the trade deadline at the absolute latest. But, if you were to split the Nuggets core up, as long as Jokic is here, that's different. Like, Jason Tatum isn't that type of player where you could just kind of
He's a tier right below it.
You can't just rebuild on the I think it's much more difficult to rebuild on the fly around a Jason Tatum, especially coming off an Achilles. Whereas if you were to have traded Murray, or maybe you still trade Murray somewhere else, or Aaron Gordon, which I think is, worst case scenario of desperation of trying to retool this thing. But you can rebuild easier. It's still difficult, but easier on the fly because Jokic is there.
Yes, and he's fully healthy.
Yes.
Like, if Tatum was fully healthy right now, I don't think Boston does this. Or they may move Jaylen Brown, but it's for more of a win-now package.
A Murray or something like that.
Exactly. That's then the trade market that they would enter. So
I'm glad Mitchell Robinson got his money, but hot damn, he went from a parade to the lottery, potentially.
For a year. Yeah,
or the play-in or something like that.
Yeah, for at least a year. No, and quite honestly, like, okay, let's envision a world where the Nuggets could have made a move like this, or the Nuggets could choose to make a move like this. Okay, like, and you may hear that and you go, well, what the hell would be the value in all of that?
Like acquiring a Paul George-esque guy and picks,
like taking a rebuild, restructure, reconfigure year, whatever you want to call it, okay? By the way, here's the thing about the Nuggets. They could make a trade like this, and then they could also go, oh, by the way, Nikola Jokic is going to have back and wrist surgery, and he'll be out for the year. And they could tank out.
The only wrinkle in that would be that Jokic hasn't signed his extension yet.
Well, yeah, he'd still get his,
and every
$60 million this year.
Yes, he would, but Jokic wants to compete every single year. He doesn't have 1 year that he can, even if it would be for the greater good of 2 years from now.
Yeah.
I don't think he has that. I don't even want to call it patience because Father Time is ticking.
Of course. But again, like that could be the okay. Let's take the long view of this. We're not a contender right now. Jokic himself said we're not a contender right now. And this could be the wrecking ball that we take to the roster. And we're going to be ready to and here's a roadmap out of it, and this is how we build it back up for 27-28, and you call 26-27 a lost season. Now, again, I don't think this is a lost season for the Celtics. I think they're still a playoff team. Depending on how healthy Tatum is and how much he plays and all that.
The East is weak, even though an East team just
I don't
won
know,
the
is
title.
it? I don't know.
In the West. No, you're right. Like, I look at this Celtics roster today, and, I mean, the Raptors got better.
The Raptors just got Kawhi.
They were on the come-up.
The Heat just got Giannis.
Halliburton's going to be back, and the Pacers
will have a life again.
They're going to have a life again, yeah.
I
think so, too.
I mean, the Charlotte Hornets took a big step backwards, but they were fun for a minute. But no, it's Giannis and Kawhi already came to the East, and maybe this is the move that then pushes Philly over the top, or maybe just Embiid's hurt. But maybe even if you're Philly, you could look at it and you could say, we believe we could win with a duo of Maxey and Brown right now. And if Embiid is healthy, that's just going to be a bonus for us.
Someone on the text line says Jason Tatum was first-team All-NBA for 3 years before he got injured.
Yeah, he's a great player.
Well, hey, you know who Steve Kerr refused to play in the Olympics? Jason Tatum.
I don't think Jason Tatum is a top 5 player in the NBA, but I think he's 6 through 10. When he's healthy, I'd call him 6 through 10.
Yeah. I mean,
he's a great player.
I just don't. I don't know. If of my one options in the NBA, of the true ones, he's not my favorite.
He's a championship-winning one.
They had a good roster around him.
That's what you have to have in order to be able to win an NBA championship. So, again, the breaking news this afternoon here on Kreckman and Lindahl is that Jaylen Brown has indeed been traded. He is not going to be a Denver Nugget. Sorry to everybody who had already printed up all your Jaylen Brown jerseys. But Jaylen Brown is not going to Denver. He is going to be a Philadelphia 76er in exchange for Paul George, 2 firsts, and 2 seconds. So Boston got all their draft picks, which they can now use as ammunition in trades. That's just the other thing about this. I don't think this is about making those picks. I think this becomes ammunition in future trades now for Boston.
I would have maybe said that if Paul George wasn't coming back. Paul George is kind of a death player because he's making a ton of money.
Well, he's an expiring contract. Again, you got to match the money
after next year. Or he's got 2 years essentially left, this year and the following year. Because, like you said, he's got to pick up that player option.
He's got a player option, but also like you can get into a situation like this and you can have a conversation with the organization and simply make it be known like you are not a part of our future plans.
Yeah, but it's a $56.5 million player option.
That's a lot of option right there. That's a pretty good option to have. It's a weird trade.
It is. I think it's weird for Boston.
I think it is too. For Philly, it makes sense.
I like it for Philly.
Yeah,
yes,
Philly just got better.
Yes,
but man, the other thing about this is it goes to show you, and we brought up this point yesterday. Is Jaylen Brown such a pain in the ass that it was they wanted him out of there. They wanted him out of there in the worst way if this is the move that they make today.
I mean, certainly, again, the relationship was fractured. Yeah. Now, does that predate them floating him in Giannis trade talks? Because I think that was the thing for Jaylen that made him out on the team he played for the entirety of his career.
Yeah.
Also, he probably just wanted to go somewhere where the Celtics are on a downward trajectory. They are. What are these odds on ESPN right now? The Celtics have the second best odds to win the East right now.
Eastern Conference favorites, odds by DraftKings, subject to change. Knicks at 1, Celtics 2, Raptors 3, Sixers.
So maybe that means the Celtics are, like you just said, Nate, the odds makers are forecasting they're going to make another move with those picks to bring in a win-now player this offseason. Because I, for the life of me, cannot see how this Celtics roster has the second best odds to win the East right now. Stands for the name value of it being the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's where the market is at right now. I'm surprised by that because this feels like a step backwards for Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a goofy move. I think you're going to see a market correction out of that.
Okay.
Yeah. I cannot see that. I mean, it's an upgrade, absolutely an upgrade for Philly. I don't know, unless Paul George is 100% healthy and, I don't know, taking peptides or whatever. I have no idea how he's going to still be effective at this stage of his basketball life. This is a wild one. Blockbuster NBA trade. But, yeah, the Boston Celtics have made it clear they are done with Jaylen Brown. They ship him off to Philly. They get Paul George and 4 draft picks in return. Weird move, but that's what happens this time of year. Teams do weird things. And again, like, this is one of those where I want to overreact to it and go, what the hell are the Celtics doing? But I'll put a little bit of trust in it.
Maybe there's
Brad
a subsequent
Stevens.
move.
Yeah, Brad Stevens maybe have a little bit of a long view on this.
Yeah, and those odds that we just saw would suggest that the odds
market
makers,
believes that's the
market
case.
believes that they are going to make a subsequent move. But I don't see how you can move Paul George again. I mean, that's like Masai Ujiri trading JaVale McGee in a way. Like, how did he do it? Who's the Sixers GM? It's not Daryl Morey.
No, it's Brad Stevens. Oh, he's the president.
Excuse me, the Sixers.
Oh, the Sixers.
Sixers GM. I mean, he just pulled a rabbit out of his hat, getting rid of Paul George. Mike Gansey and Jameer Nelson. Did they just bring Jameer Nelson in?
No kidding. Nuggets legend Jameer Nelson?
Absolutely.
Hey, good job. Yeah, Mike Gansey, former Cavs GM, runs the front office now for that team, and apparently Jameer Nelson works for them. We love Jameer. He was a great dude.
Yeah, I think man, did you ever interview Jameer Nelson?
I did.
I feel like you did.
Yeah, he was great.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, I like Jameer Nelson an awful lot.
Sure.
He was very like Jokic had major respect for Jameer. He loved that guy.
Always a solid player. Remember, he was on that
number 2 on that Magic team.
And he was on that St. Joe's team that was like undefeated all year long?
Yes, he was on the cover of SI.
He played with Delonte West.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And you look, man, I wish the best for Delonte West, but you look at where he is today compared to Jameer Nelson pulling off a heck of a trade for the Sixers.
We are live at Jackson's Lodo. Michelob Ultra has got us here for USA Bosnia. We're broadcasting until 6. Kickoff is at 6 for the game, giving away a ton of great prizes and the great Michelob Ultra specials, a Superior Light Beer, and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for as well. We'll see you tonight at Jackson's Lodo. Penalty kick by Belgium in extra time. They lead Senegal 3-2 right now. And this game should be ending momentarily. And it looks like it's a high likelihood it's going to be Belgium if Team USA can advance and defeat Bosnia. Hey, good on that guy. He buried the PK, though, for Belgium, which, as we have seen, as we saw the other day, PKs are not necessarily everybody's strength.
He went upper 90 on that.
Yeah,
thing.
he sure did. Perfect kick.
That was gutsy.
Yeah, that was a thing of beauty. So, obviously, we're reacting to the Jaylen Brown trade to Philadelphia. He's not going to play for the Nuggets, guys. And as of right now, LeBron is not signed yet.
I do have, and DraftKings has taken these odds off the board right now, but they were up like an hour ago.
LeBron odds?
LeBron to the Nuggets has moved all the way up to plus 500.
Okay, so I'm assuming Golden State the favorite, Cleveland 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Which is what it had been the whole way.
Okay. What's Golden State right now as the favorite?
Even money.
They were even money. Okay.
I think they were minus money a day or two ago. Like,
Hey, it's moving in the Nuggets' direction.
Yeah.
How many other teams are above Denver on those odds?
Just Miami at plus 380. And then Cleveland plus 150, Warriors plus 100, Nuggets all the way up to plus 500.
You're in the conversation.
It seems like a 4-team race at this point.
Yeah, you're in the conversation. That's all you can ask for. Come out, have a Michelob Ultra tonight here at Jackson's and watch USA and Bosnia-Herzegovina. We got some great giveaways from Michelob Ultra. The Ultra crew is going to be here. It's going to be awesome. Plus, the Rockies are playing the Marlins right across the street tonight, so we'll have good energy down here. Spring, so as you know, I went to the Rockies game last night.
Yes.
The Kreckman family took Coors Field last night. And pretty thin crowd.
Okay.
Not heavily attended. Marlins, not exactly a big road draw. I mean, there were Marlins fans to be sure, but I felt like I saw more Mexico jerseys of dudes watching the Mexico game on their phones that were paying no attention to the Rockies game than I saw of Marlins fans. I also think that's just a funny way to spend an evening, like going to the Rockies game to watch the Mexico game on your phone.
Yeah, tickets are cheap.
That's true. It's true.
It's
like, go find a television. Come right here to Jackson's and watch the game. Or go to McGregor Square. Go anywhere around here and watch the game. So best jerseys I saw last night. Some quick observations on attending the game. Best jerseys I saw. Number one was the dude in the Andre Dawson Marlins jersey. That was the best jersey that I saw in the ballpark. However, and I was a little bit baffled by this, in our section, several rows in front of us, was a trio of, I would call them teenage girls, all wearing identical Chris Bryant Rockies jerseys.
I've seen a handful of Chris Bryant jerseys.
Yeah.
At recent games.
I was more struck.
Even around town.
I was more struck that it was three of them and they were all together.
Now, keep in mind, if you're going to, a store, that's not the Rockies team store or anything, and there's a
bargains to be had.
And discount.
Yeah.
Not just that, but that's sometimes still the only jersey they have out there.
Okay.
Still, because
Okay.
nobody else has really risen. Maybe Hunter Goodman has.
They're not selling Troy Johnston jerseys by the dozens yet. No Tyler Freemans out there.
No,
flying off the shelves.
Yeah,
okay.
so it could have just been a default purchase.
Ah, I see. Okay, that's good explanation.
Or hey, look, he's got.
Maybe they just love KB.
He's a good-looking guy.
Yeah. It's again as a Cub fan, I got nothing but love for the dude.
Is he ever going to play baseball again?
I don't think so.
Okay,
no, it feels like a long shot. By the way, being in the ballpark, first chance that I've had this year to react to some of the walk-up music because you very rarely hear it on TV anymore. Almost all forgettable. The two I appreciated were Mickey Moniak using Electric Avenue by Eddie Grant and Jake McCarthy with Stairway to Heaven.
Okay, one of them uses Mambo number 5. A little bit of Monica in my life.
Sure, I didn't catch that one last night.
Okay, then maybe he won in
Whoever's
the lineup.
Mambo number 5 must not have been in the lineup.
Okay.
Or it did, and I didn't pay attention to it.
Rumfield's a country guy.
His was something about fishing. Yeah.
I think Goodman's a country guy.
Yeah, it didn't catch my ear necessarily. But again, McCarthy going Zeppelin is huge. I appreciate that. Stairway, honestly, like Stairway is probably my least favorite song on Led Zeppelin 4, but like it's Led Zeppelin 4, you know? Like that's like saying like you were the worst like MVP ever. Okay, fine. You're still an MVP. So good job on that by those two guys. I appreciated them. I'll tell you this. Rocky Dogs, fantastic.
Oh, I love a Rocky
Rocky Dogs are phenomenal. Like, not even just like, obviously the peppers and the onions are great. The quality of the dog is strong. The bun was fresh. Love the Rocky Dog. Now, 2 Rocky Dogs, you know, that's 2 footlongs and 2 beers. Did set me back $55, which is tough, but still, that's a great hot dog.
Far superior to the Dodger Dog.
Yes, I believe so.
The Dodger Dog is weak.
As you know, the game was not competitive. The Marlins destroyed the Rockies 14-3. Waves started going around the park in the 5th, and it was only 5-1. I thought it was premature. And look, I hate the wave anyway. I don't want to have a wave debate. Wave debates they've been done to death. But a 4-run game in the 5th, that's too early for the wave.
It is. You know, now the team's not competitive overall. It's like the game wasn't meaningful.
Again, it's a Rockies-Marlins game.
You're
get
right.
all
In
of
theory,
that.
like that's a grand slam away from a tie game. And to me, the wave is
Coors Field.
The wave is for apathy when the game is out of hand.
Which I guess apathy is the thing. Yuri Perez started last night for the Marlins. That dude throws gas. Oh, my God. That guy mowed down Kyle Karros on a high fastball. Karros didn't have a chance to be able to touch that thing. My other big baseball observation was from the game was I wish Mickey Moniak's baseball career renaissance could have come at a point where the Rockies were actually competitive. Because when you watch him play, the fluidity of him as an athlete, he is smooth. You see why he was the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
He looks the part, and he's pulling his career back together, and it's good to see. He's back from injury now. The Rockies have to trade him. It would be inexcusable for them not to move him at the deadline.
Yeah.
But you can see it with Mickey Moniak. He's a great athlete, and I think his baseball skill and his swing are starting to catch up to his athleticism.
Well, and you hope, and because he is 28 years old, which isn't old, but he's like got arbitration next year or something like that.
Yeah, I hope that there's a good 3, 4, 5 year kind of prime that he can get himself into now.
It's just it's not the window for the Rockies,
No.
and you just like that one's obvious.
Yes,
Goodman is the tough one. Moniak's obvious.
Obvious. Sense is obvious.
But over the years, Dick Monfort has, a guy shows it. C.J. Cron shows a little flash. Oh, my gosh, got to keep this guy.
Right.
Like, I'm afraid that with Moniak, and he could regress just like Cron did.
I saw a C.J. Cron jersey last night.
Oh, nice.
This deadline is the litmus test of is this DePodesta's show, and is the specter of Dick Monfort and his toxic loyalty, is it finally cured from the organization? If that's the case, then the Rockies have a chance to be competitive again. If Dick Monfort calls down and has to approve of any Mickey Moniak, or even if it was a Hunter Goodman trade, if DePodesta thought this is the kind of young prospect value that I need, and I can move this guy right now, and obviously he would have to sell it as, I don't think there's a bunch of career longevity with this player. We think he's peaking right now, and we don't think there's a high likelihood that a catcher is going to be able to hit for power over the long term in a Rockies uniform. If they can convince themselves of that, then they should absolutely make that move. But the Rockies have to be, and at least all the signals are, they will be super aggressive at this trade deadline. It's just with that organization, as it always is, Spring. It's okay. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. You can't fall in love with these guys. Like, ooh, we got Moniak for so cheap.
Like, ooh, we had Trevor Story, we can't move him. Ooh, we have John Gray, we cannot move him.
You gotta ask yourself, like, what would the Tampa Bay Rays do? And
what would the Brewers do?
They would flip Moniak for sure.
Yes.
At the deadline.
Yes.
For sure. And look at those teams. Look what they do year in and year out. They part with players like that, but they restock and they retool.
Yeah. Which and the Rockies tell us over and over and over again, oh, we're just a tiny market franchise trying to compete with the Dodgers. All right, well then start acting like
exactly.
That's if you do that, then you have a chance to be competitive and you have a chance to be able to be a playoff club every now and then. So we have to hope that's going to be the case. I'm reserving all judgment on DePodesta and Burns, and again, Dick Monfort's willingness to allow them to actually do their jobs.
This is you have to consider the Dollander injury, because if he was healthy, they could convince themselves even more. Oh, but think about opening day next year.
Right.
We'll have Dollander.
Yeah.
We'll sign a couple veteran starters. We'll sign a couple Jake McGee's and Wade Davis's.
This is what's good about this conversation, though, is like you say, oh, we got Chase Dollander. What would the next name be?
Nobody, but they convinced themselves.
Ryan Feltner.
We'll pay Sagano and he'll come back, and we'll bring in a couple other guys. But no, the fact that Dollander is out until next August, or September, might not even pitch at all next year.
It's a good sign.
Actually, should
Probably
help them
won't.
think. No, you actually have zero pitching. You need to trade Moniak, others, etc. Maybe even Hunter Goodman.
Max Meyer will start tonight.
He's 9-0
for the Marlins. 9-0, going up against Kyle Freeland, who is definitely not 9-0. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're live at Jackson's, right across from Coors Field. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA, including the end of Mark Springer's dream of Jaylen Brown playing for the Nuggets. That's coming up next. Begin hour number 3 with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA as it just continues to be nutso. Chris, give us some NBA music. Mark Springer, what is in the high five today?
Well, we're going to let our guy Chris Mitchell take care of this one today. Chris, tell us what's going on with Papa Murphy's.
That's right. I'm driving the bus today, buddy. Hey, you. Are you wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Over in the East, not only have the Celtics signed my beautiful large son Mitchell Robinson to a 3-year, $47 million contract and Mike Conley to a 1-year deal, they're also, according to Shams, trading Jaylen Brown to the 76ers in exchange for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks.
Yeah, that's a holy bleep kind of move right there. If you're a Sixers fan, you're like, hell yeah, my team just became a contender, as you will now run out a starting 5 of Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, Dean Wade, and Joel Embiid, you know, for the 41 games a year that Joel Embiid actually plays. But that's the team that you run out on the floor every single night. For the Boston Celtics, you have gotten older and worse. Why did the Boston Celtics do this move, Spring?
Right now, I don't know. Right now. We knew that they wanted picks. We knew that they wanted 4 first-round picks.
Yep. They got 2 firsts and 2 seconds.
Okay, and so I'm going to say, because they're trading him to a conference rival, a division rival. I don't really think divisions matter anymore, but nonetheless, a team that eliminated them in the first round of the playoffs. They only got 2 firsts. They did get 2 seconds. Second-round picks to me, like I remember when it was Gary Payton III got traded for 5 second-round picks. Second-round picks in the NBA are kind of like monopoly money. They don't matter.
Oh, I completely disagree.
I think
you need second-round picks. That's how you get out from under Reggie Jackson's salary. You have to have second-rounders.
It's how you get Nikola Jokic, except, spoiler alert, there's not going to be another Jokic drafted in the second round for 50 years.
Yeah, no,
maybe even ever again.
Second-rounders, they bail you out of all your terrible contracts.
Look, they're assets, they're traded, but okay, I look at the 2 first. Fine. Okay. The odds makers still have the Celtics as the second most likely team to win the East, so maybe they're making another move. Maybe they can find a way to flip that $50 million that Paul George is going to be making this year and next year when he picks up his player option, because he's old and he's not very good. But unless the Celtics make another move with those 2 first-round picks, I don't see what they're doing here at all.
I think it's okay, so let me give it the most generous read that I can, because I think Brad Stevens is a smart dude, okay? I think there's 2 factors. Number 1, I think the Celtics look at it and say, Tatum's still coming back from the injury. We don't think he's at 100% right now. We don't think we can win a title this year. So let's reset. Let's hit the reset button right now. Let's get ourselves 4 draft picks that we can use as trade ammunition. I mean, quite frankly, Spring, again, we can't poo-poo draft picks. There's a reason the Nuggets can't make any trades right now. It's because they don't have any picks, which is, it's hard to shed salary when you don't have picks to be able to go along with them. So they needed the ammunition, and they go and get that. Here's the other part of this whole thing, where, again, I got to look at Brad Stevens, and I go, okay, I'm going to try and make sense of what you did, and I think you're a smart basketball man. They know something about Jaylen Brown the rest of the league doesn't. And they were more than happy to watch that guy walk out the door. Because this is a move that screams, we wanted this guy off our basketball team in the worst way.
So maybe they didn't care that the relationship got fractured, which seems to have stemmed from him being the centerpiece of a potential Giannis trade.
They've been trying like hell to move this guy the entire offseason.
They have been. But
this guy was second-team All-NBA, 6th in the MVP this year, and they couldn't get rid of him quick enough.
Well, but, because I don't think the Celtics are on the same level that they were when they won a championship.
Clearly not. They were a first-round exit this year.
Of course. Now,
sound familiar?
Tatum had to, he could not make it through the entirety of that series coming off of the Achilles injury. Hey, if you're flipping Jaylen Brown and a little bit extra to get Giannis, that's one thing.
Yeah.
You're bringing in Giannis,
yeah,
to pair with Jason Tatum, and that certainly, could get you back into contender status.
But whatever he said after that didn't go down, it was just like, all right, just move him.
Sure. But I think Jaylen Brown felt disrespected by that, which is, look, I always you should maybe I would like you to have the larger view of saying, hey, it's Giannis, I get it, but that's not how these egomaniacs work.
No, Jaylen Brown thinks he's the best two-way player in the NBA. Ask him.
He thinks he's better than Giannis.
Right.
He couldn't comprehend the travesty of being floated in that.
Yeah, you know who's a better two-way player than you? Giannis.
That is true. I love Jaylen Brown, but yes, as a player, but Giannis I love even more.
Yes.
So I don't know. I don't know if I was Boston. And I said this earlier in the show when this went down, I'd rather have Jamal Murray as a win now player.
Yeah.
10 times over than Paul George.
I don't think they view them. What this tells me is they do not view themselves as a win-now team.
Unless somehow they got a rabbit in their hat where they take those 2 first-round picks and any other assets they have on their team and flip that into a better win-now player. Much better. You got to be much better than a Paul George.
Maybe this is the move now that gets Portland intrigued. I don't know. Maybe this is the one. I have no idea because apparently even Portland was lukewarm on Jaylen Brown. And the Nuggets had said our interest in Jaylen Brown is overstated.
Maybe the price dipped because, for 2 firsts and 2 seconds, and Paul George because the Celtics lost hand because they knew, teams were like, oh, we know you got to trade this guy because he hates your guts right now. And the Sixers kind of snuck in with a weird offer.
This is your last shot at maximizing the Embiid window. Which you have to bet on Embiid stays healthy and we can win a championship now.
I'm just saying,
which if Embiid stays healthy, they can win a championship now.
No, it's a good move for the Sixers, but to relate it to the Nuggets, you look at that package. Yeah, the Nuggets don't have the picks, but if you're kind of picks and Paul George, whatever value Paul George is,
it was about the picks. Paul George is there just because the $56 million.
Well, and I feel like the Nuggets could have had some sort of an offer, so that tells me that whether it's LeBron or something else, they don't think they needed Jaylen Brown ultimately for the shakeup that is required.
They don't have picks.
They don't.
Boston wanted picks.
We'll see I'm curious to see if they flip those picks for something and what it is and how that will compare to what could have been Jamal Murray.
Go ahead, Spring, or not Spring, Chris. Spring's next to me. Chris, back at the shop.
High five.
High five is hard right now.
Well, over Nuggets land, the front office.
I'm playing with a lineup that I've never been on the floor with before.
Yeah, this is 7 freaking dudes right here.
Our net rating right now in this small sample size. Don't read too far into it.
Just let me bring the ball up. I promise I got it. Over Nuggets land, the front office hasn't made any moves yet, but we do have a very interesting bit from Brian Windhorst about a dark horse contender to land one LeBron James Sr.
The one team that I'm just going to point out that I think is interesting. I have long thought, and I refuse to bring it up because I just didn't want the headache during the year of having to defend this. But I have long believed that if there was an outlier team for LeBron, if he was willing to take sort of some exception, was Denver.
Yeah.
Because the idea of playing, and if you notice during the year this year, he was overly effusive with Jokic.
Well, it'd be maybe the two most brilliant basketball minds in the league joining forces, and they're complementary.
LeBron would be a perfect player to put with Nikola Jokic. Mm-hmm. He's Aaron Gordon insurance. He is still a dynamic athlete. You're not going to be a dynamic athlete for 82, but at the age of 42, he's still pretty damn good. Yes, you would do anything you could to be able to add LeBron James. He'd be great here. By the way, here's a note from Bennett Durando's piece in the Denver Post. The Nuggets have tried to recruit James in free agency before. Team president Josh Kroenke mailed him a throwback Nuggets jersey in 2018 before James signed with the Lakers. He has described Kroenke as a, quote, very dear friend, close quote.
Yeah. Didn't Josh and LeBron have a relationship?
I believe they have spent time on the yacht together.
Yeah.
Maybe any number of boats. I have no idea. Sea vessels.
And again, I'm trying to, connect dots, which is extremely difficult.
By the way, Josh
do.
has yet to invite me to go hang out on the yacht. I don't know why.
You're number one in the afternoons.
I'm a 3-time KSC radio employee of the month in my 10 years with the company. You would think that would get me a little bit of love.
I mean, with the Jaylen Brown thing, look, the Blazers did make the jaw move, and the Nets are the Nets. And maybe Jamal was the best offer they had, but maybe the turn of events of, oh crap, we could get LeBron at the minimum?
Yeah.
Maybe that alone took the Nuggets out of the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes, and that Sixers trade was the best thing that Boston could get. Maybe a few days ago, they were kicking the tires on Jaylen Brown, but the revelation of this LeBron situation, maybe that has turned the Nuggets' focus to him. The Nuggets' odds have surged in terms of their chances of getting LeBron James.
All right, so let's go to the next story in the high five. Chris, I'm assuming this is going to be your next story, is that the Lakers got Walker Kessler from the Jazz today. Because I think this is all tied together in a bundle of sort of Nuggets breadcrumbs here.
High five.
So, well done. So Walker Kessler from Utah to the Lakers for a couple of firsts in 31 and 33 and first-round swaps in 28 and 30.
Yep.
So Kessler signs a 4-year, $130 million contract with the Lakers, player option for the 4th season, and a full trade kicker. All right, along with that, the Lakers have agreed to deals with Sandro, Mamu Kelishvili, Quentin Grimes, and Colin Sexton. And they're out of cap space now. Now, that's not to say the Lakers won't be a second apron team. Maybe they want to be. I have no idea. But I don't think they're going to. So the Lakers are essentially out of the Peyton Watson sweepstakes now. The Bulls, I think, are out of the Peyton Watson sweepstakes now. So I guess we got to keep an eye on the Nets and the Clippers. Clippers are going young and seem to be in a rebuild, so I don't know if they want to go spend on a free agent right now. And, maybe P. Watt wants to go play for the Nets.
They could go play with Michael Porter Jr.
They were hanging out in a bar yesterday, and Porter was a belly guy. So yeah, that I guess. But he could also just stay here in Denver and, get signed for $20 million. The Nuggets have not shed any salary yet. And I don't know, maybe that's a signal they're not going to. According to reports, the front office has said they are under no mandate to shed salary right now. Mm-hmm. Does that mean that this team is willing to be a taxpayer and a second apron team? I don't know. I don't think they want to, but I really don't know. In the meantime, though, the market is kind of starting to dry up a little bit on Peyton Watson. Not completely, but it's not as robust as it was 24 hours ago.
Maybe the Kings could be in on him because they were maybe in on Jalen Duren.
Okay.
I would view Duren and Watson very similarly in terms of money they're going to get. Ultimately, look, Duren's a little more proven.
Yeah.
Was the second option on a 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, so he'll probably fetch a little more money than P. Watt.
Yeah.
There's also, if you are signing Peyton Watson to an offer sheet, the Nuggets have 3 days to match, and you can miss out on a lot of other opportunities. The Lakers maybe didn't want to do that and because the second Peyton Watson gets signed to an offer sheet, then you go into what are the Nuggets going to do mode. Not just are they going to match it, but do they have to unload salary?
Right.
The second Peyton Watson signs an offer sheet, how many hours until we see breaking Cam Johnson traded here?
Right.
Or maybe Christian Brown traded here if you're even able to trade a Christian Brown. And this LeBron James thing, I think the fact that he could be willing to play for the minimum, and if you're able to bring P. Watt back on not the huge money that could have been out there for him, but
not 30 plus,
but a more moderate deal, 20 to 25, more like the Christian Brown deal, and you can fit all of that in within the second apron, then you can sign LeBron at the minimum. That's something that could happen.
LFG, as the kids say.
Uh-huh.
By the way, Keon Ellis signed with Brooklyn. Keon Ellis is too good to be on the Nets.
Mm-hmm.
That guy should be on a contender. Every time I watch that guy play, I'm like, I like this. I wish every time that I see Keon Ellis play basketball, I'm like, I wish that guy was on the Nuggets.
Well, the Nets have money, and nobody wants to sign there, so they have extra money they can give you, and there you go.
There you go. Good for him. And that's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA. Yes, Jaylen Brown is not going to be a Nugget. Peyton Watson, as of right now, has not been offered a deal anywhere outside of Denver.
Or at least hasn't signed a deal that he likes enough, to sign. Because when you sign that offer sheet, that's the number. You're either going to that team for that number or the Nuggets have to match it.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer filling in for Andy. We're live at Jackson's Lodo. World Cup tonight, USA, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Kickoff at 6 o'clock. We got great giveaways, including the grand prize of a Team USA jersey that we're giving away at halftime tonight, courtesy of our friends at Michelob Ultra and Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So get out to Jackson's tonight and watch this game because Rockies Marlins, but you can take in most of this soccer game if you want to go catch the end of the Rocks and the Fish tonight. You got plenty of time. This is a perfect place to do it. Jackson's Lodo, 20th and Owazi, right across from Coors Field. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott Wednesday today. Good day in the World Cup. Unbelievable comeback by Belgium to knock off Senegal 3-2. That was 2-0 late with Senegal in the lead, and Belgium came back and got the win ultimately on a PK and extra time. Earlier today, England had to have a comeback of their own to knock off Dr. Congo, taking them down 2-1. U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina tonight at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. The gates are open. Team USA. By the way, I mean, I saw in some places Team USA was as much as like a -500 favorite tonight. What's the latest match odds for Team USA Spring?
I mean, to advance,
yeah.
like even if it goes to extra time, even if it goes to penalty kicks, I think they're -800 to advance. To win,
that's the kind of favorite that Germany was over Paraguay.
Yes, the type of favorite that France was over Sweden.
Yeah.
With Christian Pulisic seemingly back in the lineup tonight, it's as good of a team as we've seen, with the speed, the creativity.
By the way, Pulisic has not played a full 90 for club or country since mid-March. It's July.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's who Christian Pulisic is a lot like? Aaron Gordon. A lot of calf injuries, hamstring injuries.
He played a 79-minute load in an April 19th match against Hellas Verona. Yeah. Supposedly he's got a clean bill of health. We'll see how long Pulisic can go tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bosnia-Herzegovina, they got a striker by the name of Edin Dzeko. I remember him. He was a Chelsea guy.
Okay.
He was an AS Roma guy. Older now, but look, don't overlook this Bosnia team. And they're going to have a world is against us mentality.
Sure.
And if
they're the road team.
And if the USA doesn't get this done, man, guess what? Same old Team USA.
It's going to be, yes. I mean, this is a team, this is a nation, a soccer nation that has won exactly one knockout match in their history. That was Mexico back in 2002.
Canada got it done.
Yeah.
Mexico got it done.
You can't be the one that blows it.
Yep.
You got to get to the round of 16.
Yep.
By the way, I've got some Bosnia-Herzegovina facts. You want these, Spring?
I want these.
Here we go. The name Bosnia comes from the Indo-Germanic word Bosana, which means water. They have a lot of water there. Let's see. Sarajevo hosted the Olympic Games, the Winter Olympic Games in 1984, right? I think it was the Winter Olympics.
Okay.
First trams in Europe were used in Sarajevo in 1885. They were tram pioneers.
Can I interest you in a monorail?
Monorail. Bosnia and Herzegovina ranks 10th in the world in terms of coffee consumption. So they're top 10 coffee drinkers. They're going to be hyped tonight to take on Team USA.
They're buzzing their eyeballs out.
The Sarajevo Clock Tower is a historical heritage site and is considered the only public clock in the world that measures lunar time.
Whoa. Hell yeah.
All right. I don't know much about lunar time. Bosnia and Herzegovina is the country that has more waterfalls than Italy, France, and Germany combined. Well, those are three soccer powerhouses right there. So look out for Bosnia and Herzegovina and all of their waterfalls.
Don't go chasing them.
I don't know what that is. Let's see. Parosica is one of the last remaining rainforests in Europe. Very mountainous land. A lot of jungle. Let's see. In the small town of Konjic, located by the Neretva River, there is a nuclear bunker known as the Atomic War Command, built during the revolution in Yugoslavia and under Josip Broz Tito. So they have a Atomic War Command, a nuclear bunker. It's kind of dark. As we know, it was a very long war-torn country. And finally, in the area of Zavadovici, around 50 stone balls have been found distributed in 11 places. They have stone balls, just like out in the middle of the forest. That's what they look like, stone balls.
Okay.
All right.
Does
that suggest alien activity, perhaps? By the way, do we know from that psychic? Is anybody going to get abducted during this USA-Bosnia match tonight? Do we know? Have we heard? By the way, Harry Kane recovered from the curse big time, and he scored 2 goals today from the Ghanaian witch doctor curse.
Curses and aliens, is that where we're at?
It's been a pretty good World Cup.
Okay.
It's been a good cup for wild stuff. Did somebody curse Brad Stevens into trading Jaylen Brown to the Sixers?
You know, somebody pointed out on Twitter the Lakers got more for Walker Kessler than the Celtics got for Jaylen Brown. I'm surprised at this trade. Like the Nuggets,
People are joking that Adam Silver should veto this deal.
I don't get it. I don't. Unless you're right that Jaylen Brown is some sort of cancer in the locker room, which I don't know, man. He's on social media. A lot of these. I mean, Kevin Durant.
He got really
Kevin freak. Now I know Jaylen Brown's not Kevin Durant, but
JB got really worked up over that analytics debate from some unnamed NBA front office source. Which, by the way, is interesting. That, remember, this dude told Bobby Marks, and Bobby Marks said on Sirius XM that Jaylen Brown should be the 7th option on an NBA team because of how analytically unfriendly his game is. Then there's the Sixers, who were one of the original, one of the original adopters of analytics acquiring Jaylen Brown. So clearly that's not the case.
I'm taking I would have taken Jamal Murray and Cam Johnson. I know they're two first-round picks are valuable. 2 second-round picks have a degree of value. Paul George has no value that I can see.
Other than you had to match the salary.
There's that.
Yeah.
Well, the Murray matches the salary and is a capable NBA player today.
Sure.
Whereas George is not.
Which, I'll say this. A number of years ago, and I remember doing this radio show, Masai Ujiri took some heat here locally when he talked about the Nuggets post-Carmelo trade, and he said, we are not a contending team, we are a growing team. And it turned into kind of a sports radio meatball debate of like, what kind of message is that to send the locker room? And it's like, I think pro athletes generally know what their basketball team is going to be. And front offices, you need them to have a sober analysis of what your basketball team is before you get to that place. And Brad Stevens, who has won a championship with the Boston Celtics, again, I don't think Brad Stevens is an idiot.
No.
So I believe Brad Stevens, with a view of his roster, of his cap situation, and everything else, and with Tatum coming off an injury, Stevens says, we're not a contending team right now. We just got bounced in the first round, and we're not good enough, which, interestingly enough, is a parallel to what Jokic said when he was in Serbia the other day. So that analysis comes from your lead basketball decision maker. Now, again, Stevens hasn't said this out loud, but this trade suggests he doesn't think we can win the championship this year. Otherwise, he doesn't make this move.
Yeah, unless they're taking those 2 firsts, 2 seconds.
And flipping them right now.
And flipping them and maybe trading other young guys they have. They seem to like the Hugo Gonzalez kid.
Which, okay, so that now could be the other view of this trade, is that this deal becomes now because right now none of these deals are official. Mm-hmm. And that by the time that this deal becomes official, this is a 3 or a 4-team trade, and other pieces are going back to Boston.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, and that player that they acquire, for the picks and young players, better be on the level of a Jamal Murray, who they maybe could have had. Now, also, and I want to say this, maybe the Nuggets took themselves out of the running over the past 24 to 48 hours with the LeBron James revelations coming out that he would be interested in playing somewhere where he could win for the minimum. Because now if we're talking LeBron versus Jaylen Brown, I don't think we're that far off. I don't think 40-year-old LeBron is that far off from 28-year-old, 20 whatever he is, Jaylen Brown, who just had the best year of his career and is coming into his own as a more polished veteran NBA player. But
in a 1-year window, yes, but you would get 3 more years of Jaylen Brown.
True.
There's a lot of value in that.
True.
So again, I think Boston has subsequent moves, or it's possible Boston is just hitting a hard reset. Mm-hmm. Okay, we can't win with Tatum right now. All right, let's move Derek White.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get him out of here, and we're gonna repackage ourselves and be ready for 27-28. Because, again, I don't think Brad Stevens is a complete and total idiot. The Sixers, in the meantime, this is we've got to go for it while Joel Embiid is still alive. While we still have him on our roster and he can still walk, we have to go for it. Which that's a good aggressive move. Like, they're looking at it and saying, okay, we've got a generational big man, and say what you will about Joel Embiid, he's not as good as Nikola Jokic. He's still a great player. He will be a Hall of Famer one day, and we got to try and win with this guy right now with Tyrese Maxey, maximizing what he is as a player. So I get what the Sixers are trying to do.
Just got a gift of getting Edgecombe with the second overall pick.
And here's the other part of it. I don't think there's a planet in which Boston does this move with Philly if they think they can win right now. You do not do that.
Conference rival.
Yeah, you do not do that with a team that just bounced you from the postseason. So again, I'm willing to, and I know like Twitter right now is just murdering the Celtics. I'm willing to look beyond that and say it doesn't pass the smell test to me that this is it for the Boston Celtics on this move.
But maybe it was that, again, it's out there that Jaylen Brown wants out.
Yeah.
Celtics lose leverage.
Yeah.
Maybe the Celtics right now are thinking, damn, we should have pulled the trigger on the Murray trade 2 days ago. Because, again, it's possible the Nuggets
cooled.
They just took themselves out of it because of this LeBron stuff. And therefore, that Sixers offer was, in fact, the best offer that they had remaining.
You said 4 first-round picks. We don't have them, so we're not that in. And again, like, here's the other part of it. I think the Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown thing was big on the internet. But if you actually looked at what these teams said, it never made any sense to connect those dots because the Nuggets didn't have the draft assets to be able to move to make this trade.
No, but they had the best win-now player that Boston could have gotten in return.
Right. Which, again, I don't think Boston wants to win right now.
I didn't all week, and I rarely will take much stock in what the teams say because they don't want to the Nuggets aren't going to want to put Jamal Murray in a Jaylen Brown position. And you said this the other day where, the second that a name is out there, you feel disrespected. The second that there are actual legs that, oh, crap, your name is being floated. Now Jamal Murray is going to take that personally. But if the Nuggets go out there and say, no, it's being overblown, there's really nothing, they can save face or better save face with Jamal Murray if he's back on the team next year.
In the meantime, you had the number one offense in the NBA last year. The core of your number one offense is still intact, which, again, I think the Nuggets value that a hell of a lot more than the internet does, that they have the two-man game of Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. And now you're in a position with kicking the tires on LeBron James, Windhorst bringing up Denver in conversation, Windhorst, who is the LeBron insider, brings up Denver in conversation. We know that Josh Kroenke and LeBron James have a relationship, and in many ways LeBron James playing on a veteran minimum, and according to reports, LeBron would consider playing for the veteran minimum in the right situation, that LeBron James would be a perfect complement to add to a core that you could bring back. And granted, there could be another corresponding move. You move Cam Johnson, Christian Brown, or whatever it is, but a world where you pay Peyton Watson. Obviously, you had to say goodbye to Tim Hardaway, but you pay Peyton Watson, you keep the core intact, you add LeBron James, and it's team go for it.
Well, you're essentially trading Tim Hardaway for LeBron James.
Pretty good.
And I'll do that.
It's a good move.
I'll do that.
And I liked him, but I'll still make that move.
Yeah, I'll make that move.
You started the year 9-2 when you were healthy. You won, what did they win last year? 53 games last year, which is nothing to sneeze at. You were a 3 seed in the Western Conference. You finished the year on a 12-game win streak. You got banged up in the playoffs. You ran into a bad matchup. You got buzzsawed. You get eliminated. But the cupboard is not nearly as bare as the feeling is in this town because of how frustrating the Minnesota series was.
Okay, just my view on this timeline of events, I don't think the Nuggets wanted to trade Jamal Murray, certainly Aaron Gordon. Okay, they reports were.
I don't think they really want to trade Jamal Murray.
I think what happened was when the report came out that Jokic is hesitant or might not sign that contract extension, I think that changed things. And then I think all of a sudden they did begin to more strongly consider trading Jamal Murray. But and the best guy out there.
Yeah.
Now, was it a positional fit in terms of, ball handler, point guard? No, but was it a fit in terms of athleticism, defense, versatility? Jaylen Brown was the best guy out there.
Sure.
But then when the LeBron things the LeBron news happens, that all of a sudden shifted their focus to LeBron. And now they're out on Jaylen Brown. The Celtics make this weird trade because that was the best offer they could get. And I think the Nuggets are zeroed in on LeBron James right now. I don't know if they get him, but I think that's their number one target right now.
Do they still have to move Cam Johnson?
They might. If that's what it takes, I'm taking LeBron James over. I'll trade Tim and Cam for LeBron all day.
Of course. You shed Cam Johnson. You take Cam Johnson money and you pay Peyton Watson. You make whatever other peripheral moves you can make. God, there aren't many. For the love of God, will somebody take Zeke Najee's money off the books? For the love of God, please.
He had a few good games
Let the boy play for your team.
Finally, after all these years, Zeke Najee finally had a few good games. Like okay games.
Yeah.
Serviceable games.
Yeah. May not be going down for us.
I still think, they still might want to trade Christian Brown more so than Cam Johnson. That just becomes a question of, does anyone want him?
If winning is the thing, LeBron would take Denver over Golden State if winning is truly the thing.
Yes.
If familiarity and Curry and Kerr and Draymond and maybe Anthony Davis, although that seems highly unlikely, if that's what interests LeBron James, then by all means go to Golden State. If you want to win right now, you jump on board this Nuggets roster.
I think Cleveland's better win now than Golden State. I think Miami's better win now than Golden
I
State. But
agree.
I think Denver is better than Cleveland and Miami. The only two situations that I would see if LeBron is going to take the vet minimum and play for essentially nothing just to win, the only two situations that would be as good or better than Denver would be Oklahoma City and San Antonio. But apparently there's a report today that because the Spurs signed Tobias Harris, they're out on LeBron. Now,
because the Spurs are taking a longer view right now.
Sure.
Because they're trying to be good for a few years and not just this season.
Wemby's going to be 23.
Yeah, they got a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And LeBron himself, Wemby has some maturity issues, some growing up to do a little bit.
And granted, Chris, save this tape in case I'm wrong. I don't think there's a planet in which LeBron James wants to live in Oklahoma.
I would rather live in Denver. And I'd rather play with, the Nuggets, we talked about this earlier in the show, are ethical basketball. The Thunder are unethical basketball. Do you want to be tied to that? Do you want to be tied to the flops of SGA?
6 o'clock kickoff, Team USA, Bosnia and Herzegovina. We're watching Team USA warm up right now as they prepare for this match tonight and an opportunity to win a knockout stage game for the first time since 2002. Get out here to Jackson's Lodo, 20th and Wazee, Rockies Marlins tonight, and you can watch Team USA take on Bosnia and Herzegovina in the round of 32 for the third and final match today in the World Cup. We got great giveaways brought to you by our friends at Michelob Ultra. We got Rapids prizes. We got Michelob Ultra prizes, and we got a Team USA jersey, the grand prize to give away at halftime. So come out and watch the game tonight right here at Jackson's. It'll start up at 6 o'clock. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are a mere 13 minutes from kickoff right now in Santa Clara. Round of 32, knockout stage game. Team USA and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Huge matchup tonight for Team USA. By the way, if anyone wants to know why I say it like that, I heard a British announcer say it the other day, and now I can't get off of it. Now I'm just stuck on it.
It's like Manders.
I suppose I could go Herzegovina if I wanted to, but it doesn't sound nearly as smooth. By the way, did you hear the Telemundo highlights for Mexico-Ecuador last night?
I did not.
Phenomenal.
I was watching on Fox.
Chris, find me one of the Telemundo calls of one of the Mexico goals from last night. We got to hear them before we get out of here. Also, Spring, as you know this about me, I'm a big stats guy, right? I got some stats that I want to drop on you that I recently learned in a story I read this week on CNN. It's about alligator attacks, okay? According to a headline in CNN, alligators injure 3, 1 fatally in a string of attacks in Florida. Multiple people have been attacked by alligators across Central Florida in the last week, with the most recent attack killing a 31-year-old woman. Serious encounters with alligators remain relatively rare, according to Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission data. But there have been 3 attacks in the last 7 days. 2 came within 24 hours of each other, according to CNN affiliate WESH. The victim in the latest attack had stopped to swim with her boyfriend and friend in the Econlockhatchee River just north of Orlando Sunday afternoon when the alligator bit her, the Florida Wildlife Commission said in a press briefing. Her boyfriend tried to get her out of the alligator's mouth. The 911 caller described the woman's injuries as horrible. She goes swimming in a river in Florida.
It's not a great idea.
Not a great call. The alligators live there.
Mm-hmm.
Officials with the Florida Wildlife Commission captured a 13-foot alligator at the scene and a 12-footer nearby, saying either could have been responsible for the attack. How about that, by the way? If you're the innocent alligator, you're just like, what did I do?
They got a police lineup? It was him.
The 12-footer versus the 13-footer? Okay, so there have been assorted different bites. Let's see. A boy who was fishing with his father was bitten on the hand at Nelson's Fish Camp in Marion County. A snorkeler was bitten on June 21st at Rainbow River in the same area, about 100 miles from Sunday's fatal attack in Seminole County. What are you snorkeling for in a river in Florida? Hey, look, there's alligators. Authorities temporarily closed the river following the first attack before wildlife officials located and removed that alligator. All right, so alligators are biting people in Central Florida. But here's where we get into alligator attack analytics. You ready for this?
I'm ready. What's the war?
Spring, take a stab. How many alligators do you think live in Florida?
Crikey.
Well done.
Let's go with 10,000.
10,000 is your guess. Okay. I read this story earlier. I asked Abby the exact same question. She went 20,000.
Okay.
You're both way under.
Okay.
Florida is home to an estimated 1.3 million alligators. 1.3 million. That's like the population of Denver.
So that's a lot of gators.
Yes. However, how many unprovoked alligator bites do you think are reported each year in Florida? There's 1.3 million gators. How many bites are reported each year?
Let's go with 5.
8.
Okay.
8. The state average is about 8 unprovoked bites each year. According to the Florida Wildlife Commission, which runs a